Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome in, everyone. I'm still finishing up setting up things, because of course I did not get ready on time. Like one day I will be ready, on time. But first of all, I need to do something. Hello, Rabba. Sorry, I said to her this morning, and I would whisper in her ear, and I had to do it. But good morning, everybody. Good morning, Paula. Hi, William. Hi, Samantha. Hi. I think I've said Paula. Hi, Robba. Hi, Pickles. Hi, Lois. Denise. Susan. Hello, everybody. Hi. I mean, roll call is getting longer. I love it. But hello. Good morning. It is Tuesday, I believe. Yes, it is Tuesday. I don't even know which day I'm on anymore. Oh, hey, hang on. I'm a little bit tiny in the corner. Why am I so tiny? I need to put myself bigger. No, I'm joking. No one wants that. But yeah, so who is ready for the possibility of spiciness today? I think, sorry about that, Robert, but I did say that I was gonna do it, and I like to keep my word. So, yeah. So, who's ready for maybe some spiciness? Well, I mean, I'm hoping there is spiciness because I don't think the defense has much more to go. Um, it is gonna be very interesting, Nicole. I wonder which faces she will make today. I think this trial is the faces trial because her faces are something else for sure. But one thing it is that the defense was able to create somewhat of a doubt in the case yesterday. I am a little bit uncertain. I still think she's guilty for sure, but has the judge, has the state proved the case will be enough? So, oh, I know it's. I hope that for the K that he got paid, he has PowerPoints, he has Cellbrite information, he has all the information, anything in the world. Because for 10K, my eyes, if he doesn't, I don't know what it is I would do. Cause can you imagine, right? Right, like obviously Nichole is gonna have to foot up the bill, pay the lawyers for them to pay the guy or whatever, how it works, I don't know. um but can you imagine she gets not guilty, right? She gets guilty, she's still gonna have to pay that, she's still gonna have to pay how much, however these attorneys are, then plus this $10,000, plus like whatever costs. Can you imagine that? I think like Paul, I think was you that mentioned that the parents might have had to remortgage the farm, and but it's just crazy that's how, like, obviously a good defense attorney, like to give the best shot, your freedom really doesn't has a price, so you really go all out to for it to prove your, well, not to prove your innocence if you know you're guilty, but to try to prove your innocence. But it's just I mean, it is absolutely crazy, flat right. Who won with what? I think of yesterday, sadly to say, was the defense. But who, oh. Patient. I'm like, oh, but now I'm curious who won, Pickles. You. um so it's just been, yeah, it was an interesting day for sure yesterday. But talking about interesting, you guys know I have a oh yeah, the specialist for you. You guys know that I have a problem, right? I am a true crime addict. The name of the channel is good for me because it is. So you know that oh, who won? Oh, sorry, Pickles. Thank you. Oh, I'm like confused now. Rubber. Uh, yeah, you all did per hour, which probably wasn't the best idea, but the one that was closest anyway was Robert. So she won. I still need to get in touch, but yeah. So that was the closest, because I even like I have both. I have the per hour and I have the old one, of guesses. So the one, yeah, it was Robert that one. It was really good. What I was saying, that you guys know that I am still very interested in this case. It's not like the Jason one that by this point I was already done and over with. And we're still gonna carry on. But there's a new trial. I have issues. I honestly have commitment issues. No, I'm joking. I don't. So there is a new one coming up, and it's actually starting the jury selection today, which might be crazy, but we might have enough time to cover that trial before we do Laurie. I know. Laurie starts the jury selection in 31 on the 31st, but listen, they start the jury selection. It's gonna be Laurie. They're gonna at least last a week to sit a jury, because it's Laurie Vallow or Daybell or wherever she's calling herself right now. Um, so I found a new trial. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning. Hi. Hello. I think I missed you too. Sorry, darling. Hi. Hello. So there's a new trial starting. I think maybe tomorrow, because the jury selection starts today. So we'll see. But that would be best if it was tomorrow, because I think we might have closings tomorrow. Um, I don't know if you heard the Linda Sturma. So I've got some homework for you. Oh yeah. Yeah, that one is gonna be crazy, Samantha. That is definitely is gonna be crazy. In terms of Karen Reid, I apologize. My interest is not the greatest. I'm gonna watch it, probably just the highlights. But that trial, it's a circus show by now. Sorry the expression, but it's too much confusion. I am completely lost. Um, exactly. It might end up. Do you want to have a laugh? And maybe it's not funny at all. It might end up being a bench trial. So it might be end up a bench trial on Karen Raid. Can you imagine that? A bench trial on that trial. Whew. That would be crazy. Absolutely insane. Being a bench trial. I think the defense would ask for the judge to remove herself completely. Um. So sorry. It's a nightmare. It's definitely. It's like the going from the investigation, the whole shebang. It's absolutely. Oh, you should have a new badge on Monday. That is exciting, Paula. Hey, hey. Um. Yeah, it is gonna be too much. It's gonna be too much. So I think we already gonna have we already gonna have it too much with Lori Vallow, but then now you want to put Karen Reid in the middle. My days. Yes. So every few months or every couple months, you get a new badge next to your name, Pickles. So it changes the longest you've been supporting the channel, which is amazing, and I appreciate that so much. You get a new badge. So yeah. So next month of member, so it changes periodically. So our next trial, I have some homework for you guys. So ooh, Dunham Emmett. Surgeon ooh, Samantha, that sounds interesting. You know what? So I'm gonna put my email on the chat. Email me any information. Hey! um so reach out to me on the email, Samantha. Give me some information and we might be able to follow that. For sure, we can definitely. Hey, thank you very much, Denise, for your support for the last 2 months and even before that, and for everyone else's. I really appreciate you. You guys are amazing. You rock. Awesome. Good morning, Nancy. Hello. Oh, I am gonna write it down. Ignore. Oh my days. Ingolf, sorry. That's interesting. Thank you very much for that, Samantha. I will literally, I will look into it. I really appreciate it. I've written down pickles. I have. So, homework for you guys. Homework for you guys. Do you guys have a pen? Oh, no way. Was he? Because I know Samantha, right? After this saying this, I'll tell you your guys' homework because you guys need to write that down before trial. Um, Brian Welsh, that is another trial as well from the same courtroom with Judge Bev as well. Proctor was also the lead investigator. Oh my days, that is gonna be that's I'm already picked my interest. Hey, good morning, Susie. Hello, welcome in. Hello, welcome in, my friend. Good morning. So now, everyone, pen and paper, so I can give you homework. Our next trial, right, is gonna be Linda Sturmer out of Michigan. And before the trial starts, you need to watch the show 48 Hours, season 33, episode 15. It is from 2020 episode, but the case is also from 2007. And she is the retrial because her first conviction got overturned. So that's a little bit preview. Yes, I will type it. So 48 hours, season 33, episode 15. And then the name of the person is Linda Sturmer. So there you go. It is it is in chat and it is on screen right now. I think that's how you spell it. Yes. I think it is. So that's your guys' homework. For well, I don't want to say for tomorrow, but if you can get it done by tomorrow, or whenever you can, yeah. So definitely. So that's your guys' homework for the next trial, because so and 33. Sorry, did I put 22? 33. Sorry about that. I've got put the wrong season. Have I put the wrong? Oh. Uh-oh. I've been talking too much, because... Did you guys write it down? Yes? Awesome. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay. If any questions, you can come to the teacher, and the teacher will help you. No, I'm joking. I am no teacher, but I'm just... You guys definitely can have a look, but... Good. I am gonna make a test out of it. So you better study. You better know what the case is about, and you better listen. The trials is supposed to start. I think tomorrow, because the jury selection starts today, Nancy. So. The jury selection starts again today in that trial, and it is a trial. Oh, that we are going to be following before Lori, because I literally just saw Kathy Russo on X tweeting about it, and I asked her how long it was going to be, and if it was going to be done by before Lori, and she said yes. So, oh, nice, awesome. Not too early because it's already 1 o'clock, half one in here in the UK. So, well, Denise, it's okay. Do you need to watch Traitors? Yes, you did. Oh, the trial is the Linda. Hang on, I'm trying to type it, even though you can't hear it. Sorry. So it's Linda Stammer out of Michigan. The best thing ever is, do you know what it is? Is that it is Michigan, and Michigan, this county that the trial is gonna be. It's only a 5 hour difference, 4 hour difference of me, and we get a brand new state for our spreadsheet. So we get a new state, and we get a slow different time difference. So that is awesome. All the good things, and it is good, a good trial. Well, it seems it's gonna be a good trial, because it is gonna be a retrial from 2007. She's already got convicted on the charges of unaliving her husband, but the conviction got overturned. So she's accused of unaliving her husband. Of First of all, she set the house on fire, right? And she says she was in the basement doing laundry, but the house got set on fire. The husband somehow survived and was running away from the house on fire, and she runs him over with a van. So that's the kind of small preview of the trial. Oh, enjoy lurking, Denise. So that sounds very, very intriguing. And then again, I don't know why, it is also from 2007, the original case. So I think we are following 2007 cases now. So it's, I know, same pickles. I am like, I just want to watch it. I have to watch it, and we have to watch it as a group. So so yeah, so oh, it is. Oh, nice. I graduated. I think it was around the same time. No, no, when, I don't remember. It was so long ago, that I graduated. um, no, oh no, I'm never gonna do that. I think Garden Bot thinks that I will one day. I'm learning how to get rid of him, but I am nah. Oh, talking about Garden Bot, that has nothing to do with Garden Bot, but I've made two new songs for the playlist for the lunch hour. So I can now wait to show you guys the songs that I did. Well, I did not do the songs. Sorry about that. I did not do the songs. Um Suno did. I just put words for the song to be done, so it's like I'm not the musician. Just oh, there is movement in chord. There's movement in chord. I know. I'm like, I'm really enjoying them. They well, to me they sound really cool, obviously, but that's to me. That can be wrong. All right, I think we are getting ready to watch court. Are you guys ready for the day? Let's get the show on the road. Don't forget to like the stream. It does help a lot to the channel. Share the channel as well, if you want to. Obviously, make sure you subscribe.
You're ready.
And yes, we are ready, sir.
North Central Judicial District is again on the record. The time is 32 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock. Today's date is March 25th, 2025. My name is Richard L. Haggard, District Court Judge. This is the time and place set for a continuation of the State of North Dakota versus Nichole Rice trial. File is 512022CR421. Ms. Rice is present along with her counsel. State is represented by counsel. The jury is not present. We were in the middle of, I believe, Mr. Coons' testimony. Ms. Sorgan, anything before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Coons still here? He is.
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll bring in the jury, please.
I always forget at this part I can also talk, and I'm just I'm entertained because I need to tweet it out. That's what I do every day. It's just saying to people that we are alive. So it's gonna be an interesting day. So we're gonna carry on with the 10K expert. I think that's what we're gonna call him, the 10K expert. That's his name, not Coons. Actually, I forgot his name. Does anyone remember his first name? Because I forgot to write it. Did I write it down? Oh, I know I did. Oh, look at me. I did write it down. His name. So I can put on the thingamajigga. All right, here we go.
Jury is now present. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Waive roll call, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Coons, you want to come on back up here, please? You're still under oath, sir. All right. Mr. Sand, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Coons, we were in the middle of your testimony yesterday when we broke for the day. So I'd like to resume that. We were going through the suspects that you had laid out in your prior testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And the last suspect that we had wrapped up with was Michael Van. Do you recall that?
I do.
And prior to that, we had discussed Ms. Rice and Tyler Schmalz. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, just a couple things regarding Ms. Rice. You were present in the courtroom for Sergeant Asham's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were present regarding her testimony that had to do with Nichole's interviews?
Yes.
Now, there's an interview from March 12th, 2022. Can you tell me a little bit about your takeaway from that interview?
That was the interview conducted in conjunction with the cold justice investigators.
Okay. Were there any, and we had previously discussed the read tactics. Were that used in this interview?
Yes, that's the same one.
Can you explain that again?
So read is a school of thought of interviewing. It's designed in a way that you ask questions to get a specific response, and those responses can
Your Honor, I need
indicate.
to object at this point. There's been no foundation to qualify the witness as an expert in interrogation, specifically the read technique, just in investigations. Those are two very different fields.
A little late, Mr. Nelson. He already talked about it at 4:15 yesterday, so he may continue to answer, but you've already covered it, Mr. Sands, so can you move on?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you had testified previously that Sergeant Asham took the stand and stated that she wasn't familiar with the entire file. Do you remember saying that?
It did not seem to me she was familiar with the file.
Okay. Now, in this particular interview from March 12th, there's some statements regarding a bowl in the sink. Do you recall that?
I do.
In your expert opinion, can you state to the court what your takeaway was from that portion of the interview?
The bowl in the sink with the dirty water was present when Nichole was walked through the apartment.
Okay, and there's been some testimony about withholding. What is withholding?
So withholding is intentionally not releasing information about a case so that it can be used to possibly identify those responsible.
Now, there's been a lot of testimony and things presented by the state about withholding, particularly the body, the knife, the stabbing, the bowl. What's your takeaway after reviewing this interview regarding the withholdings?
Well, the bowl for sure is not something that would have been unknown to her because she saw it there when she was brought in to see if anything was missing from the apartment.
Is this something that Case Agent Ashland, do you think, should have known before taking the stand?
I would think so. I mean, when you're the case agent, you got to know your case inside and out. It doesn't matter if you're splitting up responsibilities with another investigator. You know, you may split it up. I'm going to do these 6 interviews. You do these 6 interviews, but you've got to know your whole case. You've got to have a firm grasp of what you have there. If someone lies to you, how are you going to call them out on that if you're not aware of the entirety? And I'll leave it at that.
Well, it's interesting you bring up lying. There's been a lot of testimony about Nichole's inconsistencies. Do you recall hearing about that?
I do.
Especially about the timeline regarding the weekend of the murder.
Yes.
Can you please, in your expert opinion, explain to the court your expert opinion regarding the inconsistencies in that timeline?
So yes, I agree, as I said before, that there are inconsistencies. However, I feel they are irrelevant. So it boils down to she is in pocket by someone all day until about 11:30 after watching a movie with her cousin. Now, at that point, she states she goes home, sleeps on the couch, and the next thing is that she encounters her father early the next morning. So we know from the phone records that Anita was likely killed somewhere around 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, the 3rd. Getting my dates mixed up here. Would be Saturday the 3rd, and the screen was found around 7:30 that same morning. So Nichole would have had to have gotten up 4:30 to get from Velva to Minot, undetected by anybody else that's in the house, commit the murder, clean up, get back home, again undetected, get back to sleep on the couch, wake up, spend the rest of the day as if nothing happened, going out on the four-wheelers, checking on the cattle, shooting gophers, whatever they did that day. And I just don't buy that.
And I apologize, in your answer, you said that you got a little confused about the days. I think it was Saturday and Sunday. Could you clear that up for the court just to make sure that we have a clear record?
Yeah, so it's Saturday the 3rd.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sorry. No, I'm not. It's Saturday is the 2nd, Sunday is the 3rd.
Okay.
Sorry.
And so that being said, and Your Honor, I apologize. I don't want it to be asked and answered, but given the fact that now it's Saturday is the 2nd, Sunday is the 3rd, can you please, this is important, can you please state again your position on any inconsistencies in the timeline?
So again, the inconsistencies are all prior to the time in question. And the Saturday, starting at the home in Velva, going to the family event in Sykeston, going to the bar in Russo, going to the cousin's house to watch a movie, possibly once back and forth to the home in Velva to get cheese dip, and then back to the home. That all occurs Saturday. And so it's after 11:30 up until the point of the murder that's in question.
And in investigating this case, to the best of your personal knowledge, you testified about Nichole's parents' home, you testified about the bar and grill in Russo, you testified about the cousin's house where they watched the movie. How close in proximity are these places to each other?
It seems, from looking at a map, that from Velva to Sykeston is quite a ways. I don't know how long it takes to get there, but
and that's where the party was?
Yes,
on Saturday.
The going away party for the cousin heading off to Iraq. I think it's an hour and a half, 2-hour drive from there, and then back to Russo. That's another long drive, and I believe Russo is pretty close to Velva, is my understanding.
Okay. And as far as where she watched the movie and her parents' house?
My understanding it's about a 5-minute ride.
Now, the state has challenged your credibility quite a few times as an expert. That being said, how many crime scenes in your career as an FBI agent would you say you've processed?
I'm going to take a stab here, 20 to 30.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony in this case, testimony by Sergeant Asham, when you were here regarding whether or not this break-in included a robbery. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you recall Sergeant Asham testifying about Nichole doing an inventory of her own items, correct?
Correct.
Now, if items were stolen from Anita's room, who would be the best person to tell law enforcement what was missing?
Anita would if she were available.
And what type of items, in your expert opinion, you just said that you processed, a couple dozen crime scenes. What type of items would you be looking for to be missing?
Money, jewelry, other valuables, anything really. Just anything, obviously. A TV, something that could be resold. Could be anything.
Now, the smaller stuff like cash and jewelry, and I don't mean small in value, I mean small in actual physical size. Is that something that you think Nichole would know?
I don't think so.
One more question regarding Ms. Rice. You had testified earlier that it was not impossible to rule her out as a suspect. Can you please elaborate to the court what you meant by that?
So it's not impossible. So we can't, nobody has eyes on her between 11:30 to, I think, about 8 o'clock the next morning. So her account that she went home, went to sleep, next thing she recalls is encountering her father who was up. So it's during those hours that you don't know for sure where she was at. We don't have the CSLI, the cell site location information that puts her phone anywhere. Now, just because the CSLI puts the phone somewhere doesn't mean the person's with the phone, but it's a good indication. And was it moving? Was it bouncing from tower to tower? But we don't have that. So I can't say where she was for sure, so it's not impossible.
Is it fair to say that, given your testimony regarding the timeline of events that weekend, that it's improbable, if not highly improbable?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to move back to your list. Like I said, we had gone through Nichole Rice, we had gone through Tyler Smalls, we had gone through Michael Van. There were two more names on your list, the next person being Marty Annell. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, tell me what you learned about Marty Annell through your investigation in this case.
Marty was the property maintenance man and was in a relationship with the property manager, Laura Knapp. He is the person who found the screen window knocked out of the frame, took it back to his shop for repair, found it while making rounds on a Sunday morning between 7 and 7:30, according to his statement.
What are your thoughts about rounding on Sunday morning?
It seems awfully early on a Sunday morning to be doing rounds, routine work.
As an investigator, what are your thoughts about a maintenance man finding a screen off of the window, curtain rods off of the window, and then throwing the rods back into the apartment?
I find it odd that more wasn't done to find out if something was wrong.
Why is that?
If I see a window broken out of the frame, maybe it's because I'm an investigator, but I'm automatically thinking break-in. And by the account that I read, he tossed the curtain rod and the curtain that was laying there with it through the open window. And I don't recall if he hollered in or anything, but didn't notice the body that was probably, within arm's reach of him at that point, and just takes it off to a shop to repair. I find that unusual.
Now, you mentioned the screen, and there's been some testimony from that in the state's case in chief that there was DNA found on the screen. It's their position that DNA was transferred from the knife. Be that as it may, as far as DNA being on the screen, can you please, in your expert opinion, explain to the court what your thoughts are on that?
So it could have come from the knife post-mortem. Clearly, it got there post-mortem because it was Anita's, but it didn't have to come from the knife. I think whoever did this came in through an unlocked door, turned it behind them, committed the act, cut the window, tried to climb through, maybe got an elbow or a foot caught on it, and pulled it the rest of the way out, and then fled. It doesn't make sense if you're going to stage a crime scene that you will cut it and then proceed to knock it out. Why would you do that?
Now, you testified about the door. Are you 100% certain that somebody came in through the door? Is there a possible other entrance?
No, I'm not 100% certain. They could have come through that window. It is possible to do.
Okay. Now, as far as the door goes, what does entrance through the door tell you about this case?
Entrance through the door tells me that they either had a key or it was unlocked or she let them in.
Any possibility of picking lock or anything like that?
Or it could have been picked, or there could have been a key under the mat, or somebody could have been given a key that we don't know about. We just don't know is the short answer.
And Marty Annell had a key, correct?
He did.
Okay. And you testified that you reviewed the interviews of Laura Knapp in this case, correct?
Yes.
After reviewing those interviews, did you learn anything about the doorknob?
So when Anita's father came and was trying to get her attention, I have to believe that he checked to see if the door was locked, although that's not clear. He went to get the property manager to help him, who had a key, and she was able to get the door open. But there, in her statement, it's still not clear. She didn't check to see if it was unlocked before she put the key in. Now, it's a deadbolt, which is not integrated with the actual handle, which does not have a lock on it. So you can put the key in and turn it, but it could already be unlocked. Again, I just don't know. My point is it's possible that it was unlocked.
Excuse me.
I think it probably was locked, but again, I can't say for sure.
And during your review of the case, you had an opportunity to review the reenactment that police conducted, correct?
Yes.
What did you notice in that reenactment?
And you're not talking about the Spingola reenactment, right?
No, I'm talking about the reenactment by Minot Police where they went in and out of the court scene, where they went in and out of the screen. There was a couple detectives, and then they had a female staff member help them with it.
Correct. Yeah, it's possible to do. And, you know, there is debris under there, but also, as stated and in the pictures, you can see the bed is right there. You don't have to touch the floor to get in there.
And we're going to get into Devin Hall in a little bit, but after reviewing the case, it sounds like Devin Hall's a professional break-in guy. Is this something that would be difficult for somebody like him?
Hard to say. It's hard to say that he's a professional, as the prosecution stated. He's not real good at it. He gets caught. But, you know, he was a young guy at the time. I think it's definitely a possibility.
Now, what did you learn about Marty and Elle's personal life after reviewing the case?
He had issues in his personal life, reported to be an alcoholic, had been in and out of jail, some minor drug use, relationship issues. It was reported that he was never the same after Anita died. He had a collection of knives that he kept in a box. And at one point, he told his best friend, Vern Olson, that he had done something really bad, but didn't elaborate on that. And it was the next day that he killed himself.
And it's fair to say, after reviewing the file, that Marty said that he was never the same after Anita's death?
That's what he told Vern Olson in the audio that I listened to.
Now, Sergeant Asham had also testified that Marty had no means to commit this crime. What are your thoughts on that statement?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, Sergeant Asham had testified earlier that Marty Annell had no means to commit this crime. What are your thoughts on that statement?
I'm not even sure what that means.
Okay. As an investigator, do you think that Marty had the ability and the access to be in that apartment?
Yes.
Now, moving on to the final suspect that you had mentioned, Mr. Hall. What did you learn about Devin Hall in your course of reviewing this case?
So Devin Hall arrived in Minot on June 2nd. There's some dispute on that, but by everything that I've reviewed, it's my assertion that he arrived in Minot on or before June 2nd.
Okay. Now, you testified that there's been testimony about June 2nd. Do you mean that there's been testimony that he arrived the following day?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think that he arrived on June 2nd or earlier?
Well, he said so in his first interview, and then later changed it to, well, it was the second or third, and then later changed it to, well, it was the third or the fourth. I reviewed documents and listened to testimony that Nova Wetsit, I believe his aunt, said no, it was on the third, and provided a video in support of that. However, the time stamp on that video is, I believe, January 1st of 2000. So the date had not been set. There's nothing to indicate on that video what the date was that it was recorded. And the copy that I read is a digital copy of an analog tape. So it was VHS. It's been converted into digital. There's no metadata. There's nothing to authenticate the date of that. Now, I've scoured that video for any kind of clues of when it could have been taken. You know, somebody holding a doc in a newspaper or anything. You know, the print would be awfully fine. But I didn't see anything.
And this video is from the train station?
This is from this train station.
And isn't it true in the video that never shows Devin Hall getting off the train on
Objection on their leading.
Overruled.
So the video shows a group of people walking from the train, but I never see them getting off of the train. So I see a group of young men, actually a lot of people, and within that group of a lot of people, this group that she seems to be focused on, and the camera is not very good. It's all over the place. I believe that's him walking away, but I don't know if he got off the train or if he met those people and is now walking to gather with his family.
And you had an opportunity during the case, or during the course of your investigation in this case, to review the train records, correct?
I did.
Do you remember them verbatim, or would it help you if I refresh your recollection?
I'll look at it.
Your Honor, may I
That's not the way it works. Ask him the question, Mr.
Sure,
Singh.
Your Honor. Do you recall looking at the train records?
I do.
Do you remember them verbatim?
No.
Still not the way to ask the question. He doesn't remember them verbatim. Do you have a question about the train records?
Sure, Your Honor.
Ask it.
After reviewing the train records, do you recall the dates that are on those train records?
There's a variety of dates, one of which is June 2nd and June 3rd.
Okay, on June 2nd, do you see Devin Hall's name on the train records?
I do not.
Do you see other people's names from his group on those train records?
I do.
Do you recall those names?
Jaron Vivier, Nova Wetsit. I believe there's a couple others, but I don't recall.
Now, that's not 100% what I'm seeing. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a copy?
It would.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
It did.
Coons? You had stated that you had seen Jaron Vivier on these records. Isn't it true that he's on these records in May, correct?
Correct.
He's not on the train in June, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, he's at the very top, and that's a different date.
And after looking at this, is it fair to say, or did you see Devin Hall's name on these?
I did not.
Okay. And did you see anybody's name that you recognized?
I did.
And who's that?
There's a couple of Wetsits on there. I believe there's a Romero that I recognized. I feel like he was one of their friends or family, but I can't recall for sure.
And those two individuals were on the June 2nd train,
Correct.
which is Saturday.
Correct.
And there's been testimony that Anita wasn't killed until the early hours of Sunday morning, correct?
Correct.
So that would give that group time to get to Minot.
It would.
Whether or not Devin Hall's name's on this, if he was traveling with that group, he would have been in Minot by the 2nd.
Correct.
There's been some testimony about Mr. Hall's arrest in Minot a number of days after Anita's murder. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you look into that at all in your review of the case file?
Yes, I did.
And what are your thoughts on that?
So on June 11th, Mr. Hall was arrested. He had broken into an apartment through the window and attempted to sexually assault a woman there. She cried out. Her boyfriend came running in, chased him back out of that window. A fight ensued. He ran away again, entered yet another apartment in the same complex, and was ultimately caught hiding in a closet with a steak knife in his back pocket.
Was he taken to jail after that?
He was.
In a review of the file, did you find anything about jail calls?
I did.
What did you find out about that?
Several jail calls were recorded to family members. I believe there were 2 family members on one call, and then there was a separate call. In both instances, he claimed the knife as his own, and not just any knife. He said that was his knife.
Now, during a review of the file, have you had an opportunity to look at photos of the murder weapon, the knife in this case?
I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, Agent Coons, I'm going to put, am I getting picked up here? Thank you. Now, Agent Coons, I'm going to show you a couple photographs that have already been entered into evidence in this case. They're State's Exhibit 7I and 7J. Can you please take a look at those for me and then let me know when you've had a chance to review them?
Yes, I've seen these.
Can you please explain to me what I just put?
This is the murder weapon, the knife that killed Anita.
Okay. And is this the knife that Devin Hall identified as being in his possession?
He did, and it's very identifiable in that it's missing the emblem on the other side. So I know a lot of these knives were made, a lot of them were sold. I don't know how many were sold in the state of North Dakota or Montana, and I don't know how many of them would be missing exactly the same medallion that he agreed was missing from his own knife. So this is the knife that Devin claimed was his.
And I'll keep those up there with you. Is the missing medallion the only thing that's unique about the state of this knife?
No.
What
I mean,
else?
it's pretty, I've never seen one like it until this case. It's a folding pocket knife. It's fairly large. It's got a decorative handle. It's kind of copper colored. There's many things that are unique about this knife.
Now, Sergeant Asham had testified that this is a very common knife. What, in your experience as an investigator, what is the coincidence of something like this, the missing medallion, knife being used in a murder, and then another person possessing the same type of knife that had a missing medallion in a case like this?
Astronomical.
Can I have those back, please? Agent Coons, can you describe, well, first of all, have you seen photographs of Devin Hall?
I have.
Can you describe him to the court?
He's over 6 foot tall, I think 6'2", 6'3", maybe at most, 6'2", I believe. 200 plus pounds. At the time, well, can you specifically now or then?
At the time.
At the time, he looks fit, about 200 pounds, 6'2". Short hair, dark hair. I don't know what color his eyes are. It matches this description given by Becky Ehrman of a person that she saw running away from the scene that night.
Now, I had asked you if you'd seen photographs. Have you also reviewed descriptions of Devon Hall in the case file and reports and such?
I have.
Now, you mentioned Becky Ehrman. There's been testimony about Miss Ehrman seeing a man running away from the scene with what could have been a bloodied shirt, a dirtied shirt.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
Again, highly coincidental that a person matching the description almost to a T of Devon Hall seen running away from the area of the crime scene with a dirty or bloody shirt is something I, as an investigator, am going to thoroughly pursue.
Now, there's been some testimony presented by the state about the criminal history of Devon Hall. Did you have a chance to look into that?
I have.
What can you tell the court?
Since Anita's death, he has been convicted of 4 counts of similar crimes on 3 separate incidences.
And what types of crimes are those?
Breaking into apartments and sexually assaulting women or attempting to.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that when he was arrested in Minot, he was found with a knife.
Yes.
And
Different knife, but a knife, yep.
sure. Given everything that you reviewed in this case, well, strike that. I'm going to come back, Your Honor. What law enforcement agencies were involved in the investigation in this case?
Multiple. There was the Minot PD, the North Dakota BCI, tribal law enforcement, and federal law enforcement, the FBI.
The FBI?
Correct.
What was the FBI's involvement in this case?
FBI was mostly a consulting role. Materials were provided to the Behavioral Analysis Unit, which are commonly known as profilers. They were looking for assistance in identifying who might be responsible for this.
Did they have any suggestions?
They did.
What was that?
They felt the strongest suspect in this case was Devon Hall.
This is the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
It is.
Now, you might be a little biased towards the FBI, obviously spending 22 years there, but what type of weight did you garner from that when you read that in the case file?
A lot. In addition to their assessment, it was my own assessment as well, independently.
So just to follow up on that, in your expert opinion, what is Devon Hall's connection to this case?
I believe he's the most likely suspect, in my opinion, and if I were investigating this, I would tie down a lot of these loose ends that they've left open.
And you had testified earlier that this was not one of the 4 suspects that when the investigation was reopened with Cole Justice and they were assisting Sergeant Asham, he was not on the list.
He was not on the list, and I was dumbfounded as to why isn't the person that appears to me as the strongest suspect not even visited in this show.
How would you rate the overall investigation in this case?
I hate to be critical, but not very good.
Why is that?
There's a lack of attention to detail. There's a lack of thoroughness. They seem to spend a lot of attention running down dead-end rabbit holes while glossing over some very important facts, details.
What, if anything, about this case piques your interest?
I don't think we have the correct person being charged, in my opinion, and being a law enforcement background and a person that investigates for a living, I would like, if given the opportunity, I would like to investigate this further. There's a lot more work to do.
Questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Agent Kuntz.
Which one? Mr. Nelson, do you have any cross-examination?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Mr. Coons, do you have a Twitter handle?
I do.
Is that @dcoons?
That sounds right.
Okay. I was looking at it this morning. I saw a tweet that you sent out on December 1st, 23. I'm going to read it to you. You tell me if you agree with this, because it was your statement.
Okay.
A professional investigator seeks evidence, then forms conclusions. Comer, Jordan et al. Form conclusion, then seek evidence. It's like pounding a square peg into a round hole and saying, see, it fits.
Yes,
That sound accurate?
that sounds accurate.
Okay.
That's also what I see in this case.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you said that, because we're going to go through quite a few things here. Now, you testified right at the beginning yesterday that you have done, or did, approximately 100 total investigations in your time with the FBI.
It's an estimate for sure.
You were an agent for 22 years.
Yes,
That's somewhere between 4 and 5 a year.
that's probably right. It's probably on the low side, putting it that way.
Okay. On the low side, meaning that you weren't a very busy FBI agent?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The first 6 years I worked in Sioux
Mr.
Falls.
Coons, there wasn't a question before you.
Okay,
You did 15 murder investigations.
roughly, yes.
With those, now since you were FBI, I'm assuming those probably took place on native reservations?
Most of them did, yes.
Okay. Now, were you the lead on those investigations?
Some of them.
How many were you the lead on?
I'm going to say 6,
6 of those?
roughly.
Okay. Did you testify in those trials?
Yes,
Were you called the case agent in those trials?
yes.
Did you have to listen to an expert badmouth your investigation?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Yeah, but it's a legitimate question.
I believe so. I believe a couple times.
Okay. So you've heard other people Monday morning quarterback your investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, I was a little confused on something that you testified to yesterday, and I'd like you to clarify. You said that you reviewed the entire file.
Yes,
Okay. But then you also said that some of the pages you felt weren't that important. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
that's accurate.
Some of the pages being more important than others.
Correct.
Okay. So did you personally review the whole file, or did your team, Veracity IIR, review the whole
I
file?
personally at least glanced at every document.
Okay. Now, you talked about false leads yesterday.
Yes,
Okay. And that there were quite a few false leads in this case.
yes.
Did you listen to any of the testimony from Detective Goodman?
No,
Okay. So you're not aware that, for example, there was a false lead, and actually it's in the file, about a person who they thought could have done it potentially, but was in jail for 10 days on either side, or 5 days roughly on either side of the murder.
I remember something about that. I don't remember the name of the person. It's one of those things that, you have to glance at it to deem it important or not. It's probably something that I looked at, set over here in this pile.
So the answer to that is yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you listen, as part of your review for this file, or for testimony today, did you watch the Laura Knapp testimony?
No,
Did you review the deposition that she gave?
no,
So you're unaware that her testimony was that the door was locked when she got there and she had to unlock the door.
correct.
Okay. And that she tried it before and still had to unlock it.
Correct. My testimony was based on the reports that I read in the discovery.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask you to answer only the questions that were actually asked of you. Okay? Now, Laura Knapp testified.
Your Honor, he has stated that he didn't watch the testimony of Laura Knapp.
Okay, but I'll let him ask the question first.
Let me back up just a little bit. You testified that hardware stores cut keys.
Yes,
Okay. Now, I've worked at a hardware store, so I can agree with that statement. But the testimony from Laura Knapp was that there was only one locksmith in Minot that had that key.
okay.
So there was only one place you could get that key cut in Minot. Does that make sense?
In my
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He did not watch the testimony of Laura Knapp. I'm not sure how he has personal knowledge of this. A witness has to have personal knowledge.
Overruled. He said specifically, he says, ask him if he knew that, and if his answer is no, then he can't go on. So overruled. Keep going.
Okay.
He's a big guy, Mr. Sand. He can answer his questions,
Thank you, Your Honor.
if he can.
So I take it you're also unaware that she said that, or testified that you could only get that key cut with permission.
I'm not aware of that testimony.
Okay. I'm going to come back to something here because something that popped up at the very end of your testimony was that you felt that the Minot Police Department was, I'm not sure if I'm paraphrasing here, but glossing over important facts.
Yes.
You don't think that you can only get the key cut from one person and it has to be by permission is an important fact in this case?
It is if it could be determined.
That's a yes
Factual.
or no question.
Yes.
Okay, so we agree it's an important fact.
Yes.
And you pretty much glossed over that, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've looked at a map of North Dakota.
I have.
Okay. And you know that Sykeston and Carrington are not the same place.
No, correct. I'm aware of that.
Okay. Just like Grand Forks, Fargo, Minot, Bismarck, they're not the same place.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how far apart they are?
I don't for sure, but it's my understanding they're nearby.
Is this your first time visiting North Dakota?
Probably.
Okay. So you're not that familiar with our state?
No.
All right. Now, you testified about Nichole's statements, and you pretty much have to believe everything Nichole says for her story to make sense, don't you?
No.
Why not?
I concede that there are inconsistencies in her statement.
Okay, so the story changed.
It did.
Okay. Do you think that a person who is potentially suspected of murder would know the story?
Yes.
Okay. But her story changed.
It did.
Okay. Now you testified about that she never went back to Minot, but by reviewing the case file, you know there's a statement in there that she did return to Minot.
One witness said that, yes.
Okay. So is that the reason why you said you can't rule out Nichole as the murderer?
Well, the reason you can't rule her out is because we really...
Again, that's a yes or no
You
question.
gotta let him answer, Your Honor.
Okay, it is a yes or no answer. We'll do that
Can you
first.
repeat, please?
Sure. Is that the reason you can't rule her out?
No,
Are there other reasons you can't rule her out?
there are.
Okay. Have you been to that farm outside Belleville?
I have not.
Have you driven? So you haven't been to that farm. Would it follow that you haven't driven from that farm to the apartment in North Minot?
I have not.
Okay. Now, you testified about the statement given to William May and the other people at that party. You recall that from yesterday?
I do.
Do you recall the statement that the defendant gave to William May and the other people at that party saying, "I did it"?
Can you repeat that, please?
That the defendant said, "I did it."
Yes.
Okay. And you discount that because there's no record of that phone call being made to the Minot Police Department as testified by William May.
No. I don't discount it.
You don't discount it.
No.
So you believe William May.
No. I just don't discount it.
Okay.
It's a piece of the puzzle.
Piece of the puzzle. Did you watch William May's testimony?
No.
Okay. So you don't know that he said when he talked to her the next day, she didn't deny killing Anita. She denied saying that she killed Anita.
All I know about what Willie May said is from the discovery in his prior statement.
Okay. So that's a no, you don't know that.
Correct.
Okay. Are you a proponent of the read style technique?
Certain aspects of it, not in
Okay.
its entirety.
Not in its entirety, but certain aspects.
Correct.
So you think it's a useful, if you think that certain aspects of it are good, that it has some usefulness in law enforcement.
Yes.
So do you think there was any issue with detectives using the read technique?
No,
Okay. So that's not a problem for you.
it is not.
All right. Now you testified about Tyler Schmaltz next. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And that Anita kept him in the friend zone.
Yes.
And you testified about his Facebook.
Yes.
Now you looked at the Facebook video and talked about the drawing that he made when I believe you testified he would have been about 10.
Sixth grade, whatever that is.
Okay. And you said, I believe it's in your report as well here, that a person suspected of murder potentially would not do that.
I don't think that's exactly what I put, but
Let me take a look here. Extremely inappropriate considering he knows he is a suspect of a stabbing murder.
yes,
That sounds like you?
that's me.
Okay. You think it's inappropriate to say something about, for him to have a stabbing thing?
For him to say what?
For him to have a stabbing thing that's Friday the 13th or whatever it is?
I think it's unusual, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you something. When you were on direct there a moment ago, let me find my notes. Didn't you say to Mr. Sand over there that you were going to take a stab at something?
In meaning, I guess, yes.
Okay. You think that's appropriate in a case that involves a stabbing murder?
That was a poor choice of words, yes.
Okay. But you're an experienced investigator. 22 years as a law enforcement officer with the not with the Minot Police Department of Old Habits there, with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and you would let something like that slip in trial?
Apparently.
Okay. You're aware that horror movies are big business.
I don't know anything about that.
You don't drive by movie theaters and see that they have horror movies or see ads on
I
TV?
know they exist. I don't know about their big business.
Okay. They are, could we agree that they're a relatively popular genre, just like an action movie or romantic comedy, thing like that?
I'll agree to that.
Okay. So is it unusual for a person to like that sort of?
No,
Okay. Do you watch those movies?
I have.
Okay. Now, you testified at length about self-site location information.
Yes.
In your time with the FBI, did you procure self-site information?
Yes.
How did you do that? Did you do that in 2007, let's say?
I might have. I don't know for sure.
Okay. 2008?
I don't know the details, no. I've used it many times.
But you can't tell us when.
I can't tell you when.
Did you get that by subpoena or search warrant?
I believe I get those by search warrant.
Since when?
It just depends on the case. I may be incorrect. It may be just a subpoena is necessary for those. It depends on if you're going to get it from the phone and you're going to extract it using a Cellbrite or something similar. You have to have a search warrant for that. If you're going to get it from the phone company, it's a subpoena.
Self-site information comes from the phone carriers. You testified to that.
Yes. But you
Okay.
can also get it extracted from the phone itself.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're
Okay.
talking about the cell site information, which comes from the carriers.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified just now that you can get that by subpoena.
Yes.
Okay. You left the FBI in 2018?
Yes.
Are you aware about the Carpenter decision came down in 2015?
No.
The Carpenter decision was
Your
the
Honor,
U.S.
he
Supreme Court.
testified no.
Yeah, now he's going to tell him what it is, so overruled.
The Carpenter decision was the U.S. Supreme Court saying that that information was very private and can only be received through a search warrant. That was 3 years before you left the FBI, and you're unaware of that.
I'm not aware of that.
So were you violating people's rights in the last 3 years of your FBI career?
No.
Okay. So you already testified you weren't watching the testimony of Detective Goodman. I take it you were not watching the testimony of Detective Barnard?
No, I was under sequestration at that time.
Okay. So you weren't here or watching to hear that that bowl in the sink was emptied when they processed the crime scene?
No.
That bowl, that they processed the crime scene on the 4th of June?
I wasn't here.
Okay. But you testified that the defendant saw that bowl.
Yes.
That walkthrough with the defendant occurred after they processed the scene. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So there's really no way that she could have seen that bowl if they would have emptied it and moved it. Is that accurate?
All I know is what I read in the transcript of Asham's interview with her.
I'm asking you a logical question here. If they dumped that water into a couple of water bottles, as was testified to, and they had that bowl in evidence, would there have been any way for the defendant to see that bowl without knowing that that bowl was there ahead of time?
No.
Okay. You testified that it was quite a way to go from Vilva to Sykeston.
A couple hours, I believe.
Okay. But you haven't personally driven that.
I have not.
Just like you said, it was a long drive to Russo.
Depends on from where. If you're coming from Sykeston to Russo, I would
Okay.
consider that a long way.
And you haven't driven that either.
I have not.
Okay. So because you weren't here and didn't watch the testimony, you're unaware that, are you unaware that there was money visibly there in Anita's purse?
I don't recall that detail.
Okay. That would have been in the file as well.
I'm scanning my memory banks here. I believe I do remember that nothing appeared to be missing from her purse.
Okay. You don't recall that there was money that was visible in her purse?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Are you glossing over an important fact there again?
Yes.
Okay. Now you testified, now let's just move on here. Let's talk about Marty here. Your testimony was that Marty found that screen on Sunday morning when he was doing the rounds between 7 and 7:30.
Yes.
Okay. You found that odd.
Yes.
I found that odd too because he found the screen on Monday morning, the 4th.
Okay.
You testified it was the 3rd.
Okay.
So are you getting the facts wrong again?
Apparently I did on that one.
Okay. Let me ask you something. You reviewed Marty's history?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. Now, Marty had some issues with law enforcement, didn't he?
Yes.
As far as being arrested a couple times.
Correct.
Okay. Was he an officer with any law enforcement agency?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, you're an expert in investigations.
Yes.
That means that you have specialized knowledge that the rest of the world doesn't have.
Correct.
You probably have knowledge that I don't have, and I fully admit that.
Okay.
Okay. Marty wasn't an investigator, was he?
No.
So he wouldn't have the same knowledge or basis for understanding things that you have.
No.
So, based on the fact that Marty clearly doesn't have a law enforcement background, why would you think he should have thought a crime took place here?
A screen broken out of a window that's also been cut. I think it doesn't take an FBI agent to feel that something might be wrong.
You haven't actually seen the screen itself, have you?
Not physically, no.
Okay.
Pictures only.
So you don't know if it's a cheap aluminum screen?
It appears to be, but I don't know.
Okay. Now, the testimony that we've gotten in this trial, and it's in that reenactment video, because you've watched that reenactment video, you said.
Correct.
And you heard Marty's voice in that video?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall someone saying that the screen was in the window?
I think so, yes. That sounds
Okay.
right.
And that was testified earlier that was Marty's voice.
Okay.
Okay. So Marty told law enforcement that that screen was found inside the window.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have any way of knowing how often Marty would have had to replace screens at that apartment complex?
I don't. And can I ask a question?
No.
Okay.
I get to ask the questions here. Let me just back up. You would have no way of knowing how often Marty had to replace screens at that.
No.
Okay. Which means you wouldn't have any way of knowing if that was a common occurrence.
No.
Based on that, do you think it's possible that Marty didn't think anything of having you replace a screen?
Can you repeat that?
Based on the fact that you just testified, you don't know how often that Marty had to replace screens.
Correct.
And you just said it looked like it was a cheap aluminum screen.
Correct.
All right. You've been down to a Home Depot or Menards, Lowe's, what we've got around here.
Yes.
You've seen those screens.
I have.
Okay. And those kind of bend easily, don't they?
They do.
That's why they're cheap.
Yes.
Okay. Now it's a rental unit, right?
Yes.
Landlords typically put the cheapest thing in things that they can.
I think that's correct.
Okay. You've rented apartments in your life?
I have.
Okay. In your experience, did they put pretty cheap stuff in those apartments?
Often, yes.
Mine as well. Now, so you can't testify that it'd be unusual for him to take that screen to his shop. Except you did say that.
In the context of the case, if it's laying there broken, the unusual.
Mr. Coons, it was just
Okay.
we just agreed that it wasn't laying there. It was in the window.
I guess I don't understand your question.
Okay. You agree with me that we just established that Marty's statement was that the screen was inside the window.
Do you mean the screen was inside the frame, or the whole screen unit was inside the window where it should be?
We're talking about the whole unit, bent and all. Marty's statement was that it was in the window.
Okay.
That was in that video.
Okay.
So you agree with me that that's what the evidence says, that when Marty found it, it was in the window.
I guess I'm recalling it differently. I feel like it was found on the ground.
Do you think it's important where that window screen would have been?
It is. I know he picked up.
Mr. Coons, there's no
I'm sorry.
question before you right now. So I guess I'm just going to ask the same question I did before. Are you glossing over an important fact again?
No.
All right, then. You don't think that's an important fact, is that right?
It is an important fact.
I'm sorry, it is or is not?
It is an important fact.
It's an important fact, but the fact that you are discounting the person who found it where they said they found it is not?
No.
Okay. Now, you do agree with me, because you testified to it on direct, that that DNA had to be put there inside the screen post-mortem,
Correct.
most likely from the knife.
Possibly.
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 You've seen the pictures.
I have.
Was there visible blood stains on that screen?
Yes.
Were those visible blood stains on the whole window, or were those just in the cut?
Near the cut.
Near the cut? Or in the cut?
Including in the cut, yes.
Yeah. Now, you talked about staging a crime scene. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. What does it mean to stage a crime scene?
To give it the appearance of something that it's not.
Okay. So if a person committed this murder and wanted it to look like there was a break-in through the window, which would mean that the person would have to come in and out through that window. Do you agree with that? Or most likely come in and out through that window?
To make it look like they came in and out the window? Yes.
Okay. Would that potentially include wanting police to think that upon leaving, they got caught up in the curtains, pulled the curtains out with them as they went through the window?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Why?
I think logically in my mind, you would just cut it and leave it at that.
You don't think you would take the extra step to make it look like somebody really had gone through that window?
No.
Okay. Have you thought about what you would do on a murder scene like that before?
In what role?
The murderer.
If I were trying to stage it, I would cut it and just leave it to be found at some point.
Okay.
I don't want anything laying outside the window to draw attention to it sooner than it's going to be found.
Mr. Coons, again,
naturally.
there's
No,
no question for you.
There was. He was answering your question, Mr. Nelson, so let him finish it. You can finish your answer.
So if I'm the murderer and I want it to look like someone came in and out the window, I would cut the window, leave it there, knowing it's eventually going to be found, and not have anything on the ground outside drawing attention to it to be found quicker than it might otherwise be found naturally.
If Marty had staged this, do you think that he would have left the window where it was?
I don't
Screen,
know.
excuse me.
I don't know.
Would it have made more sense than him removing it, taking it to the shop?
Your Honor, he testified he didn't know, and then to follow up on an I don't know question. I don't know how he's going to be able to answer that.
Overruled. He can answer it if he can.
I don't know, and if I'm wrong on this, I will admit that, but it was my assumption that the frame and all were on the ground.
Okay. That was your assumption, but
If
the
it's-
evidence we have in this case is
If
that
it's
that's
wrong,
not what it was.
I'll own that, yes.
Okay. Been wrong on a few things here, haven't you?
Argumentative, is that a question?
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, you did testify on direct that you believe that Gordon would have checked the door when he was trying to check on Anita.
I would have if it were me, yes.
Okay. Are you a parent?
Yes,
Okay. So if you put yourself in Gordon's shoes, you would have done the same thing.
yes.
Okay. So does it stand to reason that the door was locked and that's why he had to go find Laura?
I do believe it was locked, I just don't know for sure.
But you believe that it was locked?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the only statement, we're talking about Marty here, the only statement that Marty had a collection of knives came from a statement from a Vern Olson.
Correct.
Okay. Did you talk to Vern Olson?
I did not.
Did anyone with Veracity IIR speak to Mr. Olson?
No.
Did anyone, like an investigator for San Law, talk to Mr. Olson?
Not to my knowledge.
Maybe should have been something that should have been looked into.
If I were investigating, I would have, yes, but I was hired to review the existing investigation and weigh in on that.
So you didn't do your own investigation. You just reviewed somebody else's investigation.
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware that that part about Vern Olson saying that Marty had those knives was never verified by anyone else?
Not to my knowledge.
And you were here with when Carmen Asham testified.
I was.
And you heard Carmen Asham testify that the Minot Police Department was never able to verify that Marty had knives.
I heard her say that, yes.
Okay. Any idea where those knives might have gone?
I have no idea.
Okay. So we don't really know if he did have knives or not, or if Vern was even telling the truth.
Correct.
Okay. And we've already established that you weren't here for Laura's testimony, right?
Correct.
You didn't watch it online?
I did not.
Okay. Which means you're not aware that Laura testified that Marty didn't have knives.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, the testimony that Detective Asham gave yesterday, Sergeant Asham, was about Marty not having the motive, means, and opportunity. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But on direct, it was only limited to one of those three things.
Yes.
What was the only thing that was asked of you on direct?
Means.
Okay. Do you think that Marty had a motive?
Possibly.
Possibly.
He might have wanted to sexually assault her. He might have wanted to rob. I have no idea.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
These are assumptions,
Yes.
speculations.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of Marty ever sexually assaulting anyone?
No.
And you testified already that you looked through his criminal history.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about Devon Hall. You testified that Devon Hall originally said June 2nd, arrival in Minot, and then changed it.
Correct.
Okay. And you watched that video, you testified to it. I believe you said it was originally VHS and then transmitted into digital, or I'm not exactly how sure that works, but that's how you watched it, was digitally.
Correct.
Of Devon Hall at the train station in Minot.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever ridden the Empire Builder?
Have I ever ridden what?
The Empire Builder?
No.
Do you know what the Empire Builder is?
I do not.
The Empire Builder is the train that runs from Chicago to Seattle and Portland.
Okay.
That's the train that Devon Hall rode,
Okay.
the Amtrak train. Did you look into the Amtrak?
Some aspects of it, yes.
But you didn't bother to figure out which train it was?
I looked at the records in the discovery.
Okay. So you don't know how long the Empire Builder tends to be, do you? By that I mean how many cars?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, I've ridden the Empire Builder quite a few times. Would you have any reason to doubt when I tell you that there's approximately 12 to 14 cars behind the locomotives on that train?
No clue about that.
Okay. Have you ever ridden Amtrak?
I have.
When was the last time you rode Amtrak?
It was a fall break. My wife's teacher, we went from Chicago to New Mexico. Southwest Chief, I believe it's called.
Okay. But the question was when?
Oh, I'm sorry. 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. Do you recall when you bought the tickets for that you were able to choose which car you were going to be in, other than the special cars, the special rooms versus the coach?
I don't recall a lot about that. I did it online on the app, and I just told it what class
Okay.
we wanted, and I don't think I chose exactly what car or seat.
When you got to the train, did the conductor tell you which car you were going to get into?
No,
I'm sorry?
I don't think so. No,
The conductor didn't tell you which car to get on?
I knew which train to get on. I don't recall being told specifically to get on a certain car of that train. I just don't remember.
Now, you saw on that trip, you would have seen people coming and going because you're talking about from Indianapolis to the southwest, it's a fair distance.
Yes,
Those people would have had to figure out where they're going to go on the train, right?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall having a piece of paper stuck above your seat saying where you were exiting the train?
I don't recall. No.
Okay. But it's been 5 years since you were on Amtrak.
Yes.
So you really don't know how Amtrak works that much, do you?
Not very well. No.
Okay. Now, you testified that Devon Hall was not on the Amtrak records from the June 2nd and June 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. But you reviewed the entire file.
Yes.
And in that file, there were statements that he slipped a station agent $20 to get on that train without having to buy a ticket. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if he slipped the station agent $20 to get on that train, would there be any record of him being on that train?
If true, no.
Okay. If true. Now, you testified you did watch that video when they, in Minot,
Yes.
and you read the entire file.
I at least looked at it. Yes.
Did you review the specific documents about police interviews of other individuals that were in that video?
I believe I saw some. Yes.
Okay. And those people confirmed that they got off that train at about 9:30 on the 3rd of June in Minot.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the video that Devon Hall has seen outside the Amtrak station.
Yes.
Now, Devon Hall lived in Wolf Point, right?
Yes.
Do you know how long it takes to take the Amtrak from Wolf Point to Minot?
I don't.
Would you be surprised if, according to Amtrak, it takes 5 hours, 36 minutes?
Nope.
Okay, does that sound about accurate to you?
It would make sense. Yes.
Okay. Now, if it takes approximately 5 hours, 36 minutes, and I corrected actually, the time that it arrived in Minot was 9:20 p.m. on the 3rd of June. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Okay. Does that mean that you would have had to leave Wolf Point at approximately 3:30 p.m. if it takes 5 hours and 36 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. You know how long it takes to drive from Wolf Point to Minot?
I don't.
You didn't Google that when you were doing your research for this case?
I don't know how long it takes to drive from Wolf Point to Minot. No.
Now, if I Googled it this morning, and Google told me it was 3 hours, 42 minutes to go from Wolf Point to Minot. Does that sound accurate?
I have no reason not to believe that. No.
Okay. The question is, does it sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we do a round trip there, so you multiply that by 2, 7 hours, 24-minute round trip.
Okay.
The math on that?
Yes.
Okay. So, what time do you think Anita died?
Roughly between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m.
And you think that a person that would have had to drive to Minot, commit the murder, drive back to Wolf Point, and then get on a train and come back to Minot is the most likely person to have done it? Yes?
I never said that that's how it went. No.
No.
So no.
Follow me here.
No, I don't agree with
Follow me here. You think that Devon Hall is the most likely suspect?
that. Yes.
Okay. And that's because your compatriots or former compatriots of the FBI, or part of it was because they thought it was the most likely suspect.
Yes.
Okay. If he was on that train, and multiple people gave statements that he was on that train, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of those people have a motive to lie?
Yes.
What was that motive?
Friends and family of his would possibly want to cover for him.
So you think that friends and family of a person accused of murder would cover for them?
It's possible.
It's possible.
It is.
So statements by the defendant's family and friends about where she was, is it possible they lied about where Nichole was?
It is possible.
Okay. Okay. Now, you testified that on that June 11th date, when Devin Hall was arrested in Minot, that he had attempted sexual assault.
Yes.
That's not accurate, is it? Yeah, it was a different crime entirely, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were wrong on that.
I'm not.
It's okay to admit it.
I'm not going to admit to that one. No.
You're not.
I think that was his intention.
You think it was his intention
Yes.
when he drunkenly went into an apartment, right? Do you know where he was staying at that time?
According to the records, he said his homeboys.
Which was at 804 Sioux Street, right?
No, that's his aunt's, I believe.
Yeah, but that's where he was staying.
But that's not what he told investigators.
Okay. Now you remember that specifically, huh?
I do.
Okay. Is that because you thought it was a really important thing?
It was, yes.
Okay. But there's nothing in the file that indicates that he had attempted sexual assault that night, is there?
No.
Okay. But you think he did?
I think it's his intention. It was his intention.
Based on nothing? If there's nothing in the file, what are you basing that on?
The entirety of the file.
There's nothing in the file. So what are you basing that on?
His subsequent convictions for similar activities in which he broke into homes and sexually assaulted women.
When you went through the FBI Academy, did you learn about criminals escalating their behavior?
I don't recall that specifically. It's been a long time ago.
Sure. Now, do you recall getting trainings over the 22 years that you were with the FBI that might have dealt with that?
Yes.
What is escalation?
As you mature as a criminal, your acts get more and more severe.
Okay. So, is it potentially an escalation from the first break-in to subsequent ones as far as sexually assaulting someone?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything in the file, then, that indicates he wasn't escalating?
They seem to be all similar, so I would say no, there's no escalation.
Okay. But that's just speculation on your part, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. Yeah. Has Devin Hall killed anyone?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, you testified about some jail calls regarding Devin Hall. When did those jail calls take place?
I don't remember the exact dates. I would have to refer back to the notes.
Okay. Now, your testimony was that he said it was his knife.
Yes.
Okay. Where did you get that information from?
There's a transcript in the file
Transcript of what?
of Devin's phone call to his family members.
Okay. Do you recall a interview that Detective Goodman did with Devin Hall out in Wolf Point,
Yes.
where he showed Devin Hall the knife?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Devin Hall said it looks like the knife that I had?
Yes.
Okay. But he never said in that interview that it was his knife, did it?
No.
He just said it looked like his knife.
In that interview, yes.
Okay. Now, you were here through Carmen Ashton's testimony.
Yes.
So you heard that that knife that Devin Hall thought looked like his was later turned into law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that there were unique things about that knife,
Yes.
but then you said it was mass-produced.
Yes.
So exactly, help me understand how something can be both unique and mass-produced.
The missing emblem is the big thing.
Okay. This is a cheap knife, isn't it?
I don't know how much it costs.
Okay. There was testimony to that it was a
There,
cheap knife.
there was testimony to that. I don't know how much it costs.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that that was a cheap knife?
Nope.
Does it look like a cheap knife?
I don't know. I haven't seen the actual physical knife. That would be helpful to know if it's cheap or not.
Now, you testified that the odds of similar knives having similar missing medallions would be astronomical.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware in this file that there was a belief that there was a missing pair of blue pajama bottoms with ducks on them.
I remember that.
Okay. And were it was a pair found?
I believe those were found in trash somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So law enforcement went to the dump where the trash from this apartment complex was and found a pair
Yes.
in the same trash that came from this apartment complex.
Yes.
Were those the same pants that had belonged to Anita?
I think it was determined that they were, but I'm not sure.
Would it surprise you if you learned that those were not the same pants, that the ducks were different sizes?
It would not.
Okay. You think it's astronomical for there to be a missing pair of pants and a pair of pants that matched that description found that weren't the same pants?
Yeah, it's a pretty big coincidence for sure.
Okay. So big coincidences happen sometimes.
They do.
Okay. Now, you testified on direct about Becky Ehrman talking about this person running, the running man.
Correct.
You said that night. That was your testimony.
Yes.
This murder didn't take place at night, did it?
I'm sorry?
This murder did not take place at night, did it?
It would, if it were between 5 and 7, I believe it would still be dark. So it's in the morning, but night being dark, semantics.
This is June 4 of 2007.
Okay.
When is the summer solstice?
I don't know.
June 21.
Okay.
June 21, 22, somewhere in that range. That would be how many days before this?
13, 14, something like that?
17, 18.
17, 18. Okay.
Do you know how daylight works when it gets closer to the solstice?
Days get longer.
Okay. But my question is, the amount of daylight you gain on a daily basis, are you aware that it gets shorter every day as you get closer to the solstice?
I'm not aware of exactly how it works. I don't know what the lighting conditions were at the time.
Okay. So this is not something that you've had to figure out in your 22 years as a law enforcement officer?
I've done it before on other cases, yes.
Okay. Now, Minot's a fairly northern city, isn't it?
Yes.
So Minot has, in the summertime, Minot would have a longer day than, say, Dallas, Texas.
Correct.
Okay. And you still think it was that night?
I know what time it was.
Okay.
I'm not going to comment on the
Okay.
light.
We'll move along. And you said that was highly coincidental that somebody would be running in that area around the time of the murder.
Yes.
People go for runs, don't they?
It was described, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, you thought it was odd, or you testified, excuse me, that person that was running must have washed their hands, but they left their bloody shirt on. Explain that to me.
I didn't say anything about anyone washing their hands.
The hands were clean, according to the witness.
Is there a question?
Is
No.
that not accurate?
Now it's a question.
In the statement I read of Becky Ehrman, I don't recall her talking about his hands were clean.
Okay. Now, Nichole was the one talking about the murderer washing their hands in the sink. Do you recall that?
No.
Which would account for the bowl of water in the sink.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that some of the documents, and there's about 6,000 pages, 7,000. It's a lot, isn't it?
It's a lot.
Okay. Some of those pages are more valuable than others.
Correct.
I would imagine, if I was in your shoes, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the statements given by the defendant would be incredibly valuable pieces to go over.
Yes.
Would that mean that you would have spent more time on those than potentially, say, for example, the page involving the false lead about the person who was in jail the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall that? About Nichole saying that the murderer must have washed their hands?
I do not.
Glossed over that one, didn't you?
Answer, Your Honor.
Sustained. He does not recall.
Okay. Now, you testified, based on your knowledge of the case, that the FBI thought that Devin Hall was the most likely suspect.
Strongest suspect, yes.
Okay. Is there a difference between most likely and strongest?
No, not really.
Okay. And that would have been based on the information that the FBI was given?
Correct.
Because the FBI is not an all-knowing agency, are they?
Nope.
Okay. Just like your testimony is only based on the information that you were given.
Exactly.
And you didn't interview any of these people?
I did not.
Okay. Okay. Now, do you recall your investigative report?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying in that report that the break-in that Devin Hall did on June 11 was in the same apartment complex that the murder took place in?
Yes, that's a mistake.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's a mistake.
Okay. How far apart are they?
I don't know in terms of miles, but they're on the other side of town.
Okay. Completely different quadrants of Minot, aren't they?
Yes.
So the murder is on the North Hill, which is the north end of Minot, and Sioux Street is on the southeast portion of Minot.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you think that's an important detail?
It is.
Okay. Now, you testified, or excuse me, you wrote, let me clarify, because we're talking about the report here. You wrote that you don't think that the defendant would have had a reasonable reason for murder.
No.
What is a reasonable reason for murder?
It could be different things. What I read was petty bickering between roommates.
Okay. Now, do people, you were involved in 15 murder investigations.
Roughly.
About 6, I think you said you were the lead detective or the lead investigator.
Yes.
Were all of those murders what you would consider reasonable murders?
Some more than others. It just depends. There's infidelity is sometimes a reason. Snitching is often the reason. There's a variety of reasons, but nothing about like your alarm clock wouldn't go off.
Okay. Now, we had a murder in Minot a few years back that the reason for the murder was a TV remote control. Would that strike you as a reasonable or unreasonable murder?
Yes, unreasonable.
I'm sorry?
Unreasonable.
Unreasonable. So people sometimes kill in unreasonable circumstances.
Sometimes.
So a situation that you yourself couldn't see someone pulling the trigger, stabbing someone else could go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Okay. For testimony from Carmen Asham about the holdbacks from law enforcement.
Yes.
And those holdbacks in this case were things like that Anita was wearing a robe. You heard that?
Yes.
That how she was laying.
Yes.
That about the bowl in the sink even was a holdback.
Yes.
Okay. Now you didn't watch, let me ask you this. Did you watch the testimony from Brenda Glintz?
No,
And you weren't in court for that testimony either?
I was not.
Okay. So do you have any explanation, because Brenda testified that her niece, the defendant, told her about how Anita was laying, that she was wearing a robe, and the scene of the crime?
I don't know what she said in here.
That wasn't my question. My question is this. The testimony was that Nichole said, this is how Anita was laid on the bed. That she looked peaceful and wearing her robe, and then talking about the Tupperware in the sink. Do you have any explanation as to how the defendant could have possessed that knowledge at the time of that statement?
Your Honor, that calls for speculation. One, he wasn't here for the testimony. Two, he's asking to get inside the defendant's brain.
Yeah, but we certified him as an expert in investigation so that he can answer the question. Your objection's overruled.
Okay.
If she actually told her that, I can't explain why she would say that.
Now, that's the sort of information that could only come from someone who was in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
So the only logical explanation is that she had to have been, if that statement is true, you're with me so far?
I am.
If that statement is true and it was testified to, the only logical conclusion is that the defendant was in that apartment before she said she was.
Correct.
Was identified, wasn't he? The running man?
A runner was came forward.
And he came forward shortly after the police released the details about that?
Yes.
I believe he had the most unfortunate last name I've ever seen in my life, of Raper.
Wasn't aware of his last name, but yes, that is unfortunate.
Okay. Now you're aware of it because there's a picture of Adam Raper next to the sketch. That would have been in the discovery.
Yes.
Okay. Your report here says that the defendant sent a text message to Anita well after the time of death.
Yes.
You say it is unlikely Rice would text Knutson if she knew she was already deceased.
Correct.
Investigators very briefly considered this, but then dismissed the idea. Is that accurate?
I think you left part of it out.
I can show it to you.
Yes. They considered, can I
All right, hang on a
elaborate?
second. There's kind of a line here of blank.
Yeah, it didn't, when I
Didn't print
converted from Word to PDF, it put a line in there.
I think we all have that experience of
Sure.
putting stuff together that doesn't quite line up right.
Right.
So I commiserate with that. Now, you think that it's more likely that the defendant didn't know that Anita was dead?
That's my opinion, yes.
Based on what?
She's sending her a text well after she is deceased. It doesn't look to me as if it were a ruse or a staged text to make it look as if she was not already aware.
So that's speculation, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. You're not giving Nichole a whole lot of credit here, are you?
No, I don't think
Okay.
she's a sophisticated killer.
Okay. Now, the only statements we have from Nichole's family about where Nichole was have quite a gap in there, don't we? As far as time.
Depends on when are you referring to?
I'm talking about the date of the murder.
Okay.
That there's a significant gap where it's missing from the alibi because people were sleeping, that sort of thing.
During the hours when she claims to be sleeping, yes, that's a long
Okay.
time.
So there is no actual alibi person who can testify that she never left the farm during those times.
Correct.
That time frame, was that sufficient for her to go back to the apartment and commit the murder?
It is enough time, yes.
Okay. So we don't really have an alibi for that time period, do we?
We do not.
Now you have some information that I don't have regarding a interview done of Brenda Glenn's.
Yes.
Okay. Who interviewed Brenda Glenn's?
The defense has a private investigator that did some legwork,
Okay. What was that legwork?
interviewing a number of people, including Brenda.
Okay. So their investigator reached out to multiple people, including Brenda.
Yes. 3 that I know of.
3 that you know of.
Yes.
Who else did that investigator reach out to?
Alyssa Lyer, who is the cousin that I talked about, who traveled from the family event to the bar to her house to watch a movie, and Alyssa's mother, Joyce Anderson.
So you have no knowledge of that investigator reaching out to Devon Hall
I don't.
or Vern Olson or anyone else involved in this?
No.
Now, you're an expert in investigations.
Yes.
You certified to that already in this trial.
Yes.
Do you think that they did a decent job investigating this case?
I would say no. I would have interviewed those people.
Okay. Did they ask you who that they should be interviewing?
No. My role was consultant to review the discovery.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Is the state implying that the defendant has an obligation to investigate this case?
No,
That's in-
it was a direct question as to whether or not his opinion is that you did a sufficient job. So I don't know if he's implying that or not. He asked the question directly and your expert answered it. So I'm
Thank
not
you,
sure
Honor.
what your objection is.
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
Next. Mr. Nelson, are you close to a stopping point?
Fairly close, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, I know. Take a break, we certainly can, Your Honor.
I am aware that I have that power, Mr. Nelson. I was just asking Arthur if you were close or not.
Well, I do think I have a few more questions, but I
All
would
right.
not be opposed to a break.
Then I will exercise my authority. We will take a break. The time is 10:15. We've been at it for almost a couple hours. So we will take a short break till 10:30, 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, once again, I'm going to give you my admonition. Do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions.
Thank you very much, cameraman, for taking us for break. So we are on break right now, which is all my days. Where should I start? I don't even know. I don't even know where to start on this. This is absolutely insane. Well, I think the judge does have Denise. But first of all, I want to know your opinions. I want to know where do you guys stand right now on this, because I am loving this too much. Sorry, I'm actually gonna move myself. I do want to use another feed this afternoon, because we can actually move now and go actually on a break while I don't think today is the day to work. I think you guys need to take the day off today and just watch court, because this is way too good. And I'm so glad that you are able to work from home, that you are able to watch this live and everything. It is very, very good. Um Sorry, I'm trying to get the other feed up because I'm getting a little bit tired of, so I'm just, yeah, it might be a little shocking because it's gonna be a white screen, but yeah, I just need to move a couple of things. It's a little bit of a bright screen, man. They did definitely turn on the lights in here. Okay, let me just do this and let me remove that for now. Okay, right. So, yay! You off tomorrow. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Sorry, I was just swapping feeds. I needed to do that because I've been wanting to do that. I'm so glad you had the day off. Have you got any plans for that? Oh yeah, it was like the smugness. It's like long gone, a long time gone. I think he is so red that he's just like, I think he was very happy when the Mr. Nelson said, "Oh, I'm nearly close. I'm almost done." I think he's like, "Oh, I can almost breathe," and I can imagine that the recross is gonna take a while. I will post up follow up. Okay, I hope everything is all right, my friend. So I am loving. I love the spiciness. I am absolutely love the spiciness today of court. It's been very the fact that he was $10,000, sorry, $10,000, right, that he cost the defense to be an expert, and he only glanced over some of the most important documents of this case. Come on, I know it's 8,000 documents, so it's basically $100 per document, right? No, $1 per document. 8,000 documents, $8,000 a document, a dollar per document, and you still have spare 2,000. So, like, and you glance over it. Oh, it's just so weird. Like, and then he's like he's tearing apart other people's investigation. What about like other people's coming now and tearing his apart, like the prosecutor is doing, tearing apart his investigation that wasn't good at all. And the thing is, it's just an opinion. It's not an investigation that he did. He reviewed the case. He didn't do any investigation. So he doesn't know for a fact because he barely looked at any documents. So I'm loving it, and the judge is also there for it. The judge is just not having any BS today. It's just like you do it, and like, oh, I'm loving it. It's definitely very spicy. So important question is, what do you guys think now? Like at this point of the trial, where we are, Do you think that the jury has now enough evidence to convict Nichole, or are you still have some doubts and you still not sure of that? What do you guys think? Where are you guys? I think I'm well, I've always been on the guilty side cemented, but I think my oh, excuse me, my doubts are getting going away and getting more cemented in the fact that Nichole did it. We know that. So yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, break time. Are you guys? Are you not live, Lois? Because I just guilty. Nice. And I absolutely think so. By the way, don't forget to play the verdict game. It's up and running. I need to start going on the verdict. Don't forget to play the verdict game. It's open now. It is ready. But yes, our verdict expert that has cost me $10,000 has spoken for the guilty. And she doesn't take refunds, so all that money is gone now. um they could struggle. It's not going to be an easy deliberation. I think deliberations is going to take a good 5 to 7 hours. So can I have a refund, Denise? Yeah, it's the time of the deliberations, definitely. So it's, yeah, I definitely is gonna have a hard time, and I think they are gonna have questions as well. Obviously the questions part is not part of the verdict game, and it will not be part of the game because that's not easy to guess. But I think they are gonna have questions, and it's gonna be a long deliberation. I think this definitely indeed is gonna be a long deliberation. That is for sure. So, because like what I normally do, and after our expert verdicts have said, normally you do like an hour for each day of trial, plus a little bit like leeway. But I think this trial is going to be kind of like that, 1 hour per day, which we're already on day 6, which would be 6 hours at least, plus a little bit of leeway. And especially with all of this whole situation, I think we might be about 7 8 hours, to be fair. Am I right or wrong, Denise? We all need to know what Denise says because she's the paid expert after all. So her opinions always matter, and we can balance ours on hers and then go from there. Sorry. I just love it. So I just think it's gonna be a long verdict watch, and I'm kind of glad that we have a new trial to focus on while on verdict watch from that one, because we might be, and I think it's gonna go over 2 days as well. So that's the thing. Um, I don't know what to think, honestly. So just make sure that you play, that you were in, or you can just tell to me on here what is your guess. And yeah, I'm struggling. It's only with the fact of the time, because she is guilty for sure. But now the time on how long they are gonna take, it is the one that is in my head there. Um yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely, I agree with that, Izzy. Actually, yeah, that is true. So, um, yeah, because from there, that definitely has a completely different perspective of the situation that we do. We are looking outside into the whole situation. Um. Oh, okay. That's bold, Denise. I like it. So, are you locking that in then? So guilty, and oh, you're gonna, okay. You're still gonna. I don't think they have many witnesses. I think this is the only the witness that they have. Um. Ooh, 8 hours, Ivan was. Oh, nice. So, if you were telling me your verdict, just let me know and tag me on it. So, hmm, I don't think the defense has many more witnesses. I think, yeah, okay, all right, fair enough. Absolutely agree with you, and it's fine. Yeah, I think they are gonna go after this, right? It's gonna be lunchtime soon. I think they might be done by lunchtime, and after lunch, or they will send the jury first for lunch, and then they're gonna have the quality with Nichole about testifying, and defense. I am thinking defense might rest today. So guilty, 8 to 10 hours. 8 to 10. Thank you. Oh yeah, definitely redirect. Absolutely. But Mr. Nelson said that he was almost finished. So, well, considering what it considers almost finished, and considering it's already like 11:25, no, 10:25, 10:25, 10:25. It's yeah. Probably not. Oh, but then that means that if they don't finish today and that the fest does run today, we might get a short day instead, because I don't think this is the type of judge that is going to start closings, send the jury home, and then do verdict watch or deliberations. I think it's going to be wanting to do everything in the same day. So, oh, let me have a look. I do have the form up. No, Lois, I am sorry. I don't have your guess on the form, but I'll put you down. So, Lois, 3 to 5, Paula, 5 to 8. 5 to 8. Thank you very much, ladies. So what? Yeah. So I'm not saying this judge doing closings, then breaking for the day and come back tomorrow and deliberation. So I think he's gonna do everything on the same day. So. Oh yeah, exactly. So true, and that's true. They still have to work on jury instructions. I don't know if they have mentioned that. The defense attorney has mentioned about closings, that they are already working about closings, and the prosecutor as well. But they haven't mentioned anything about jury instructions. But to be fair, there shouldn't be anything, because it's a simple, plain, unaliving trial, red rum trial. It's not like it is self-defense or insanity plea or anything. It's just a plain not guilty that she did not do it type thing. So I think it's just that. I don't think there's much more to adjust on jury instructions, really. I don't know. I'm just talking. Don't absolutely have a clue, but we'll see. Because what would be awesome would that if the new trial does start tomorrow, and this one goes on verdict watch tomorrow, would be ideal, because we could start straight away. But then again, I have my commitment tomorrow, but I don't know how am I gonna feel tomorrow. I'm feeling pretty beat today, because of the colds and everything. So we'll see how it goes today. I don't see them dragging that out much more, because I don't see it. Well, there is possibility of two other witnesses, at least the parents of Nicole, because if her defense was I was with my parents all weekend, they will come and testify. So it just depends. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, strawberries. Fresh strawberries. Oh, that is amazing. They are very, very good, Paula. Sorry, I am not yawning. I was just letting a big gasp of hair out. um, but I love strawberries, especially with sugar on top. I know it's not healthy, but I'm the queen of not healthy. Yeah, strawberry with with sugar on top. They are delicious, and then drink the juice. So, oh, nice in Florida. See, Paula making us all healthy by eating strawberries on a lunch break, on a break. So, yeah. Uh, I was just thinking, I don't know. Do you think, oh, so, oh, whipped cream, yes. It's case one, yes. Whipped cream, definitely. Oh, chocolate is also nice. Dark chocolate for that. Definitely dark chocolate on the fountain. Like the fondue thing. Definitely dark chocolate. Okay, now I'm hungry again. Thank you. Oh, talking about hungry. Right. Garden Bot was very naughty today. He went to Costco without me. Okay. First of all, that is the naughtiness of Garden Bot that he went to Costco without me. And then now you gave me a chocolate fountain, nice. So and he went to Costco, but he got a lasagna from Costco for dinner. Ooh, that's so good. I cannot wait to have Costco lasagna for dinner. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. Ah. So and he gave me a sweetie now because he was making a lot of noise. So as an apology, he gave me a candy, sorry.
I didn't even get a hot dog either.
You did not get a hot dog?
The queue was like a mile long.
Wow. Apparently, it was a very long
I
queue.
was so annoyed.
Oh, that is so annoying. I would just. No way! Oh, I'm so sorry, Paula. I don't know if it is just a UK thing then. But yes, I cannot wait for that lasagna. Oh, it's so good. So we'll make sure that the lasagna is ready when the court is gonna go on break. Ooh, me talking. I could have been showing you the new music, and probably not gonna have time now. I know they are really good. I don't think I have time to show you now the songs. Oh, forgot. Dang it. I'm sorry. I'm so annoyed at myself right now. I forgot I could have literally showed you the new music that I got. That I'm really, really excited. I can always show at lunchtime, but it's not the same. So right now we have 7 songs done. So I think if I do 2 a day, I will be having enough pretty soon songs for the lunch break playlist. And then we can just. The only thing is, I need to find how to play like them one after the other because they don't play them one after the other. I have to click it manually, but if I want to have lunch and go. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate that. What's up, Zizzy? Question. Ask away. Oh, actually, it went all right. He did ask me what happened, and I told him very honestly that for me not to say something that would get me fired or getting me in trouble, I chose to leave the group chat, and I said that I was not happy because they don't have time to do things, but yes, I have to find time somewhere, and I find time somewhere to get my job done. And he said it's like I'm gonna talk to them and make sure that that doesn't happen. And the other girl now she's getting investigated. So yeah, so she's gonna get investigated because she's taking way too long to do things. So that's gonna happen, and I'm sorry, but I am very happy about that because it's not fair that I work a lot and I think I do a good job. I mean, I'm still there, so I think I still do a pretty good job, but it's just not fair every single time I get there. It stresses me to the maximum, and to go through that. So yeah, thank you for asking, Ziz. You really appreciate it. So I'm very happy. I did had some help today because I had a lot to do, but I got it done, which is good. And yeah, so hopefully things will improve. Fingers crossed, that they will. And yeah. But I would love to be a fly on the wall now ooh, that's a good thing, Paula. Munch is always good. Um, oh, sorry, guys, just getting a phone call. 1 second. sorry about that. Court is almost back. Sorry, I swapped to a feed that I don't think we have that annoying thing going across anymore. And I'm in the side that you guys can see me if you are on a TV. I'm just in the top corner of the TV now, or on the screen. But I'm sorry, it's like it was a phone call for Garden, but for his business. So
We're
chalkboard.
back on the record. The time is 33 minutes after 10 o'clock. Parties are present along with counsel. Jury is not present. Mr. Nelson, anything else before I bring in the jury?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, please bring in the jury.
I don't know. Sorry.
Sorry, I forgot again that I can talk. I was just like thought that I saw the stream lag for a minute there. Hopefully not, cause that is no bueno. I do remember chalkboards. We had like literally all that I had at school until the last year that I was in school. It was literally all chalk, and then we started getting whiteboards. But apparently now we have the in my old school. They have digital boards, which is weird.
Mr. Nelson, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Nelson, had you completed your cross-examination? or
I had not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Coons, can you come back up again, please? Once again, you're still under oath, sir.
Now, you testified that the defendant was interviewed multiple times.
Yes,
I believe it's 5 times.
sounds right.
Okay. I'm just going to run through the list that I have. Twice on June 4th of 2007.
Okay,
Once on June 11th of 2007.
yes,
May 6th of 2010.
okay,
And then not until March 12th of 2022.
correct.
Okay. Now, the statements regarding that we've heard testify to that she did it, the details, all that took place after those 2007 interviews, correct?
Correct.
Okay. After she'd been interviewed multiple times by law enforcement, 3
Right.
times already, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, assuming that Nichole is the murderer, when she's interviewed by law enforcement, would you expect her to say that she was in Minot at any of those times? Any of those 5 interviews?
no,
Why?
it does not behoove one to be near the crime scene at the time.
So you would
Especially if they're not,
Especially if they're not?
if they weren't there, yeah.
Okay. But we're assuming that she did commit the murder for this question. Okay? You follow me?
Objection, Your Honor. The fact that
Sustained.
it's, yeah.
Okay. You wouldn't expect her to say that she had been in Minot because that would implicate her, wouldn't it?
Same objection. We're on the same line of questioning, Your Honor.
Well, the line of questioning is appropriate. The technique may not be appropriate. Can you rephrase your question, please, Mr. Nelson?
If she had stated that she was in or around Minot at the time of the murder, would that have provided law enforcement with evidence potentially connecting her to the murder?
Your Honor, speculation.
We've gotten quite a bit of speculation testimony from this witness as it is, Your Honor.
We have, and again, speculation is sufficient and appropriate with an expert. No, I'm going to overrule the objection. He can answer the question if he can, Mr. Nelson.
Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. If Nichole had told law enforcement that she would have, let me put it this way, if she had told law enforcement that she was in or around Minot at approximately the time of the murder. Follow me so far?
Yep.
Okay. If she had told law enforcement that, would that tend to make her a stronger suspect?
It would.
Okay. Now, Tyler Schmaltz and Michael Van, they were both alibied, correct?
Yes.
And you know that from your reviewing the entirety of the file?
I mean, there's some degree of alibi, yes.
Okay. But they were alibied, correct?
There are alibis, yes.
There are alibis for both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Devin Hall was arrested on June 11th,
Okay.
2007, this is the break-in in the south end of Minot that we've established was way far from their apartment on the north side.
Right.
Okay. Are you aware if he was drunk and high at that point?
I'm pretty sure he was drunk. I don't know about high.
You don't recall reading that he was high in marijuana in your review of?
I don't think he was like blood tested for it. I think he said that he was.
Mr. Coons, we don't blood test for marijuana. We use urine tests for marijuana. It doesn't show up in blood.
Okay. He was not tested for it. So
Are you aware of that, Mr. Coons?
yes,
Then why would you say he wasn't blood tested?
he wasn't blood tested for the alcohol nor drug tested.
The officers noted that, though, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason to discount the officers' belief?
No.
Now, I took a look at your professional website, and it is a professional-looking website for Veracity IIR. So you did well with that.
Thank you.
Okay. That was a bit of a compliment. I wasn't trying to trap you with that. Now, on your website, I saw clips of you doing interviews, things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you have those on your website?
Your Honor, relevance?
Mr. Nelson, you going somewhere with this?
I have just one or two questions, and I'll be done.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Please make it connected somehow.
I will, Your Honor.
I am occasionally contacted by news media to provide my insight into whatever the incident of the day was.
Okay. So you put that up there to show that you know things about certain things, right?
Yes,
It's promoting your own business.
it is.
Okay. After this cross-examination, are you planning on putting the video of your testimony today on your website?
Your Honor, relevance to the case at hand.
It goes to his belief in what he's testifying to, Your Honor.
Asking
and his
about something
credibility.
that hasn't happened.
Sustained.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Coons, on cross, you were asked a lot of yes and no questions, and it sounded like you wanted to get some answers out and a chance to explain yourself regarding those yes or no answers. Does that sound fair?
It does.
Okay, well, hopefully we have an opportunity to do that. I'm going to kind of work chronologically through the state's cross, so I don't mean to be jumping around from topic to topic, but I took notes just trying to follow along with their cross. So if that happens, please excuse me. One of the first things they brought up was how many investigations that you had conducted while you were at the FBI, or how many investigations you had been a part of. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and it sounded like you were going to testify regarding the timeline of your career at the FBI. Would that be fair to say?
It's fair.
Okay, so can you tell us a little bit more about the timeline regarding investigations during your career at the FBI?
Yes. During my first 6 years in Sioux Falls, the first 4 or 5 of them were mostly crimes on Indian reservations. There was a lot of volume there. After September 11th, my focus became on counterterrorism. Very few cases, but they were long ongoing cases at that time. In 2006, I was transferred to FBI headquarters, and that was at the time I became a supervisor. I didn't work any cases. I was program oversight for the WMD Chemical Countermeasures Unit. So for 2 years, I worked no cases of my own. And then when I went back to the field after my stint at headquarters, I was the Field Intelligence Group supervisor for I think another couple of years. So there was a 4-year period that I did not work any cases of my own. After that, I was made the team leader of Special Operations Group, which is mostly surveillance. So my team was detailed to typically keep under surveillance high priority targets such as terrorists, spies, public corruption, those kind of things. Those were not my own cases. After that, I became a human intelligence specialist in which I recruited and developed informants to provide information for other ongoing cases. So none of those were my own. So more than half of my career, I did not have my own caseload.
And so just to be clear, your time, you said in the field, can you elaborate on what that means?
So time in the field, it can mean different things, but as a case agent, a regular special agent works cases. A supervisory special agent does not typically work cases. They supervise those who do. And then in the roles that I was placed after being a supervisor, the nature of them did not lead to me having my own caseload either.
So when you did have your own caseload, when you were in the field,
Yes.
can you please explain to the court what years that would have been?
So that would have been, after the academy, I think I showed up in Sioux Falls in the spring of 2007, 97. And then, so about 11 years I had a caseload.
So 97 till about 2008, is that fair? Is that the math you gave?
97 to about 2006.
Okay. So when you were when the state attempted to discredit you regarding search warrants and the law changing in 2018, you didn't have your own caseload. At that
No,
time.
I
You
was
were
not working
supervisor.
my own cases at that time. I was not obtaining CSLI for myself at that time.
And CSLI, can you please explain again what that is?
Cell site location information
And that was used in this case in one particular instance, correct?
on one individual, yes.
And who again was that?
Gio Rodriguez.
But it was not used to determine the whereabouts of the accused, Ms. Rice, correct?
Correct.
What do you think of that?
It would have cleared this whole thing up.
Okay. Now, the next topic the state went on to was Tyler Schmalz and something about horror movies. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were asked about your knowledge of the horror movie industry.
Yes.
Okay. Does the fact that the horror industry is a big money business, as the state would say, affect your or change your opinion regarding Tyler Schmalz's social media posts about horror scenes with knives?
No, my point was that it seems inappropriate for someone who is suspected in a murder involving a stabbing would put that type of material up on their page.
And the next topic had to do with towns involved in this case, and it sounded like the waters got a little muddied here. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain yourself because, like we said, you got the yes or no answers, but you didn't get to explain yourself. So do you recall being asked questions about towns like Sykeston, towns like Russo, towns like Velva?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how did you come to learn where these towns are?
I looked at a map on Google.
Okay. And can you give us a proximity from your best understanding for looking at that map, how close Sykeston is to Velva?
If I'm recalling correctly, it's roughly hour and a half, 2 hours.
And
South and east, I believe.
And there, from your testimony and the testimony that you heard from Sergeant Asham, there's only one trip from Sykeston back to the Velva Russo area, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so after that trip, all of the moving around happened between Velva, between Russo, between neighbors in the Velva Russo area, correct?
Yes.
How big of an area is that?
Small.
Okay. How small, if you can testify to it, if not?
I believe I read or heard that it's roughly a 5-minute drive from Joyce Anderson's house. That's where the cousin Alyssa Lyer also lives. It's about 5 minutes from that house to the Thomas house in Velva.
You had testified yesterday about people when they go home from college. Home doesn't necessarily mean they're.
Objection, Your Honor, this is beyond the scope.
Oh, we're talking about the towns.
Overruled. He can answer it.
Talking about going home for college, and what does you testified what home meant? Can you state that again?
Well, it can mean different things was my point. And home, and I was guilty of it myself when I realized I had made a possibly confusing comment about home. In this case, there are two places she could mean, or that anyone could mean when talking about her home, where she lived in Minot, in the apartment with Anita, and her home where her parents lived and where she was raised.
The next thing that was brought up was Marty Annell. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the state had asked you if, to the best of your knowledge, if you knew that if Marty had any investigative experience or training. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, regarding the testimony that was brought up by the state and yourself regarding the curtain rods being thrown back into Anita's apartment. Now, does that make any common sense to do that as just an individual, and let alone a maintenance man?
Objection, Your Honor, as to compound question.
Yeah, Mr. Sand, can you clarify it a little bit for us, please?
Does it make common sense to you for a maintenance man to throw curtain rods and curtains back into an apartment?
I guess it could. I mean, I would assume he's going to go fix the screen, come back, reinstall the frame with the new screen in it, put the rod and the curtain back up. But the rod and the curtain don't need to be repaired, so you also don't want to just leave it on the ground. So I guess it would make sense.
And you testified that you looked at this case file, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at any pictures of the crime scene, specifically
Yes.
Anita's bedroom?
Yes.
About how far away was Anita's body from the window?
Feet. Single digits.
Single digits feet. So would it be fair to say that it wouldn't be difficult for Marty to see her body there?
Yes, especially if it was already light out, as prosecution mentioned.
Do you find it odd to throw curtains and curtain rods into an apartment that contains a dead body?
Yes.
Why is that?
I would think you would stop what you're doing and call 911.
Now, there's been a lot of questions regarding the window, whether the screen or the window was on the building itself or whether it was on the ground. Do you recall that?
I do.
Were you there at the scene?
I was not.
When, after you review the case file, when law enforcement showed up, it's fair to say that the window had already been, the window was, the screen and the window were not on the building, correct?
Correct.
There's been a lot of questions from the state to you regarding your, not investigation into the case file that you were provided, but investigation into this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, you were hired as an expert witness to testify regarding the contents of the case file, correct?
Correct.
Were you hired as a private investigator, or were you contracted by the state or any government entity to do your own investigation into this case?
No.
You weren't supposed to be contacting witnesses or interviewing witnesses?
No.
Driving from Sykeston to Russo or Velva?
No.
Driving from Wolf Point to Minot?
No.
Riding the train?
Nope.
Your job was to review the case file, review what you think that how their investigation was conducted, correct?
Correct.
How do you think their investigation was conducted?
Not very well. There are many loose ends that could
Objection,
still be.
Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor. I got another question. Okay. What would you have done differently if you were the investigator in this case?
In my opinion, there are a lot of loose ends that could still be tied down. I would do everything I could to tighten this up. It seems a little loose to me, and not just a little loose, it's loose. knife issue, the Marty, all the stuff that we've talked about could be drilled down deeper.
Let's go piece by piece. You mentioned the knife. What about the knife?
The knife, the transcript of him talking to his family is more telling to me than his interview with law enforcement, because he's got more reason to be deceptive to law enforcement than when talking to his family. And I can almost...
Your Honor, I don't know who we're talking about when the witness says he here.
Devin Hall.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying. Continue.
When Devin Hall speaks to his family, I can almost say this verbatim, but I'm not going to say it's verbatim because I don't have it in front of me. But he tells family members, I had that knife they showed me. I took it from Jaron's house and I told him I lost it somewhere. That's powerful to me.
You also mentioned Marty, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. If I'm mischaracterizing your testimony, please correct me, but it sounds like you said the knife, and then you said that you do a somewhat different investigation regarding Marty and Nell. Can you speak to that?
I would have interviewed Vern Olson again. I would have interviewed more of his family members. The interviews are a little superficial, I would say. I know the cold justice people talked to him with the locals. They're giving him the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion. I feel like you could explore that more thoroughly. I wasn't satisfied, and same with some of the other subjects.
The next point or topic that the state went over was Ms. Knapp. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified that you weren't here for Ms. Knapp's testimony, but you read her interviews and such?
Right. So I was under sequestration when she testified, but I have reviewed her statements that she gave that were included in the discovery that I was given.
What would you think if you found out that during her testimony, she said that after Anita's murder, her and Marty, who were fiancés according to her testimony, never discussed Anita's murder?
Objection or leading?
It was a what question? What would you think?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Can you reword it, please?
Sure. What, if any, thoughts would you have if you found out that Marty, Anel, and Ms. Knapp never discussed Anita's murder after the murder?
That's suspicious. That's odd.
Why is that?
Because it's a big deal. You would talk about it with your fiance.
And coworker, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would think that's big news. I would think there would be a lot of talk amongst everybody that had anything to do with it.
Especially if the murder happened at the apartment complex that you were in charge of?
Yes, absolutely.
What, if any, thoughts would you have if you found out that Ms. Knapp testified that Marty wasn't a big drinker?
That's contrary to what other people have said, but is what it is.
I'd like to move on to the next topic the state brought up was Devin Hall. There's a little jumping around. I'm going to try to keep it at least somewhat of a flow, some type of chronological flow, but I do want to address piece by piece what the state has brought up. They brought up the train records. Now, you had testified earlier that you did not see Devin Hall in the train records, correct?
I did not see him in the actual records, no.
Okay. They tried to clear that up by saying that Devin had slipped a gate agent $20 to get on the train. Do you have any experience that that would be something that could occur?
I have no experience with that.
Okay. And you testified earlier that there's absolutely no evidence of whether physical or otherwise of Devin Hall getting off the train in the video that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
And this is the Wested video?
Yeah, you can see him walking, but I don't see him. I've watched that several times. I don't see him coming out of a car.
And regardless, you had testified that video couldn't be accurately dated, correct?
Correct.
It said, the video said something about the year 2000?
I believe it's 1/1/2000 or something like that.
Is it fair to say that the state was attempting to prove a negative here?
That's fair.
Can you explain that, please?
I believe they're trying to suggest that he could not be responsible for the murder because they have this video, but there's no evidence that the video was taken on the day that would have precluded him from being in Minot.
So can't trust the video, not on the train records. Can't put Devin on the train on any day, correct?
No, other than the other witnesses that were in his group, or with his friends and family, I should say.
In your review of the case file, did you find ever any evidence of Devin actually saying that he came to Minot on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that?
In his very first interview after his arrest on the 11th, he said it was the 2nd, June 2nd, 2007.
So there's been some questions and some testimony regarding when Devin Hall gets to Minot and if the timing lines up of his ability to be able to kill Anita. If he got to Minot on the 2nd and Anita wasn't killed until the early hours of the 3rd, he could have killed Anita, right?
Correct.
Now, you were also asked a little bit about his criminal history, and I think something came up about him having murdered anybody before. Are you basing that off of the fact that he doesn't have any murder convictions?
Yes,
Okay, but he's got several other convictions, correct?
he does.
Okay. A lot for breaking and entering, right?
Yes,
A lot of stuff with knives.
yes.
Speaking of knives, there was, I guess, an example given by the state regarding the statement that you had given regarding how the chances of there being separate knives in this case being astronomical, that it had to be Devin's knife, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and the example that they gave had something to do with some pants that had some ducks on them, right?
yes,
And that they were looking for these pants. They found a different pair of pants that were similar that were in a trash can, right?
yes.
Did the example of the pants factor into the equation that the pants had been used in the commission of a murder?
No,
So there's that extra detail there, right?
yes,
Does that add into the fact you factoring into the case that it's an astronomical coincidence that there are these two knives that are missing medallions that are used in a murder that are, I mean, is that fair to say?
it's fair.
Now the next topic that the state talked about was the runner or the jogger. We'll call him the jogger, just to be fair. If anybody has an objection to that, I'm happy to change the characterization. You had testified when being questioned by the state that a runner had came forward, but you weren't able to explain your answer. I have no idea what your answer is going to be, but I want to give you the opportunity to explain what you're going to say.
Sure. In Becky Ehrman's statement, part of it was that someone was running hard, like running away from something, not just out for a jog. That's paraphrased.
In reviewing Ms. Ehrman's reports, what was that runner wearing or that jogger wearing?
White t-shirt, gym shorts, tennis shoes, clean shaven, short but not too short hair in a state of disarray. 6'2", 6 foot to 6'2", I believe, roughly 200 pounds. That's all I remember.
Anything on the shirt?
The shirt looked like it had blood or dirt on it, on the right side specifically.
How about the ethnicity?
Native American.
Now, aside from the ethnicity, I'm talking about the blood, talking about the attire the person was wearing, is that typical characterization about somebody out for a morning jog?
No.
Is it more typical about of a characterization of somebody running away from a crime scene?
Yes.
Does that description fit any suspect in this case?
It fits Devin Hall almost exactly.
Next point that the state made was regarding Devin Hall, his location in Minot. From the time of the murder to the time of his subsequent arrest where he broke into that other apartment. Do you recall that?
Can you repeat, please?
Sure, that was convoluted. I apologize. So the next topic we talked about was Hall's whereabouts in Minot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, now, the state had asked you some questions about the distance between Anita Knutson's apartment and where Devin was arrested, what, a week or so later?
Correct.
And you said you had a chance to look at these cities and towns on Google Maps, correct?
Yes.
Would you state that Minot is a vast metropolis?
It is not.
Is it fair to say that it's reasonable for a person to get from one end of Minot to the other within a week or week and a half's time?
Yes.
I don't mean to be funny, but is that reasonable to assume?
Yes.
The next topic that the state brought up was Brenda Glynn's, and I know that you stated you weren't here for her testimony because you were under sequestration, but that you did review her interview with Sergeant Asham and the representative from Cold Justice, correct?
Correct.
And you sat in Sergeant Asham's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And the state had asked you some questions regarding Nichole's statements.
Yes.
And that was regarding some, what they're characterizing as holdback evidence, but evidence in the case, something about the robe, something about other things from the crime scene, right?
Correct.
Now, Sergeant Asham testified that this occurred in 2008, correct?
Yes.
A year after the murder, correct?
A year after, correct.
Now, Brenda had testified that it was 4 to 6 weeks after the murder, but that got cleared up by Sergeant Asham and by the materials you reviewed in the case file, correct? That was 2008.
The materials I reviewed were 2008, yes.
And Sergeant Asham's testimony was that the New Mexico trip was 2008, correct?
Yes.
And actually that Nichole in 2007 was in a different state. She was in Arizona.
Yes.
So there's no confusing Arizona and New Mexico. So the time frame had to be New Mexico 2008.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Next topic was statements made by Nichole's family, and the state had brought up some, and asked you some questions regarding alibi witnesses between the hours of that the murder may have occurred, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony earlier that Nichole had been at her parents' house somewhere around 11 p.m. on Saturday night to the following Sunday morning, when she was next seen around somewhere around 8 in the morning, around when people wake up.
That sounds right.
And the state had said that, had asked you that there was no alibi witness that Ms. Rice could produce during those hours, and you responded in the affirmative. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would it be typical for somebody to have an alibi witness during sleeping hours?
No.
Now, if she left the farm in her car, went to Minot, killed somebody, and came back, do you think there's a high probability that somebody would have saw her, that she might have woken somebody up at the farm?
Yes.
Did that happen in this case?
No.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that Nichole went to Minot, killed somebody, and came back to her parents' house, went back to bed on the couch undetected, and went about her day the next day without anybody being the wiser?
No.
Next topic that was brought up were Nichole's interviews. I think that the state had asked you to affirm that there were 5 interviews. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The first interview being June 4th at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified that you've been around a lot of crime scenes.
Yes.
Can you talk to the court about what goes on at a crime scene?
Crime scenes are it's not like TV. It's not glamorous. It's not exciting. It's a meticulous, painstaking process of first photographing everything, identifying what might be evidence, marking it, photographing it again, collecting it properly, documenting it properly, and then taking it away.
So there's a lot of processing of evidence. Is there a lot of discussion of evidence?
There is.
Okay, and if somebody was brought to the crime scene and they were around that, is it fair to say that they would hear about the circumstances of the crime?
They could, yes.
Now, you're given a lot of hypotheticals by the state, and there are a lot of assumptions made. There was an assumption about if Nichole was in Minot, could she have done this? Could she have done that? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you've reviewed the case, and would you say is it fair to say that there's strong evidence that Devin Hall was in Minot during the time of the murder?
There is.
This may sound like a very basic question. What would you rather rely on if you're an investigator that is recommending charges to law enforcement? Assumptions and hypotheticals or strong concrete evidence?
Strong concrete evidence, of course.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Agent Coons.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any recross?
I do, Your Honor.
Something we haven't heard though, right?
Well, stuff that was brought up on redirect here.
Which was exactly the same stuff we heard on direct and cross, so,
I just need to make sure a few things are clarified.
all right.
Help me understand your timeline. Sounds like you were an active agent as far as with the FBI for roughly 10 years or so, where you were the one that was actually doing investigations.
Let's see, so I started in Sioux Falls in the spring of '97 after the academy. And then I was transferred to Bloomington, Indiana in 2002. And then was there until 2006 when I went to headquarters. So 2006 is when I became more of a pencil pusher.
Okay. So 2006 is when you became a pencil pusher.
Correct. And then I did that for a while. Towards the end of my career, I stepped down and was working surveillance
Okay.
and human source development.
Now, that means that by my math, you haven't been the one responsible for investigations, as at least the FBI is concerned, since 2006, which is nearly 20 years ago.
Not as the case agent.
Okay. I was concerned about something you testified to. You said that you were supervising other agents in 2015.
Let's see, from 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that's incorrect. It's on my CV, whatever the exact years are,
Okay.
that I was
Take
a
a look here.
supervisor.
Well, the problem is that your CV only, at least the CV that I have, just says Federal Bureau of Investigation 1996 through September of 2018. It doesn't include dates.
In 2015, I would have either been working on Special Operations Group, which is mostly surveillance, or developing human sources. So I would have been a field agent at that time again.
Okay. Part of your job being in law enforcement to keep up on changes in case law?
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of redirect, and it's been addressed.
They asked about what he was doing at the time, and I think it's quite relevant that to his expert opinion on whether or not he kept up with case law.
Your Honor, we didn't bring up case law.
They did not. It's beyond their, it was beyond their redirect.
But it has to do with his job supervising other agents.
You're questioning that he wasn't qualified to supervise other agents? Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm questioning is experienced law enforcement keep up on case law to make sure that they're doing things the right way and that they don't get things overturned or non-prosecuted, that sort of thing.
Your
What
Honor,
I'm wondering is, if he's supervising other agents in 2015,
Was he
why
not
would,
keeping up on case law? I heard the
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Oh,
Goes to his credibility.
overruled. He can answer the question.
Can you repeat, please?
Sure. So you were supervising other agents around 2015.
Yes. No, I just said that I was either working on special operations group, doing mostly surveillance, or I was working human source development.
Okay. But you weren't keeping up on decisions from the Supreme Court of the United States? As
In
far
those-
as
in those roles,
investigations?
I would-
You need to wait till I finish my question.
Go ahead.
You weren't waiting, or excuse me. You weren't keeping up on decisions that came down from the Supreme Court of the United States regarding what you could and could not do in investigations?
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection. This is beyond the scope of redirect.
It goes to his training experience, Your Honor.
They had an opportunity
Again,
on cross.
Stop. We've already heard this, Mr. Nelson.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, we've established previously that you were not present or watching online when Detective Barnard testified.
For the fourth time, we've done that.
Yes. So you did not hear Detective Barnard say that he couldn't see the body inside the window either?
No.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
Nope.
Based on that, would there be any reason that you would expect that Marty would have seen it either when he threw the curtain and the curtain rod into the window?
I would expect someone to be more curious about why the window is out and look in, yes.
Okay. Detective Barnard was a licensed peace officer in the state of North Dakota, an investigator. Correct?
I will take your word for it.
All right.
yes.
You have no reason to doubt that.
No.
And Marty Annell was not an investigator.
Correct.
You seem to be putting quite a bit of weight on a layperson's interpretation versus a professional's interpretation.
Barnard should have seen it too.
Now, we've established through the redirect there that you were never at the scene on June 4th of 2007.
Nope.
So it's pure speculation that Barnard should have seen her.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you watched that reenactment video, correct?
Yes.
All right.
I don't believe I brought up the reenactment video on redirect, Your Honor.
He did
Did-
not, Mr. Nelson.
Your Honor, it's more going towards that the room was dark, so it's hard to see.
I didn't bring up the lighting of the room either, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll move on, Your Honor. Now, you were present for Detective Carmen Asham's testimony.
Yes.
So you heard that the murder weapon, which you've got the photographs up there, is currently in evidence at the Minot Police Department.
Yes.
And you also heard testimony that the knife that Devin Hall had that was then given back to Jerome Vivier, is also in evidence at the Minot Police Department.
Your Honor, I didn't bring up physical evidence during redirect.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it was brought up about the knife.
Testimony regarding the knife was, and phone recordings were, the physical evidence of the knife and its location were not brought up, Your Honor.
The testimony on redirect was I took it from Jerome's house.
Sustained, Mr. Nelson.
Last time you took Amtrak was 5 years ago, right?
I'm sorry, I was coughing.
I have been coughing a lot myself. I've got it. Feel free to stop by for a cough drop if you need one when we're done here.
I'm good. Thanks.
All right. Last time you took Amtrak was about 5 years ago.
Yes.
All right.
The only time
The only time? It's the
Only
only
time.
time you've ever ridden Amtrak.
it is.
Your Honor, I did not ask any questions about him riding the Amtrak on redirect.
Your Honor, the question on redirect was about Devin Hall taking Amtrak, and then there was speculation from the witness. That's what I'm getting at.
No, overruled. One more time.
I will try again, Your Honor. The file says that Devin Hall made a statement that he slipped the gate guy $20 to ride the Amtrak without getting a ticket, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you have no, on redirect, that you have no experience doing that.
No.
Slipping 20s? Your Honor, I'd object. That was not brought up on redirect.
That was, Your Honor.
No, that one was. He can answer the
Of-
question.
So you've never slipped a $20 bill to an Amtrak person to take a ride without getting in the system?
Never.
Okay. Which means, can you testify based on your experience and your knowledge if you could or could not do that?
No.
Okay. So there's no basis for you to know that that's not something you could do.
Nope.
Okay. Defense was asking about proving a negative about the video. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Redirect? But on cross, you admitted that there are statements from the people in the video saying that they were there at that time, 9:20 p.m. on June 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. So there is corroboration for that video.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that first interview that Devin Hall did that you just testified on redirect on June 11th, you recall testifying about that?
Yes.
And on my cross, you testified that Hall was, according to the file, drunk and high during that interview.
Yes.
Now, I assume that over the course of 100 or so investigations that you've done as a agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that at a certain point you might have interviewed someone who was drunk and or high or both.
I might have started them. If I determine they're drunk or high, I don't continue the interview.
Why is that?
It's not going to, it's going to have problems and legally later.
You don't think that a person who's drunk or high or both is going to give a solid statement?
They might, but they might not. And if they're not in a state of mind to provide good answers, then I'm going to wait till they're sober if I am aware that they are intoxicated.
So you're aware that Devin Hall was intoxicated on June 11th when he was interviewed?
Yes.
And you're aware that in that interview is when he said that he was in Minot on June 2nd?
Yes.
But you just said that a person in that condition is in no condition to give a statement.
I would not have done it, no.
Okay. So you discount his statement from that day?
I don't discount it. I just would not have done it in the first place.
Okay.
I'm going by by the documents that I was given.
Now, you testified that Devin Hall was a terrible criminal.
I
Or
did
is
not.
a terrible criminal.
I did not say that.
I believe that was brought up on redirect, that he keeps getting caught.
Yeah, he keeps
Okay.
getting, I never said anything about him being a terrible criminal.
That might be just my notes. I
Okay.
apologize. I was trying to take notes fast and I might have shorthanded something. He keeps getting caught, doesn't he?
He does.
You think if he'd murdered someone that he likely would have been caught?
Possibly.
Okay. That running man that came forward, did he match the description from Becky's description?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, when people go out for runs, things like that, do they sometimes wear grubby clothes?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. He might wear old clothes. I don't know about grubby. I don't,
So-
what do you mean by grubby?
Okay, you might wear old clothes. It might be stained.
It's possible.
Okay. You're not dressing up for court, say, when you're out for a run at a certain time in the morning.
Correct.
So you're not trying to look your best necessarily.
Right.
Is there any evidence in the file that Devin Hall was ever on the north side of Minot?
No.
In fact, he said he wasn't on the north side of Minot, didn't he?
On the 11th?
No. Later on when he's interviewed, during the interview at Wolf Point by Detective Goodman, he said
Okay.
he was never on the north side of Minot, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that there was no evidence that the defendant came back to the farm. In other words, that she left and came back.
Depends on what you're talking about.
We're talking about the time of the murder here. You testified that there was no evidence that the defendant left the farm and returned to the farm.
Left the farm and returned to the farm.
Yes.
I mean, she went from the farm to the family gathering, to the bar, to the cousin's house, and
Let
then
me-
back to the, do you mean back to Minot
Let me
and then
focus
back
you
to
up.
the farm? Okay.
Because this is my understanding of what your testimony was, and correct me if I'm wrong, that your testimony was that there was no evidence the defendant, the morning of the murder, left the farm, went to Minot, and returned to the farm.
Correct.
And the information that there's no evidence from that comes from the defendant's family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You testified earlier that family has a motive to lie.
Correct.
Your Honor, that's mischaracterization. He testified that families have a motive to lie, not Ms. Rice's family.
The state question was, a family has a motive to lie.
Yes, I heard the testimony. Next question, Mr. Nelson.
Those knives that we're talking about here, the knife that actually killed Anita and then the knife that was turned in by Jerome Vivier. You've
What?
seen those.
Objection,
Again,
Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, this goes beyond their redirect.
It does not, Your Honor. During redirect, there was things brought up about the astronomical stuff about the knives.
Not the physical knife, Your Honor.
Not, all right. No, Mr. Nelson. Next question.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Is your expert here by subpoena?
Your Honor, if I may, I have very brief, 3 questions.
All right, Mr. Sand, go ahead.
You were asked about family members corroborating the video, but didn't you just state that family members have an inherent bias to lie?
Yes.
Would that be in the case of the video that Nova Westit took regarding the train station?
Yes.
Next question, you testified, or you were asked regarding whether it was likely that Devin Hall would have been caught, correct?
Yes.
Do we know how many crimes Devin Hall has committed that he has not been caught for?
We do not.
Final question regarding the state's question about the farm and the fact that there's no alibi witnesses. Do you recall that?
Yes.
However, you had testified that there is no cell site data regarding Ms. Rice's location, correct?
This is beyond the scope, Your Honor. Objection.
No, keep going. He can answer the question.
There is no cell site data regarding the location of Miss Rice's phone.
Is it fair to say that if she drove to Minot, there might be some cell site data that she went to Minot?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nelson, one more chance. Anything else?
That cell site information would only be there if she actually had her phone with her. Correct?
You would still have it. It would be stationary for a period of time if she didn't have it with her and was traveling, if that's your point.
So the cell site information only comes from the phone's interaction with the cell towers.
Correct.
So if she left the phone at the farm, the phone would show that the phone was at the farm.
It would, but we'll never know that.
Okay. Now, I do want to clarify something on the video of Devin Hall at the train station on the 3rd of June. That was corroborated by people that are unrelated to Devin Hall, correct? That video took place at that time?
Your Honor, that's not what I brought up. I brought up family
That
members.
was, Your Honor.
We're deep in
No,
this.
he mentioned specifically the family, so I'll let him clarify it. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
If you mean unrelated by blood, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And he's here by subpoena. Is he free to come and go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Nelson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Come and go as you please. witness today, Mr. Sand?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
All right, so defense might rest here, and uh, and just need to do the quality. I didn't know how to spell quality, so that's a good thing that I can talk. They need to do the quality with the ugh, with the defendant, and then I think that is it. So what is your guys' thoughts about this? Do you think that was good for the state, that was good for defense, was good for both? It's gonna be hard, it's gonna be a hung jury. What do you think? This is wild. I don't know. Journey, I don't think it is. I think they just said the subpoena for the aunt because of the she was in court
All
looking
right,
at the
so we're
defendant.
clear on that. We had a little meeting at the bench here. Mr. Sand, is the state calling another witness?
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense rests.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, is the state going to be calling any rebuttal witnesses at this time? And if you need time to think about that, that'd be fine. But if you have an idea now, I would like to know.
I will need a few minutes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll wait. You want to talk about it now or not?
If I could speak with Mr. Nelson and Ms. Asham out in the hallway, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Maybe about a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, my thought is that I think I would prefer if we just broke for lunch and then came back at 1 o'clock.
Sure, that sounds great, Judge.
So the time is 11:30. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Again,
All right. So defense rests. Let's talk about that. What it is crazy. So lunchtime, they should be back by 1 p.m. Local time, 2 p.m. Eastern. That's normally 1 hour and a half, I think. We'll see. We'll
please do
wait
not
and see
discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to
what they
discuss
say.
the case with you.
I
Do
don't think
not
it's going to
use
be
the
long. I
internet or
think
other
they should be
electronic
back in an hour.
technology
They
in
might
any
even.
attempt to learn information about
Judge.
this case.
That's rude, Judge. Talking over me. This judge. So I think they might come back in an hour, a half past, actually 12 local, half 1 Eastern, because it might be just for the quality.
Please come back. We'll
Let's
start at
just
1
hear.
o'clock precisely.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Okay, we know, we definitely know they're gonna be back at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock local time and 2 p.m. Eastern. Wow, that is crazy. Sorry, I just had to text our friend Pickles. That saying because I've been telling our friend Pickles about what's going on and everything. So I mean, I am gonna pop in. I have a few moments spare before we go to lunch. If anyone wants to pop in and talk about this case or something else, you can just pop in into the stream. It is free. You don't have to have camera on. You can just have your camera off, and we can talk. And I can. It is gonna be a long break. It's gonna be a long break, but I right now I'm still leaning guilty. Hang
That
on.
we had numerous discussions on, but those discussions were not in front of the jury, as far as I know. So the jury has no inkling of your concern with regard to whether that witness is going to be called or not called. So I just wanted to make it clear on the record that the opportunity to call additional witnesses, you have decided not to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And again, what would happen now would be the rebuttal witnesses, if the state has any, they would like a few moments to do that. My thought is, I'd kind of like to know that now, because I'd like to go over closing instructions at some point here. We need to do that without the jury being present. So that having been said, I would like to recess us from now 11:33 till 11:45 and then come back and make a decision at that point. So we'll be in recess for 12 minutes. The jury's done till lunch. We're not yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hunter.
Okay, Judge, I hope that he was talking to us too. So we have a 12-minute break. No go for lunch yet for us. So what is happening is right now, so they need to discuss jury instructions. They need to discuss the rebuttal, if the state is going to have a rebuttal or not. They're going to have those conversations outside of the presence of the jury as normal, but they're going to have it now, and then they're going to break for their own lunch, and then everyone is going to come back at 1 p.m. and then we're already going to know. So what might happen is, if the state has any rebuttal witnesses, they're going to bring whoever. I think they're still going to finish today. Oh, and we've got someone. Hello. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, hang on. Let me put. Hello? Can you hear me, Journeys? I cannot hear you. Can you hear me, Journeys? Oh. Sorry. You. One second, guys. Give me 1 second. The court started playing music, which is weird. But I can't. Oh, hang on. Oh, give me one second. Sorry about that. Sorry, that was not me. That was the court. Can you hear Journeys or can you hear me? Yeah, I think Journeys is muted and I cannot unmute. Oh, hang on. There we go. Can you talk now, Journeys? Sorry. Hello? Oh, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry. Maybe try again if you can't. If you can, I'll post the link again in chat. I'll pin actually the comment, the thing. Maybe try just to exit and come back in again. I'm really sorry about this. I'll put the pin again, and I'll pin it in the chat. Let me just remove and add it back up again. Let's see. Ah, okay. All right. Sorry about this. Oh, I can't hear. You hear me? Okay. That is weird. Why can I not hear? That is great. That is weird. Well, we can have a one-way conversation. Say something weird and then probably will not match what Journeys is saying. I'm so sorry. But can you guys, Paula, can you hear Journeys or can you hear me? Or both? Because now I'm confused as well. I don't know if the guys can hear you. Either. I'm so sorry. This is not going to plan according to plan. I'm so sorry. I feel bad. Okay. Right. I am so sorry, Journey. Would you mind being able to leave and then come back again, please? Maybe that's just a bad connection or something. I'm so sorry. I feel bad. I'm so sorry, guys. Well, so hopefully we can fix this and we can hear Journeys. That would be amazing. I'm so sorry, my friend. Yeah, I even forgot. Gardenbot was calling me. Okay, here we go. Hey, I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. That's very good.
Yes,
No,
yes, hi.
because the last time I didn't have my headphones on, I didn't have it plugged in.
Ah, right, okay, yeah.
And then I did it after, so that might have messed it up.
No, it's all right. No, you good. We can hear you now. That's awesome. Yay, awesome. Hi, welcome in. Welcome in.
Yeah,
Um,
welcome everybody.
yeah. Is this your debut or no?
Yes, this is my first time.
Yay, we've got a debut. Nice. Awesome. Yeah. So, what is your thoughts on this case?
Well, I haven't sat down and watched every single bit because, I'm painting. So, but I really do think that she did it, but I don't know if they're going to find her guilty though. Only because this case is so old. It's like nearly, 15, 20 years old. Memories, people have got old. There's a lot of confusion, deaf people. Their
Yeah,
mind's gone. Their mind's gone. They got dementia.
exactly. I mean, it's like the one thing that I was thinking is like the amount of people that self-deleted themselves in this case. It's astonishing, and it's just sadly, in 20 years, so many passed away as well from natural causes or asthma attacks or anything. But it's just crazy how they were still even able to bring it to trial.
Yeah, well, they kept going, didn't they? They believed in justice, and justice has no time limit.
Which is
So,
good. I'm kind of glad that unaliving doesn't has like a time limit charge type thing. Do you know what I mean? I keep forgetting what is the word. The statute of limitations. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah, it doesn't have murder, doesn't have no
No,
statute
so
of limitation. But
which is good. But yeah,
it's the things, some of the stuff that she said that she could never have known. Like, I see her lay there peacefully in her robe or blah, blah. It's just like, why would she say that? She never, unless she did it, she would never have seen her laying
exactly.
dead,
That
peacefully dead.
that is true. And then as well, like she knew. What was it? Was it? What about the window or something, or even the fishbowl that was, and the fact that she was only worried that, like they were saying at one point, oh, it could have been a burglary, and the only thing that they stole was her iPod. Really?
Yeah, that belonged to her, only her.
Only her. So Anita's money or the stuff, the TV was there, even though it was not a great TV, but it was back 2007. So probably in 2007 that was a good TV. I don't remember what I ate yesterday, so I don't know if that was a good TV. So I was like, all the other stuff wasn't touched. The house was not immaculate, but was kind of tidy. So the burglaries only looked for the iPod, and that was it. Come on.
And then they left her purse, her
Yeah,
handbag on the floor with money in it.
exactly.
Listen, they would take the money first than before the iPad. Money is more important.
And the fact that if it was a burglary, Anita would have tried to struggle or to defend herself or yell or run or something, and she didn't. There was no defense wounds on her whatsoever. There was no struggle. So she knew the person that was doing it, because she might, like the show said, she was on a bed texting or doing whatever, and then she just saw someone approaching, probably did not think of it of anything that was happening, and the person did what she did, a pokey pokey.
Yeah, but the thing is that I'm having a problem with, when they said she was in a robe, okay, or she's dressed, she's in a robe, that pocket knife or whatever knife they want to call it, how did it go straight through that? I mean, that's going to take some.
Yeah, it has, but like at the robes, I don't know if you're seeing the stream as well at the same time. They have that gap in, like, they show a bit of your chest when you close, because I don't think she was wearing any. Sorry, I'm not saying what the words, but I don't think she had any clothes underneath the robe. So
I was just wondering how thick
yeah.
that robe was, because I'm thinking, wow, that would have took some force to do that through a robe, but it could have been just a thin cotton robe, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't think she was, she was not. I don't think she had a shower or anything. I think she was just comfortable in her home at
And it
5
was
o'clock in the
summer.
morning, and it was summer. So,
Well, it
and
was summer. It was summer, so you know. I've lived in no, South Dakota. This is in North Dakota. I lived in South
yes.
Dakota,
Oh, okay.
and summers are really hot and winters are brutal.
Yeah, so if it
Oh
was
no,
on
get me
summer
out of there.
and yeah, summer with a light robe, definitely it will go easy the knife through it, and especially if you do it, and because whoever did it poked her so hard that like literally perforated it, so she knew. And I agree, case one is saying that she knew who did it exactly, so it couldn't be she knew Marty, the maintenance guy, but probably she would be like, what are you doing here? She probably would have jumped out of bed if it was Marty. So, and
Well,
being right, I mean, if I see a guy that it's true is the maintenance guy coming through my bedroom and I'm in my robe, I would be, what the are you doing here? Especially at 5 o'clock in the morning. That would be weird.
yeah, and they also said she's an avid hunter. She likes, so she
Yeah.
knows how to use a knife, okay, without cutting herself, okay? And this was a frenzy, like somebody's mad at something, really angry,
Yeah.
really angry.
Something like not passion but personal. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I just don't see like. And then the thing is, they say it's like, oh, Marty did not see her just in bed. No, probably with the reflection of the sun outside and the room was dark when he went, he could not see anything in the bed. He probably thought it was like a lump in the bed, like the duvet or a quilt or whatever rolled up, and did not know that it was a body. So yeah.
Did you see the picture with her body in the bed?
Yeah, I saw the picture, and then on the Cold Justed episode, they showed it even better. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so there was not offense, and then the thing was like, if the person did actually came through the window, right? She had stuff right by the window sill and underneath the window on the floor, and nothing was disturbed. Right, so how can someone go through a window and not disturb things that are right by the window? Believe me, I've gone through my share of windows, right? I got myself locked, I've done a lot of stuff, and every time if there was something by the window, definitely will crumble things down and put stuff out of place. So I don't believe that fact. And the DNA was in the thingy, in the screen. Come on. So
Yeah, and like
yeah.
Nichole said, oh, they must have went into the bathroom and washed the blood off the knife and washed their hands and did this and did that. Like, hey, if you just came into somebody's house, don't you think that somebody else could be walking through that door any moment? Why are you there? Why are you waiting? Why are you doing all this?
Exactly. Paul is asking you, are you also from the UK? Because she's hearing a slight accent from you.
Yes, I'm from England originally. I'm from the southeast Berkshire, near Windsor.
Oh,
Have you ever heard of
nice.
Windsor Castle? Well, I'm about 15 minutes from there.
Oh wow, yeah, we do hear a lot about Windsor Castle.
And you know who I'm really living close to?
Who?
Who lived in Bucklebury?
Oof.
Come on, famous person in England. One of the famous persons in England, married to the future king.
Oh, Kate Middleton.
Well, her family lived up in Bucklebury, where my
really?
grandfather.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my grandfather was born there, and I lived about a couple of miles down the hill, and so I am close to them. That's where Kate came from, my area.
Oh wow, like that is so cool. That is absolutely so cool. Huckleberry, I think it's how you say Huckleberry.
No,
No.
Bucklebury with a B. Buckleberry.
Oh, buckle, like a buckle, like Buckleberry.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Bucklebury. Yeah, it's a weird name. It's a really, really old. Well, it's all modernized now, but where the old houses used to be, and the little post office, and the little store here, those little stores there, it's
Yes.
still village-like up there.
Yeah, definitely. We have royalty in the line for sure, and I think the judge is back right now. So we're gonna listen to
Okay, well, hold on a
this
minute.
part. Yep. Thank you
Okay,
very much for popping in,
Their
Jordan. It
case.
was really awesome to hear from you.
okay, thanks.
In chief. The question, the jury's been excused for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. The only question is to the state. Ms. Sorgan, is the state going to be calling rebuttal witnesses?
The state will not be calling rebuttal witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. So next thing I'd like to do then is jury instructions. Has everybody had a chance to collect their jury instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
We're going to go through them one at a time. I will require a verbal acknowledgement of acceptance or objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
First is the cover page, closing instructions, has the attorneys listed. The first actual instruction is members of the jury.
No objection.
Cover page. I think we might have done that on the preliminaries. We did not include you on the preliminaries. We did take out the second chair part, and we did take out Mr. Bain. So we will need to correct that again. And you would like your name added to William and Richard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We will do that. Okay, the first instruction, members of jury, as you both said, no issues. Second, in duty to accept law from court.
No objection. No objection.
Next one is murder, intentional or knowing or extreme indifference to the value of human life, along with the essential elements. It's a one-page instruction.
There were some modifications we made to that, Your Honor.
Okay, let's talk about them, Ms. Sorgan.
Yes, specifically in the first paragraph, Your Honor, the statement right after the part of willfully causes the death of another human being under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference, need to add to the value of before human life.
So you're requesting that we add the words after the word to, T-O, we're going to add the value of, and then human life is guilty of murder.
Yes, Your Honor, that mirrors the statute.
Okay? Ma'am?
No objection. Under the essential elements, number one, to comport with the.
Needs to be June 2nd and June 3rd.
Second or third, yes, Your Honor. And Dakota should be capitalized.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, there's been no testimony regarding June 2nd, just the 3rd. Do you want to comport with the information, or?
Well, I do recall that we had the same discussion early on in the preliminary instructions, that based on the information itself, it said June 2nd or 3rd. Ms. Sorgan's testimony, however, has borne out that it was the 3rd and not the 2nd.
We can remove the 2nd, just as
Well-
long as the 3rd's in there.
Okay, is that your understanding?
Yes?
Okay. So we are going to change June 2nd to just June 3rd.
Yep. Under the fourth element, there should be a semicolon after being and before or.
Okay. Any objections to that change?
I have no objection to the semicolon. I'm not sure, under the first one, just capitalizing the D in Dakota.
Yes, I just went with that one without asking you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Element 5, after defendant, state putting forth the defendant's full name.
Okay.
As this is a charge in the alternative.
I'm not sure I'm following you.
Because it's a charge in the alternative, it was either intentionally knowing or willfully. That way her name is in with either alternative. It's a stylistic matter, Your Honor.
Okay, again, I appreciate that, but I'm still not following what you want, what it is you want changed.
Element 5.
The defendant willfully caused the death of Anita Knutson.
The defendant, Nichole Rice.
Ah, okay.
Sorry, Judge, I should have been more clear on that.
Any objections to that change?
I'll leave that to the court's discretion, Your Honor. She's already listed in element 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's stylistic or just better writing. I'm inclined to add it, so we will put the comma and then the defendant's name. Another comma and then willfully caused, so I will agree with that change. Is that over your objection or not?
No, Your Honor, that's fine.
Okay, last one.
And then the last, in element 6, adding again, after.
The value of.
Difference, the value of, yes.
And again, for the defense, that appears to be the correct verbiage that's needed for that to be correct under the statute.
Yes, we agree, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much for that. Definitions is the next one.
No objection. No objection.
Sometimes I think this paper's too thick. Okay, there we go. Next one is alibi.
I'm not sure this is necessary, Your Honor. We didn't hear from any alibi witnesses.
The defense?
Your Honor, I believe Agent Coons provided sufficient testimony regarding his review of the file, and we provided notice of the alibi, but this is sufficient testimony to include this. He actually testified, Your Honor, that she did not have an alibi for time of murder.
I'm not sure if this is going to assist the jury or not. There has been testimony about alibi, both from state and the defense. Ms. Sorgan, do you believe that this definition would somehow skew the jury, or is again just the definition that gives them the understanding of what an alibi is?
Well, Your Honor, if we're going to call it a definition, I would say we should move it to the definitional section rather than having it in its own special section.
The defense?
Your Honor, I believe it's to keep it standard as it is. Like the court indicated, there's been sufficient testimony and testimony from both sides regarding the alibi. I don't believe that where it's at is going to confuse or mislead the jury in any way. Just keeping it reported with the standard jury instructions.
All right, the court is going to leave that in over the objection of the state. Next is proof of intent.
No objection. No objection.
I don't recall any judicial notice. So that instruction's coming out. Next one is video evidence. I'm not sure, again, there has been video evidence, I believe there is. But I need to know if we need to fill in the blank. In this case, you observe video evidence, leave it at that. When considering video evidence, you should evaluate it like any other piece of evidence. I don't know if we need to have the from part.
I'm fine with leaving it from, Your Honor. I'm fine with that as well.
Okay, so we'll put a period after evidence, and then it will be continued on. Again, I'm not sure if the first sentence should be by itself or whether it should be attached to the next paragraph. I think it should be left separately, so it will be 3 paragraphs. In this case, and then when considering, and you should consider. Any objections? Yes, sir? No?
No objection.
Next is opinion of expert.
No objection. No objection.
Next is other acts or offenses.
I don't have objection to this.
Well, we need to clean it up possibly based on the parentheses portion.
Your Honor, I'm not sure that there's been testimony regarding other acts. I don't know that we need this through instruction.
All right. I had questions about it originally myself. Ms. Sorgan, is there some aspect of this that the state is looking for?
Well, Your Honor, the defense is the one that initially asked for this instruction,
I know that. That's why.
yeah, but there has been testimony with regards to hostilities between Anita and the defendant. There have been testimony with regards to other statements that she's made. I believe this is the court's discretion as to whether or not this needs to stand.
All right. I'll ask.
There's been nothing that rises to the level of 404B material, so.
Right, and again, I'll defer to the defense. I believe this may have been your instruction. I don't see this as being necessary to assist the jurors in any way. If you have more information, can you assist the court?
Your Honor, I understand this was our initial one. From my understanding, it does govern more towards 404, and we haven't had any of that, so we have no objection to just taking it out.
All right, this instruction will be removed. Other acts or offenses. Next is lay opinion.
No objection. No objection.
Next is number of witnesses.
No objection. No objection.
Next is proof of fact by testimony of a single witness.
No objection. No objection.
Next would be impeachment.
No objection. No objection.
Next one is defendant not testifying.
No objection. No objection.
Next is duty of jury.
No objection.
No objection from the defense.
Next would be penalty or punishment.
No objection.
No objection.
Next would be deliberations and conduct of jury in retirement.
No objection.
It's 2 pages.
No objection.
Next is forms of verdict with the court's signature.
No objection. I guess we could change it to singular form of verdict. Although the title isn't really an instruction.
That's a good point. The court does not read the titles, but you're right, it is there. We could change it to form. Is there any objection by the defense?
No objection.
Okay, it's probably, that's just in the title, so we know. All right, last one is the verdict form itself.
No objection from the state.
No objection.
All right. I will have Ms. Osland rework them with regard to the page numbers, because we're going to take out 2 of them, and make the changes that we had discussed. I'll have them available to you when we return. Again, is there anything else then, Ms. Sorgan, before we break for lunch?
Just wanting to know what the court's timeline is for when we return, Your Honor.
1 o'clock?
And we'll be doing closing
Closings.
instructions and closing arguments then.
Yes, and
Okay.
just if I didn't make this clear before, which I'm pretty sure I did, you will do your closings first, then I will give them the instructions to the jury. The instructions that we've agreed upon, you can use during your closings. So again, I'll have them reworked for you when you come back, and they will be available for you for your closings.
Sure, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, or I'm sorry, Eagle?
She's handling it.
Your Honor, just for clarification, are all witnesses released from their sequestration order and are allowed to be in the courtroom?
As far as I know, since both parties have rested, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Closed.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that is it. So, court is going on a lunch break, which is rather interesting. And we are having closings today. So the probability of us having a verdict watch today, it is very, very, very high. That was very fast indeed, Journeys. I was gonna say, are you gonna come back because you're still on the stream? If not, it's fine. I can just remove you. So definitely, Judge was not messing around. He needs his food. Like I need to finish my lunch break as well. Well, you can come on. I can turn on my camera again, but I can turn on my camera again, but maybe we all need a little bit of a break. Taking the dog for a walk indeed, Lois. Yeah. So let's take a little break. We will be back in about, let's say, 40 minutes. Yeah, that'll be 50. Yeah, that'll be 10 to 1, 10 to 2. We'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back and I can play the new songs that I did for the channel. So yes, 12:07 there now. We'll be back at 10 to 1 p.m. local, to 10 to 2 p.m. Eastern. Sorry. So I'm gonna play the first 2 songs are the new ones, and then I'm gonna restart the playlist from the beginning, which is not a lot, but yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna temporarily remove your Journeys, and then when you want, I can just share the link before we go back to court and come back. Okay? Thank you very much. So let's get this sorted out.
The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines wide. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Garden plots trembling with a mechanical hum. Petals and pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits and ghost and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden plot stumbles on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches glow. Clues pile up in charcoal strokes and dust. Garden bottle whispers just to just trust. Spines of sunflowers twist the woods of skies, while on paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bottle whispers just to just trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches glow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bots tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches glow. Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence justice seeks. Around the world eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dancing verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Warriors dancing verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Warriors dancing verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Warriors dancing verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Chords drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence justice seeks. Around the world eyes your gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court no room for haze. In this court who holds the past. In this court who holds the past. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. No repeat. No.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my belts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's boat to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines wide. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Garden plots trending with a mechanical hum. Petals and pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits engrossed and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden bot stumbles on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches glow. Clues pile up in charcoal strokes and dust. Garden bot whispers just to trust. Spines of sunflowers twist towards the skies, while on paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bot whispers just to trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches glow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bots tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches glow.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I didn't want to come up, be very enthusiastic and scare you. So I just thought of like coming in with a gentle voice for once, turn on my camera, be very calm, for because that's not something that I am. That is calm. So it's about 10 minutes to go. We've had we feel like we've had a long break, but we haven't. Oh, stop doing that, computer. Um, sorry, we haven't had it like that long of a break. It's just been about an hour, 40 minutes or so, because we had the jury instructions. Yeah. No, I didn't want to come in the news and like yell saying good afternoon. So oh yay! No, not sound yet. I should have read the whole sentence, Pickles. um Oh man, just kick them out. Tell them there's some, I don't know what would be not mean to you. Don't lose your job. Just like leave. Just tell them that you have more important things to do. So we are about to we are about to hear the closings. I am struggling with something, right? For once, I want verdict, and I want verdict watch. It's always fun, it's always cool. We can watch some parole hearings, blah blah blah. That's awesome. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't want verdict today. I was not mentally ready for a verdict to be possibly today. I was thinking tomorrow was gonna be verdict, we're gonna be chilling, like we're gonna do verdict. We might start a new trial while on verdict. Everything was perfect until they ruined my plan. How dare they? How dare the state and the defense of Minot ruin my plan? Because I was like, oh, okay, we will be able to do this, get it done like we've been doing, jump from case to case, doing openings while the verdict watch is gonna go. And but we might not. We might have to watch a live trial. What is that? No, I'm joking. It's just for the fact that I I was hoping that court would finish today a bit earlier, so I could go to bed early. Talking about bed, I'm yawning already. So I could go to bed earlier and not having to stay up until very late. But I mean, if I have to do it, I'll do it. That is absolutely no problem whatsoever. I will be here until the judge dismisses the. Yeah, I know. I was expecting unexpected. Well, they should expect me because I am definitely unexpected, Denise. um, but no, I'm just joking. Obviously, it is what it is. We'll stay on until court is on. As soon as the bell ring for the jury to go home, we are going home. I might just have to have an energy drink tomorrow morning, which it's fine, I guess. I think that is absolutely fine, and I think that is necessary if we do go in too late tonight. But I'm not seeing this judge staying late anyway. I'm not seeing him staying past 5 p.m. By the way, Denise, do you want to play your verdict yet? People, don't forget to play your verdict, the verdict game. The link will be in the chat in a second. So play the verdict game. Obviously, you have until the end of closings to do so. But yeah, so I only have quite like 5 people at the moment that have played. So if you want a chance, oh Denise, don't worry, I have I need to go to post office to send you a thing over, but first of all, I need to get garden water. Oh no, actually, I've already got it painted. I just need to go to the post office. If tomorrow, for some reason we have verdict today, which I don't believe we are, if we go on verdict, I don't believe we are gonna go. We're not gonna have a verdict today. But in the very rare occasion that we will have a verdict, tomorrow, if our new case hasn't started, I might actually take it off and work on a couple bits, and I'm gonna go to the post office to send that to you. But I don't think they're gonna. No, I don't. I should I have had? Uh-oh. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't. I'm so sorry, my friend. I don't. My apologies. I've got pickles. Yes, the pickles is written down, so that is there. 3 to 5. So I know. I am so sorry. Shocking. It's absolutely shocking. It is not good. It's absolutely crazy. So I've got rubbers now. Thank you very much. Um. I don't know why. I do have the form that is easy for you guys to fill, but yeah. Oh, guilty to 3 to 5. Ooh, there's a lot. 3 to 5. Oof. So Denise, guilty, 3 to 5. Okie dokie. Like, the thing is, obviously I can play, but I am never gonna win it. Obviously, that is absolutely more than thing. She's guilty, but I think they are gonna be more than 7 hours. I'm gonna go for 7 hours. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Pickles. You are exactly the same as Denise, 3 to 5. Yeah. So I think it's gonna be more than 7 hours. So hang on, I'm gonna put 7 plus. So yeah, I think it is gonna be 7 plus. I don't know. I have a feeling that this is gonna be a long deliberation. I don't know. I have that gut feeling, but my gut feeling it's wrong all the time. So well, I was very wrong. Like, I was not wrong. I was wrong on Jason, but I wasn't 100% sure on his because I didn't even play. I didn't even wrote down my guess for Jason. So yeah, that doesn't count. And we're not talking about you know who. We're not talking about that case. We don't talk about Bruno. Sorry, that is. We're not gonna start singing. Ooh, yeah. So I've done the new thumbnail. I've updated the spreadsheet for. Hey, hello, pickles. Sorry. um. So I've updated the spreadsheet with the new case and with some information about this one that we already had. I will update the new form of. I am sorry. So I will update the new version once the verdict of this trial is on. Um, yes, it's your buddy Colin that we don't talk about. We don't talk about that. No, I'm joking. This is a joke by now. It's not. I'm over invested about that case. It is what it is. Well, it doesn't affect me. Sadly, it might affect the grandma, but yeah, we'll not talk about that. Yeah, so the spreadsheet is coming a long way. The new one, I still need to finish. I haven't had time to struggle. I know, Pickles. Colin, I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. I'm still. Let's not talk about him. I choose to be a grown up and move on and not talk about him. And also, we need, like, obviously, we still don't know what to count, but for the new trial when we start, I need suggestions of what to count. I like objections, like, don't get me wrong, absolutely like it, but something new would be nice. Something new definitely will be very, very nice. Oh, hang on, there's just some breaking news. Sorry, so Ruby Frankie, you know that Utah mom, the 8 passengers woman that, did what she did. I think everyone knows everything. So they are, it says that Ruby Frankie is now officially divorced from her husband, Kathy Frankie, after a judge approved terms to which the couple agreed. So they are officially divorced. So they was married in blah blah blah. I want to see the things because they say that's what the divorce terms are. Um, about the talk. Standard to well, yeah, in course, horrible differences. Yeah, all right, yeah, definitely very. So, so Kevin was given full custody of the four children who are still minors. Ruby is ordered not to have contact with any of the children. So, and she's still suffering 4 sentences, one of 15 years in the Utah State Prison. So, yeah. So Kevin agreed to consider any child support payments owed to him by Ruby Frankie already paid. So child support. Couple agreed that the home would be transferred to Kevin Frankie along with the 2.8-acre property in Schofield, Carbon County. And then Ruby Frankie will keep about $85,000 that she withdrew from financial accounts when she stopped living from her husband, but any other financial accounts outside of an investment account under Ruby Frankie's name will be given entirely to Kevin Frankie. So no one has asked for alimony. The divorce agreement said Ruby Frankie intends to keep her last name of Frankie rather than change back to her maiden name. Wow. So that is, yeah, I know. So yeah, they are officially, yeah. Oh yeah, see, definitely, yeah. Um. Oh, she's not gonna need the house for a while, for a very long time, and she has enough money. She got the yeah. So that is official. They are, yeah. They are not married and they are divorced. So that is new. I mean, it's nothing like massive, but that was coming. But I think that was definitely coming. Oh, okay, hang on. Sorry, Fit is coming back. I need to put the sound on because they play music, so I am the only one that can hear the music right now. You guys can't because I don't know if they are copywriting that. So, but it's playing in my ear. They will turn off in a second and I'll put the sound on. But yeah, so that's the breaking news. It was a couple of hours ago already, but I I only saw it now. So yeah. Oh. Oh. Man, do not like Stearns is the it's absolutely crazy. Stearns. I mean, I want to cover Stearns, the trial and the trial of Stearns, but not the CSAM SA case. I'm gonna only do the unaliving trial. I think it's in September. Yeah. Oh, also, almost everyone is here, and then I can say I have made a decision about Brian Koberger case. The music is still playing. So before further ado, I am not gonna stream Brian Koberger on this channel. I'm gonna stream Brian Koberger with no commentary, and it's gonna be just a blank channel to my second channel. I have created another channel that I'm gonna be streaming Brian Koberger there, and I'm gonna do other trials on this one, and then with that footage on the weekend, I'm gonna do recaps of the trial in this main channel. But if you want to listen to the entirety of the Brian Koberger channel, Brian Koberger case, I'm gonna be live streaming on the second channel. It might or might not have like commentary in between of the case or not. It depends on how I can convince Garden Bot to do it or not. But that is the decision at the moment. It could be changed, but for now I've created a second channel for that case and for other cases that I might be wanting to cover at the same time in the main channel, but because conflicts happen, I can't. Obviously, I can't be live streaming in one channel to trials, but I've got a second channel now that we can stream there and have fun. So if you want, I can post a link for the new channel for you guys to have it. And yeah, I mean, you might already be there because it's a channel that already existed, but I just changed the logo, the name to a proper thing. So that channel is going to be used for just stream like a clean feed of the case, obviously, just to have that with me, and then I can use that on my main account, kind of like that. So yeah, that's just the idea that it is right now for the Brian Kohlberg and for the trials. I mean, because there's a lot of trials that going to be coincided with each other. That is going to happen, and yeah, that is the idea. I hope you guys understand, and well, you can still see it there, the Brian Kohlberg case. But I'm still gonna do like good recaps. Well, I hope it's good recaps. You guys are gonna be the judges of that. So yeah, gonna be doing recaps and everything on the main channel. Yeah, and then we're gonna go from there. And the judge seems like is back on the stand, and hopefully they will turn off the music soon, cause the music's still playing in my ear. Yeah, give me 1 second.
They're going to use the TV, et cetera. I just want to make sure nothing's going to go wacky. In front
I was
of the
just gonna
jury.
have Bill move, I'm sorry, I'll let them go first.
No, she says no. She's shaking her head.
Okay.
Fine.
I was gonna have Bill move the podium when they're done and I'm up.
Okay. Are you going to try and pick it up like Mr. Nelson? or just-
No, do you want me to move it now or?
Yes, please, because it'll just be in the way. It's not light, and we appreciate that, so I understand.
Felt light to me, but.
I am going to ask, however, that you move it out of the way until the jury, just move it to the side till the jury. Yeah, yeah, just move it to the, you're right there. Right there. Yeah, just so they can walk by. That'll be fine.
Do we want to make a big thing where we move it the whole way when they come out?
Ms. Sorgan, are you going to be using it for your closing?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Okay, then.
Would it be all right if we maybe moved it right here just so.
I think that'll be
so far?
fine, Mr. Nelson. Just put it there for now.
There's nothing like, there's no cords or anything, so slides are really easy right there.
Okay. All right, then. Go ahead and bring in the jury. I really got more carried away than I wanted. Sorry. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waive scroll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
We do as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, both parties have rested. We are now going to do closing arguments. Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to make a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got me, Colette? Okay. Make sure it will be. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you very much for your patience. It's been a long 7 days that we've been here together. Make sure that that television's on too. Or not. There we go. Okay. Now we're cooking. You've been here listening to testimony for about a week now. There's a lot of information in this case. As you heard from the witnesses, over 6,000 pages of documents, hundreds of hours of audio and video, photographs too numerous to count. So we've prepared a little bit of a PowerPoint here to help consolidate in putting together the state's closing argument. Mr. Nelson. Okay. You were told an investigation is like a puzzle. You heard that from a couple of different people. It's not solved by one person alone. Everyone's got a little piece. Every witness that we presented to you during the course of this past week has had a little piece of that puzzle. Some pieces are bigger than others. All the pieces are important, though. Some of those pieces give more information than other pieces do. If you're thinking about a jigsaw puzzle and you're looking at that, some of those edge pieces have to be laid out first before you start getting towards the center so that you can start seeing what that bigger picture is. Next. You heard from Sharon Knutson, Anita's mom. You heard that Anita was attending MSU to be an elementary teacher after she graduated from Velva High School. She worked 2 jobs, Vanity in the mall and the Fairfield Inn. Anita had a boyfriend in California that she spoke with on the phone. And Anita and Sharon used to go shopping together every weekend, and they spoke regularly on the phone. But that Anita didn't want Sharon to come to the apartment that she shared with the defendant because of the issues that the girls were having. You heard Sharon tell you that Anita seemed afraid of Nichole. And that Anita had Sharon put a lock, or had Gordon put a lock on her bedroom door so that she could get away from Nichole when things were getting bad between them in that apartment. Sharon told you that she last spoke with Anita the Friday before she died, that Anita had been out with her friend Michelle. You heard Sharon say that she couldn't reach Anita. She couldn't reach her in person. She couldn't reach her through work. And she became very concerned. And so that when Gordon went to Minot on Monday, she wanted him to check on her. You also heard Sharon tell you about the devastating effect that Anita's death has had on this family, including the suicide of her brother Daniel a few years later. You heard Sharon herself tell you what her own mental state was like following Anita's death, and that she had a lot of blank moments in those instances. Next, please. You heard the testimony from Gordon, Anita's father, that he drove to Minot on June 4th, 2007. I'm getting a lot of feedback and echo. And then he checked in on Anita because Sharon asked him to, because Sharon hadn't been able to get a hold of him, get a hold of her. That he found Anita's apartment door locked. And so he went to go find the manager of the apartment building.
I think she's getting feedback.
Yes, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Can you just turn that one off?
Okay, let's see if that works a little bit better.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Sorgan.
That's not a problem, Your Honor. Technology. We've got gremlins. Okay. Gordon went to go find the manager of the apartment building because he couldn't get in because the door was locked. That manager was Laura Knapp, who unlocked the door to the apartment. Gordon told you that he found Anita dead, cold to the touch, in her bedroom. You next heard from Laura Knapp, the manager at the Northgate Apartments. Gordon came to her and locked that apartment, and she did. You also heard Laura tell you a lot of information about those locks, that these were specialty locks, had to go through Schutz, the locksmithing company, because these were specialty locks, heavy duty specialty locks. And that the only people who were issued keys for these apartments were the tenants on the lease, the manager, which was Laura, and maintenance, Marty. And that in order to get a copy made of that key, you couldn't just go to a locksmith. There were no key kiosks. You had to go through management because you had to go to a special locksmith to get that key copied. And Laura told you that there was never a request received for a copy of apartment number 5. Laura told you that she distinctly remembers hearing the tumblers click in that lock, that she tried the door first to open it, and it was locked, and that she put a key in the lock, turned the key, and heard the tumblers click. And then the door opened. You also heard Laura tell you about Marty, the maintenance man, who was there when Gordon came to find Laura to get the key. And that Marty was there because he and Laura lived together. And they'd lived together for about 10 years. They were in a relationship. Marty was the maintenance man for the location. He lived in the apartment with Laura that she got as a perk of her being the manager at Northgate Apartments. Laura told you that Marty committed suicide New Year's Day, 2009. She told you why. He'd had problems at work, hadn't gotten a job that he was looking for, possible diagnosis of Parkinson's, and that he had no health insurance. She told you about the death of his niece a few months prior to Marty's death, that Marty's family was not nearby. They'd all left Minot by that point. New Year's Day 2009. This was right after the holidays of 2008. Thanksgiving, Christmas. You heard Laura tell you that holidays were incredibly important to Marty, that he was usually always with his family. They were a big deal. Would it take much for you to imagine that with all of this coming down on Marty, with the holidays being a depressing time without your family, that there's a question on the timing on his suicide? You also heard Laura, who lived with Marty for 10 years, say that he did not have a knife or a knife collection, that occasionally there would be tools that he would work with. Next. We brought in a slew of officers for you. First officer on the scene. At that point in time, Patrol Officer Plessis, now Captain Plessis. He's been with Minot PD this entire time. He's familiar with the city of Minot. He's familiar with the locations throughout the city. He pointed out to you on the map where Northgate Apartments is, clear in the northwest quadrant of town, near the airport. You heard the captain tell you that he's the acting chief of the Minot PD currently, and that he was involved in the decision to bring Cold Justice into the investigation, to allow them to assist the investigation. This is an important distinction here. Cold justice provided resources and time that Minot PD could not allot to this cold case. After 15 years, you heard detective after detective and the captain himself tell you how busy Minot PD's caseload was, and that people just could not catch a break to be able to get the time to sit aside to go through this case. So this was a valuable resource that was available to be able to carve out that amount of time. You heard from retired Detective Strandberg. He was the one who was at the scene, taking photographs of the apartment. And through him, we received the exhibits of the exterior of the apartment building. It's exhibits 3A through 3F. And you're going to get all these exhibits. You can go through all of these at your leisure together while you're deliberating. We have photographs 4A through D, which is the ground outside of Anita's window. We have photographs, we've only picked a few, of Anita's body at the scene. States exhibits 5A and 5B. And these are incredibly important. I'm sorry, 6A and 6B, 7A, no, 6A. Yes, 6A, 6B, my typo there, of Anita's body at the scene. In a light pink robe, face down on a dark blanket. With photographs of Anita's body after it was, or bedroom after her body was removed from the scene. And we have photographs of the screen as it was found located in Marty's shop with the cut that had been described as a backward L. And Lieutenant Strandberg also got the search warrant for Anita's phone bill to show Anita's contact times. You heard from retired Sergeant Goodman, who's also very active in this investigation. And you learned some very important information from Sergeant Goodman. You learned there was no sign of a struggle or robbery. You learned that Anita's purse was sitting there in the bedroom with visible cash inside it, indicating no sign of a robbery. Because think about it, if someone is going to rob someplace, aren't you grabbing the visible cash out of the purse? He told you about the process of the removal of Anita's body from the scene. And again, this was highly important. He told you about the limited access of anybody to see the body, how Anita was positioned, and what she was wearing. That she was in that pink robe on that bed. Sergeant Goodman conducted a number of interviews. He also accompanied the defendant into that apartment after law enforcement processed the scene to see if anything was missing. And do you remember what he said about her reaction? Immediately, my iPod's missing. My pink iPod is missing. Without even really looking. And that this struck Sergeant Goodman as odd at the time. Sergeant Goodman also provided us with some very important information in the form of photographs that he took of Anita's cell phone. He photographed Anita's incoming and outgoing text messages, including her last outgoing text message and her last incoming text message that went unread. He also photographed the text messages between the defendant, well, from the defendant to Anita, complaining about that alarm clock and telling her what goes around comes around. Sergeant Goodman conducted an interview of the defendant on June 11th, 2007. And you'll have that transcript, State's Exhibit 13, to review. And he told you during his testimony that he caught the defendant in a lie during that interview about where she was at or around the time of the murder. Even though he had told her, I don't care if what you were doing was not legal. I don't care if you were smoking pot. I want to know. Don't hold anything back. And what did she do? She lied to him about her whereabouts. And she only came clean on it when he called her on it. Sergeant Goodman investigated the knife. He told you it was a cheaply made knife. It was sold in bulk. He also told you, as well as a number of other officers told you, that it was determined that the murder weapon was not the same knife that Devin Hall thought he had. You're going to hear a lot of information about that. Devin Hall thought he had that knife because the medallion was missing on one side. But remember, this was a cheap knife, a cheap folding knife. Would it come as any surprise to anybody, that something that's cheaply made might have more than one of those cheaply made knives, might have a medallion fallen off of it? I don't know if anybody's been keeping up with the news about panels falling off of Cybertrucks and that there's a mass recall with regards to that. That's certainly not a cheaply made item, but it's happening on more than one item that was produced. Sergeant Goodman followed up on the Devin Hall lead and ruled him out. Went to Wolf Point, interviewed him. Interviewed a number of people who confirmed Devin Hall's statement that he was not in Minot on June 2nd, 2007. That he did not get there until the evening hours of June 3rd, 2007, by which point in time Anita was already dead. Next, please. You heard from Jordan Thompson, who's now with parole and probation after retiring from the Minot Police Department. You got to see the reenactment video, State's Exhibit 14. And again, you'll have access to that. What did we learn from this? That the window would not have been the point of exit. That it was extremely difficult for them to get in and out. You saw that yourselves. That it was difficult for Jordan Thompson, Dave Goodman, and Evelyn Jones, all three of them, getting in and out. The screen would have been ripped or damaged. The items below or in the windowsill would have been disturbed. You saw Evelyn sitting in the window to get in and out. You saw Jordan have to take great pains to hop around so as to try not to rip the screen out of the frame. But one other thing I want you to remember about that reenactment video. Whenever you saw somebody go into that window, they disappeared. You didn't see them. Remember that when there's a question about whether or not Anita could be seen by Marty as he's dealing with that screen, as he's just quickly plucking it out of the window and taking it back to his workshop. You heard from retired Detective Barnard, who went on to become sheriff of Ford County before he retired again, off to Arizona. He was the first detective at the scene. You heard him testify that he had to have Chuck LeBoy point the body out to him because even though he was standing right outside that window looking in, actively looking for that body, he could not see it. He had to have it pointed out to him by another officer. He told you about the difficulty that law enforcement had in getting the defendant to come to the scene to meet with them. You heard Detective Barnard tell you what was conveyed. There's an emergency at your apartment. We need you to come home. And then you heard him tell you about her behavior when she finally did show up, after law enforcement had to threaten to come get her. She had a flat affect during the notification at the scene of Anita being killed. Didn't seem concerned. And most telling to Detective Barnard, she didn't ask any questions. And that normally, when someone is told, there's an emergency at my home. What? What is it? Why are the police at my house? Why do the police need me? What is going on? No questions. Didn't ask who, what, why, what's going on, nothing. Sergeant Barnard was present for the initial video of the apartment, which you, in conjunction with the photographs, you can see this is a tiny little apartment. Tiny little apartment. He took the first two statements from the defendant on June 4th. You'll also have the transcripts of those. And he also told you that the investigators did not give the defendant any of the holdback information. And he told you why. We want to know what you know without influence from us. You heard from Dale Meixner, the BCI agent, conducted an interview with the defendant on May 6, 2010. That states Exhibit 19. You'll have that transcript too. That also was analyzed by Sergeant Asham. Please. You heard from Dr. Marianne Sens, the pathologist who performed Anita's autopsy. And you'll get a copy of the autopsy report. You have it in evidence, the anatomical diagram, the photographs. And I will warn you that these are graphic photographs. And we've refrained from showing them to you thus far, but you will have them. Dr. Sens indicated that Anita had been face down shortly after her death, based on the livor mortis, the lividity, the darkening of the body, where the blood pools due to gravity. And that was how she was found. You heard Dr. Sens tell you there were no hesitation marks and there were no defensive wounds found on Anita's hands. That Anita's cause of death was 2 stab wounds to the chest, and that one of the wounds was fatal within minutes. And she told you that that manner of death was homicide. And I also asked Dr. Sens how much force was needed in order to cause these stab wounds. And she told you not much force. It went through the cartilage, the soft part of the sternum. It didn't require somebody to be very strong or have a lot of upper body strength to do this. Next, please. We heard from Amy Gebhardt in the State Crime Lab, who analyzed the DNA. And she determined for you that the blood on the knife was Anita's blood. That gives us the murder weapon. And that the blood, or the DNA from the cut in the screen, was also Anita's. Now, Amy did mention that there was male DNA under one of Anita's fingernails, one fingernail, but that was a sample that was too small to compare. You have also heard testimony that there is no timestamp on DNA. DNA is everywhere. I could brush past you and my DNA would be on you. Next, please. You heard from Michaeli Talbot. now with St. Paul PD. She was part of the new investigation. She was partnered with Sergeant Asham. They interviewed numerous witnesses. They split this investigation up. Detective Talbot handled the part of the case involving Devon Hall. And she was able to rule out Devon Hall by establishing again that he did not arrive in Minot until after Anita was dead. And she did this by talking to collateral sources, by confirming with people who were with him at that time, he was not here in Minot. Not here in Minot. I would normally be saying here in Minot if I were back in Ward County. Next, please. You heard from Matt Hansen. Matt was the defendant's boss at eTelecare. And he told you about what happened the day that they were notified of Anita's death. They didn't even tell you there was notification about Anita's death. The police called saying they needed to get a hold of Nichole. There was an emergency at her apartment. She needed to come home. What was her response? Not, what's going on? Why do the police need me? What's happening? Or, oh my goodness, I need to get there quick. It was, that's just my crackhead roommate. I'm not dealing with it. Matt didn't tell her anything about her roommate. Why'd she leap to that assumption? Then Matt told her again. The police called back. He advised the police, I've already given her the message. And the police told him that if she didn't come, they were going to come get her. Then she finally went to the scene. Matt also told you that the defendant won a sales trip because she was a good salesperson at eTelecare. But she ended up not going to it because she quit shortly thereafter. Please. Then you heard from Donna Bieland. You probably remember sitting up on the stand, wearing her visor and her sunglasses because she's got issues that cause light sensitivity. She worked next to the defendant for several months at eTelecare. At that call center, open spaces, the defendant would constantly come. She'd park herself next to Donna. And Donna remembers crystal clear that first conversation with the defendant. What do you think of a roommate who leaves her alarm clock on and locks her door? First impression. And then from there, it was constant, according to Donna. Constant complaints from Nichole about her roommate. Donna told you about the fish tank incident, that there had been 3 separate occasions, and eventually the fish died. And that the defendant reacted like Anita had crossed a line, that she went from being a bad roommate to being an evil person. Donna also told you about the day after the defendant had an interview with law enforcement. And we know from the timeline when that would have been. We know that Sergeant Goodman interviewed her on June 11th. We know that the defendant had been interviewed on June 4th initially at the scene, but that she didn't go back to work on June 5th. So we know it wasn't the day after that interview. Interview with Goodman, June 11th. Means that she spoke to Donna on June 12th, because the next interview with law enforcement wasn't until 2010, and she wasn't working at eTelecare at that time. Why would I need to cut a screen? I had a key. I wouldn't need to do that to get at her. Remember the holdbacks. Remember that the defendant never saw that screen on the window. Law enforcement never saw the screen on the window. They were led to it by Marty and Nell. And you will get the transcripts from June 4th and June 11th, her interviews with law enforcement. Not once is that screen mentioned in those interviews. Not once. But she tells Donna, they think I did it. I wouldn't need to cut a screen. I had a key. And she told Donna, I'll be okay as long as I keep my mouth shut. And you heard Donna's impression that she thinks at that point the defendant said too much, because then she said, you do not want to make me mad. Donna didn't realize that she was even talking to her at that point. But the defendant was looking right at Donna. You do not want to make me mad. Next. You heard from April, one of the friends. She told you that following another one of the defendant's interviews with law enforcement, the only thing she seemed concerned about was her missing iPod. My pink iPod better not be missing. Next. You heard from Michelle, another friend. Michelle gave us a timeline. She was with Anita the Friday before she died. Michelle went and got a tattoo. Anita chickened out. She was supposed to get one too. And then the girls went to Schatz Crossroads, the truck stop, for a meal afterward. Why is that important? Because when the officers were interviewing and talking to Tyler, Tyler mentioned that Anita was going to a truck stop. She went with Michelle. Next. William May, the defendant's former boyfriend, was present at a party, a house party that he was having. And the defendant was drunk. She was intoxicated. But she said, I did it. I killed Anita. Mr. Whitmay told you about how he went to the police with this information. And we acknowledged there is no record of this interview. We acknowledge that. But he did tell you as well that the next day, he asked the defendant about that statement. She didn't deny killing Anita. She denied saying the statement. There is a big distinction there. Next, please. You heard from Christina Holler, formerly Christina Imhoff. House party, defendant drunk, being picked on about Anita's death. She gave the defendant a ride home, and then they talked in the defendant's apartment, where the defendant told her, I was fighting with my roommate over an alarm clock. She was wearing a white bathrobe. I stabbed my roommate. They had a falling out because the defendant was possessive and angry. Ms. Holler also said she went to the police before. Again, we acknowledge there's no record of that. But this was before the two had a falling out. Now, the defense is probably going to tell you that some of this information from some of these witnesses is largely influenced by cold justice and the airing of the documentary. You saw those pictures of Anita wearing a pink bathrobe. If Christina was trying to comport her information to what was learned through cold justice or to the evidence, wouldn't she have said that bathrobe was pink? She told you what she remembered the defendant telling her, that it was white. That was her memory of what was said to her. Fighting over an alarm clock. My roommate was in a white bathrobe. I stabbed her. Next, please. You heard from Connie Euland. And these were a little disjointed because we had to fly people in from out of town. We couldn't get Connie here until yesterday. Connie's Marty's sister. She also reiterated Marty had no family living nearby in Minot at around the time of his death. Mom had moved away. Connie was living in Minnesota. She confirmed the death of her niece, of Marty's niece, a few months before Marty's death, just like Laura told you about. She confirmed that holidays were very important to Marty, that he was the best gift giver. She told you about their family history of alcoholism and of suicide. But she also gave you some additional information. That Marty was having problems with Laura. That Laura showed up with another man at the funeral, after Marty's funeral. What was Marty losing by that? The love of his life that he'd been with for 10 years. The apartment that he lived in, because that was Laura's through Northgate Apartments. And his job, because Laura was his boss, because she was the manager and he was just the maintenance man. And when Connie was asked what losing Laura would do to Marty, she said it would crush him. It would crush him. Add that to what you already know from Laura of what was going on in Marty's life at around the time of Marty's suicide. All of this compounding itself. Is it any wonder that the man committed suicide? Next, please. You heard from Robin Thompson, another friend that we had to fly in. Friend of both Anita's and the defendants from high school. After Anita's death, she found that the defendant had one of Anita's stuffed toys in her closet and asked her about it. And she also told you that at the funeral, or after the funeral, the defendant told her that Money Mike was talking about that he had killed Anita at the funeral. Next, please. You heard from Mark and Brenda Glynns. This is the defendant's aunt and uncle. Brenda was the defendant's other mama. You heard her tell that. And you could see how difficult this was for Brenda up on the stand, testifying as to this, talking against her own blood, against the girl that she was incredibly close to for a number of years. She told you about a trip that she took back from New Mexico after rodeo finals with Nichole, in Nichole's car to move her back from New Mexico to North Dakota. And they talked about this case because they were in the car together for a couple days, and they were very close. And that the defendant told Brenda that she would never get the image of Anita out of her head, laying there so peaceful in her robe covered up. She told her aunt about the bowl in the bathroom sink and that the killer washed their hands and cleaned up the knife afterward. She told her aunt that the killer laid in wait in Nichole's bedroom for Anita to get out of the shower and then attacked her. And she also told her Aunt Brenda that she had gone back to Minot after she went to the 41 Club to get close. And we know from investigation that the defendant went to the 41 Club Saturday night and was there late. And you could tell that this was incredibly difficult for Brenda to express. The defendant would refer to Anita as a fucking bitch, a fucking cunt. You heard Mark corroborate that Brenda took that trip for rodeo and that he was also present at a time when the murder was discussed. And one of the cousins asked Nichole if she was okay. And if the defendant's response was, she was fine. I never really liked Anita anyway. Next, please. Last state's witness, Sergeant Asham. She analyzed the phone records of Anita and of the defendant. Both of these are in evidence. She went through these photographs from Sergeant Goodman, determining when was the last message sent from Anita When was the last message received that she never opened? Confirming that Anita was most definitely still alive as of 2 a.m. on Sunday morning the 3rd, because she'd had a phone call with her boyfriend out in California, and he recognized her voice. She conducted another interview of the defendant on March 12th, 2022. You'll have that transcript as well. And she reviewed the defendant's prior statements to the other detectives over the years, as well as her statements to her Aunt Brenda. Yep. Mr. Nelson switching this over for me, because we have another PowerPoint for you on this one. The timeline of these statements. Timeline 1, the June 4th, 2007 statements to Detective Barnard, where the defendant says she was at that point in time. Timeline number 2, the June 11th, 2007 statements to Sergeant Goodman. Where was she then? Timeline 3, the May 6, 2010 statements to Agent Meixner. Where was she? And timeline number 4, the March 12th, 2022 statement to Sergeant Asham. As you can see, there's a lot of gap here. We're looking at June 1st, 2007. Indicates at about 11:15 p.m. the defendant arrived back at the apartment. On June 4th, 2007, she said she got home, she heard Anita in her room, but didn't see her. June 11th, she returned home from work and heard Anita talking with someone. In 2010, she said she saw Anita at the fridge getting something to eat. And on the 4th, she didn't even remember if Anita was home. 1 a.m. on May 6th, the 2010 interview, she heard Anita open the front door. It's the only time she ever mentions this. Got up at 7 a.m., left for Velva without seeing Anita because her door was closed. Next one on that, please. Okay. We have varying timelines of when she arrived in Velva, when she was in Sykeston. The timeline number 4 from March 12th, the gray one. Unclear of the beginning time when she went to Sykeston. This is when we start getting things a little bit fuzzy here as to where she was and who she was with. We've got all sorts of different stories. As you can see from the May 6th timeline, arrived at the farm, fell asleep on the couch. No specified timeline at the Russo 41 Club. Watching movies with Alyssa, went back to sleep on the couch. Timeline number 4 here. Went to Russo until 11 p.m., never mentions going to Alyssa's house at all. Next, please. Inconsistent across the board of where she was on June 3rd and what she was doing until she went to work to be at work on time on June 4th. If you could back up one more, please, Chris. Oh, could you go back a slide? Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Now, as you heard the defense's own expert testify, no one had eyes on the defendant from about 11:30 p.m. until 8:30 the next morning. You heard officers testify how far of a drive it is from that farm in Velva to Minot, to the apartment. It's about 40 minutes. She had a window of opportunity of 9.5 hours. Go back to the right slide, please. Sorry, I'm making him do all sorts of technical stuff. Next slide, please. Okay. So we're bringing it all together for you. First step, we establish means, motive, and opportunity. Means is the ability to have committed the crime. Motive, the reason why a crime was committed. Now, we don't have to prove motive to you, but sometimes it's helpful in determining someone's intent. An opportunity, the time or availability to have committed the crime. Next. Step 2, review of the persons of interest in this case. We look at people's alibis. We look at their means, their motive, and their opportunity. And they are excluded by investigative tools. Please. So person of interest number 1, Tyler Schmaltz. The investigation showed you he hadn't spoken with Anita on the phone or texted with her in over a month. It also showed he moved into the apartment complex at Northgate before Anita did. He was living with his brother, who also alibied him, as well as people that he was playing online games with. He had no opportunity to do this. And he's been an active voice for justice for Anita for over the years. We've heard that testimony as well. Next, please. Next person we look to is Michael Van, Money Mike. He was interested in dating Anita. They're getting to know each other. He didn't have a motive to kill her. The last text message he sent at 4:53 a.m., you don't answer, went unread. It's the last message that was sent to Anita that she hadn't opened. That gives us a timeline. Money Mike, through the investigation, was alibied by his friends. He was at a party. No opportunity to have committed this murder. And no means. He didn't know where Anita lived. The investigation concluded he didn't know where she lived. No means, no motive, no opportunity. Michael Van's out. Next, please. Next person of interest is Marty Annell. Marty led law enforcement to the cut screen. As we already established through defense's expert, if you're going to create a scene, if you're going to stage a crime scene, you're going to cut the screen and you're going to leave it to be found, aren't you? Marty didn't leave it in the window. Marty took it to his shop, where he showed it to Laura and then told law enforcement about it. If Marty were going to stage this scene to look like a break-in, don't you think he would have left that screen in that window for law enforcement to find, or somebody other than him? No. Marty went about his rounds, doing his job, saw a cut screen, damaged screen, takes it, puts it in the shop. You heard about the issues in Marty's life. He committed suicide 18 months after Anita died. The death of his niece, right after the holidays, which were important to him and his family. No family support around. Losing the love of his life, possibly losing his job too, and where he lived. And a family history of alcoholism and suicide. Wave after wave after wave crashing in on this man. But most importantly, Marty was alibied by Laura Knapp that entire weekend. She testified that they worked in tandem with each other. He'd be fixing something while she was cleaning an apartment. There was never any significant period of time he wasn't with her. And they lived together. Now, you heard the defense experts say that you wouldn't expect somebody to have an alibi witness during their sleeping hours. Do you think that that's true of your romantic partner who you share a bed with? Marty may have had means, no opportunity, no motive. Next, please. the jogger, the running man, as we've heard talked about. This came about because of a description from Becky Ehrman based on a sketch that was released in the media in October of 2008. And shortly thereafter, Adam Raper came forward and said, I think that was me. I was running that area. And you heard the testimony. He matches the sketch. Possible opportunity, no means, no motive. Next, please. And a lot's been done about Devon Hall. There's been a lot of talk about Devon Hall. Devon Hall breaks into people's apartments. Not going to sugarcoat it. It's what he does. But he is bad at it because he keeps getting caught. And including, notably caught, for a break-in on June 11th on Sioux Street. Clear on the other side of the city. Opposite quadrants. That he was highly intoxicated when he was arrested. His aunt lived in the apartment building that he was arrested at over on Sioux Street. But most importantly, he was not in Minot when Anita was killed. How do we know this? Because of the investigation that was done. He was in Wolf Point, Montana for a graduation. The investigation showed there had been police contact at that hotel that they were staying at because the boys were breaking into the kitchen on the evening of June 2nd. June 3rd, they took the train back from Wolf Point to Minot, corroborated by other people in that group who traveled with him, not all of whom were family, as it was acknowledged. Next, please. And Jerome Vivier. You alibi Devon Hall, you alibi Jerome Vivier too, because they were together in Wolf Point on the day of Anita's murder. No opportunity, no means. Yeah, Jerome Vivier, he's been convicted of gross sexual imposition. So that's a possible motive. However, if you remember the testimony, and you'll also see this from the autopsy report as well that you have, Anita was not sexually assaulted. There was no sign of sexual assault. The victim in Jerome's GSI case was known to him. And when did that occur? On May 20th of 2007. You heard testimony, you heard some evidence that that Jerome was at the 101 Club on May 19th, 2007, the same date Anita was. But you also heard testimony that those two arrived over half an hour apart. There was no indication that they had any interaction whatsoever at the club, or that he wasn't paying attention to anyone in particular in the club. There's no indication that he could have found out where Anita lived, that he'd followed her when she left the club to see where she lived, that he'd interacted with her, that he'd looked at her driver's license to see her address, or anything like that. And then the next night, he's raping someone else in Minot. Not Anita. Next, please. So now our last person of interest, Nichole Thomas Rice. Means she had access to the apartment with a key. The murder weapon was found on Anita's bed. Motive, an extremely toxic living arrangement between these two girls. The text messages from Nichole. I'm not going to live like this. What goes around comes around. An opportunity. Statements from her alibi witnesses and her leave large gaps of time unaccounted for. Even the defense's own expert acknowledges that. She can't be accounted for between 11:30 and 8:30. And that this murder occurred right around 5 a.m., right smack in the middle of that window. And that it is only a 40-minute drive from that apartment back to the farm. You heard the officers tell you she was the only person who could not be eliminated as a suspect. And the defense's own expert confirms that as well. She could not be ruled out. Next, please. So we bring it all together, the final pieces of this puzzle. Suspect, Nichole Thomas Rice. The only person who could not be ruled out. The only person elevated from the level of person of interest to suspect. The only person with means and motive and opportunity. Her rendition of events has changed significantly several times during interviews. No reaction. No questions. No concerns. The only thing that she was concerned about was that pink iPod. Declared it missing before even entering the room, according to Sergeant Goodman. And that struck him as odd. But he wasn't the only one that found her concern over this pink iPod, instead of Anita, distressing. You heard that from Goodman, you heard that from Barnard, and you heard that from April. And then we've got the statements to William May and Christina. I did it. I was arguing with my roommate. She was wearing a bathrobe. We were arguing about the alarm clock, and I stabbed her. Next, please. So we're summing up for you what the evidence shows. That the point of entrance and exit was the front door. The deadbolt was in place. A key was needed to make that entry. And more importantly, a key was needed to lock that door behind you. You could not pull that shut and have it lock behind you. It had to be locked with a key from the outside. Wouldn't that just be muscle memory to do that as you're leaving, if you're the person that lives there? Pull it shut, lock it, keep going. And we know it was locked because Laura Knapp distinctly remembers hearing those tumblers click when she unlocked it. And we know that the killer didn't have Anita's keys because Anita's keys were returned to Gordon by Detective Barnard at a later date. They were in her purse. We know the window was not the point of entry or exit. Anita's blood was in the cut on the screen and nowhere else on that screen. Only in the cut from the evidence that you heard, which means that it was made with the knife that was used to stab Anita, which means that screen wasn't cut before she was stabbed, which means that that screen was not the way into the room. You can't go through a cut that hasn't been made. You heard the testimony that there was dust and cobwebs in and around the window and the windowsill, and that this was not disturbed. That's another way you can tell that no one went in or out of that window. The reenactment video shows you that the items in and around the window would have been disturbed, that those dust and those cobwebs would have been disturbed, and also showed you that that screen would have been stretched and ripped in a manner that it was not. You heard tell about the stuff that was underneath Anita's window, that she had things kind of precariously stacked. And you heard the detectives tell you that when they entered the window through that reenactment, they stepped on the floor, not on the bed, on the floor. Because that's where you go through where that cut would have been. That backward L would have stepped on the floor. All that stuff would have come cascading down if someone had done that, entering through that window. The evidence showed you there were no signs of a robbery or a sexual assault. Her money, her cash in her purse was still there. The photos show you her television was still there. Her phone. All these little items that could have been stolen and taken, nothing's missing. No sexual assault. The evidence showed you this toxic relationship between them, the fish tank that resulted in dead fish, the alarm clock, the nasty text messages, and the installation of a lock on Anita's door so that she could take herself away from Nichole when things got bad in that apartment. and put a locked door between the two of them. Next, please. The evidence further showed the defendant had knowledge about that crime scene that she should not have had. The statements that she made to her Aunt Brenda before any information became public or was disclosed by law enforcement to anyone outside of law enforcement. That bowl of water in the bathroom sink, that had been removed when the crime scene was processed before she was allowed to come in. That wasn't there when she was let in by law enforcement. How'd she know it was even there? They never told her about it. Anita having been in the shower before her death. You heard the testimony. There was no physical evidence at the scene that she'd been in the shower. That was pieced together from the text messages that she had with Michael Vann, that she wasn't feeling well and that she was going to take a shower. Anita had been dead over a day by the time that she was found. There's no indication that her hair was wet. Would have been dry by that point. Anita being in a bathrobe in the position of her body. You heard from Goodman, from Strandberg, and from Barnard the process for removing this body. And that the defendant had not been in that apartment before that body was removed. You heard that they later, in the body bag, a dark body bag, you can't see through it. You heard Barnard tell you in detail about those body bags. And that when the notification was done, the identification, they unzipped it just a little ways so that the person making the identification could see her face. Wasn't unzipped enough to see that she was wearing a bathrobe. And then you have the statement to Donna Bjelland about the cut screen. But before I get into that, the bathrobe again. She mentioned that to Christina. Remember, my roommate was wearing a bathrobe when I stabbed her. But on to Donna, talking about the cut screen. Again, remember, we know when she talked to Donna, based on the fact that we know when she talked to Sergeant Goodman. Because it was the day after she talked to Goodman, and the Goodman interview was June 11th, 2007. And once again, law enforcement did not tell the defendant about the cut in the screen during those interviews. And that screen was not in the window for her to have seen it herself, even if she was just milling about. And law enforcement was adamant about what they held back in this case. The bowl of water in the bathroom, Anita's body and what she was wearing, her position on the bed, the cut in the screen. These are important holdbacks. And these are all pieces of information the defendant possessed and conveyed to people at times when she should not have had that information. And as you heard the defense's own expert say, the only logical conclusion is that she was there. Next, please. So again, these inconsistent statements to law enforcement and to others. Next. And the confessions. I did it. I was arguing with her about an alarm clock. She was wearing a white bathrobe, and I stabbed her. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the totality of all of this information, eliminating the other persons of interest through investigation, there is only one conclusion to be drawn. Most importantly, from the defendant's knowledge and her admissions. Admissions to friends, and what she told her Aunt Brenda, whose heart was breaking about this. There's only one conclusion to be drawn. And that is that in the early morning hours of June 3rd, 2007, Nichole Rice took this knife and plunged it into the chest of this girl and killed her. The state asks you to find her guilty once you conclude your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorgan. Mr. Sand, do you wish to make a closing argument?
Oh, yes, I do, sir.
All right.
Yeah? Can you hear me all right? Okay. Can you all hear me? Okay. There's been some issues with that, so thank you. First of all, thank you all for being here. I know this is probably the last thing anybody here wants to do. All the time and energy that you guys have expelled, taking a week out of your life, sitting on a case like this. It's a lot of stress, and I'm sure your family and your work lives have suffered for it, so thank you very much. It's important as citizens, it's important for Anita, and it's important for Nichole. Now, we just sat through over an hour of slides, trying to go through every piece of this case, every piece of testimony, every witness. And I'll tell you, usually when you're a defense attorney, your job is to try to snake through a hole. You got to make things just work right. This case is totally flipped. They just took you through an hour of slides where they had to go through about 300 elements that have to work perfectly for them. All of them have to be true for their case to work. Devin Hall got on the train at the time some guy in Wolf Point said he got on the train. They don't have evidence for that. She's saying that. The investigation showed. The investigation didn't show that. Otherwise, the FBI wouldn't have said Devin Hall was the most likely suspect. But I'll get back to Devin Hall. They talked to you about Marty Annell. Never left Laura Knapp's side, but she's screwing around on him. They never leave each other's sides. That's not true, and that didn't happen. But it has to be true for their case to work. Their case doesn't work. Their own lead investigator, Detective Asham, told you guys she didn't review the whole file. That's not bad police work. That's insane to bring charges when you haven't reviewed a file. They're trying to say this is a puzzle with many pieces. No, it's a murder case. And everybody in here deserves justice. Anita and Nichole, and this isn't how you get it. And I don't mean to yell at you guys. I'm not yelling at you. I'm blown away by what I'm seeing here. I've been practicing law for quite a while. I've never seen anything like this. So we got a case agent. A case agent who didn't review the file. You heard from our expert. I'm going to call him Agent Coons, not our expert. We had to bring in our own expert. I've never done that before because I've never seen an investigation like this. We had to have the entire case reinvestigated at Nichole's expense to figure out what happened here because they don't know. All of their conclusions that they're bringing to you are just the conclusions that they needed to put her in that chair right now. Devin wasn't there. Devin told you, we read the report. I've been breaking into houses since I was here. Oh, it just perfectly lined up that he wasn't on the train. He was breaking in somewhere else at that point. This is crazy. I had Detective Asham on the stand. I said, you're aware he broke into that apartment? She goes, well, he actually broke into 2 that day. Unreal. A detective who didn't read the case file. I've never seen anything like that. It's insane. We discussed in jury selection and at opening that they're going to tell you that this is a murder case based on an alarm clock and nasty text messages between 2 18-year-old girls. I can walk around this town and find all of those people. 90% of the girls in this town are going to have those same issues that go to UND here. This sophisticated murderer sitting right here, Nichole, was able to scrub the DNA out of that place. They showed you the murder weapon. I'm not even going to dig around. You've seen it 20 times. Her DNA is not on it. In fact, the only DNA they have is from a man. Nichole's not a man. This is 2025. This isn't Perry Mason in 1950. They're trying to use conjecture and hearsay to convince you guys that Nichole got out of bed in the middle of the night, drove to Minot, killed her roommate, scrubbed the scene of DNA. She's this mastermind mob hit killer. Goes back home, has the intestinal fortitude to just go on with life like it never happened. We're talking about a daughter, a sister, a wife, and a mother. This doesn't happen. This is a load of crap. Now, I talked to you at jury selection. I talked to you on opening arguments. This TV show came to town. What a coincidence. The TV show comes to town, and we're getting charges. They came to town for 7 days. They're telling you in their closing that the Minot Police Department's so busy, they can't get things right. And there's a whole heck of a lot more we heard about the Minot Police Department that I'm not going to get into because we don't need to relive some of the accusations and the things that have gone on with the Minot Police Department. But they bring in a television show for a week, and they're going to blow this case wide open. You heard from Agent Coons, the show came in, it had an agenda. The agenda was to put Nichole in that chair right there. Because that's what gets people watching these things. And that's what they care about. They don't care who did this. They care who's watching that TV. You see all these cameras in here. And when this is over, you'll find out a lot more about what's going on here. This is a media circus. And it's a media circus because they can put her in that chair, and these people helped them do it. And it's garbage. And they should be ashamed of themselves, all three of them.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll back off.
Thank you.
The show comes in, the charges come out. The week-long investigation commences with 2 people from Hollywood. We're trying to clear your brother Marty. How can we figure that out? We don't consider Devon Hall a suspect. Why? They don't even have the train records. The guy's breaking into houses all over Minot with knives, women's apartments, saying, I've been doing this since I was here. Not a suspect. Because these cameras wouldn't be in here if he was. If the dead guy was the suspect, these cameras wouldn't be in here. These cameras are in here because we can have a nice North Dakota mom sitting there. That sells, and it's disgusting. And it's not our system of justice. It's greed. And that greed's putting pressure on these people. Now, we sat up here for 6 days. Person after person, officer after officer. We heard inconsistent statements. Oh, I don't remember. It was so long ago. I don't remember. Can you show me the report that I never looked at, that I never read before we brought charges? Sure. I spent half my week up here. Yep, here it is. Here it is. This is what happened. You should have reviewed it before you put her sitting in that chair. But when that happens, oh, it's been a long time. It's an inconsistent statement. When Nichole, who comes in for every interview, talks to law enforcement every time they ask her. When she makes a mistake, when she can't remember something just right, she's guilty. We're putting her in that chair. And here come the cameras. She's the only one who's not allowed to have 10 minutes wrong or get interviewed 18 years after something happens and have one element wrong. She came in every time, no lawyer. Not all the other suspects you can say that about. 18 years. She was 18 years old when this happened. That was 18 years ago. They've been interviewing her over and over and over again. Of course they're going to get interviewed for 18 years. But when other people, for their case, for what they need to put her there, when those other people make inconsistent statements, it's forgiven. When the cops make inconsistent statements, when the cops tell you they didn't review the case, it's forgiven. It's madness. I have never sat through a case where I've had to sit here with 7,000 pages. You probably noticed how slow I was going. I'm going through 7,000 pages in my head to make sure they understand what happened because they didn't do the work. The investigation happened in here. The investigation happened with Agent Coons. They didn't review the file. They said that. That's insane. To put somebody sitting in a chair for murder without reviewing the file. On top of not reviewing the file, I'm going to take myself back up here. Detective Asham, did you have trouble gathering the evidence? No, we got all the evidence. Well, I thought you said you had trouble gathering it. I show her a report where Devin Hall says that he came to Minot on the 2nd. On the bottom of the report, it says, this has been recorded and will be put into evidence. Do you have that? No, we don't. You don't have that. The state brought in a bunch of witnesses. It was a cast of characters. The TV show comes out, the phone starts ringing. You have two people who all of a sudden have an admission, an alleged admission. I did it. Everybody's blackout drunk at a party. I did it. One guy's got drug problems. We're more than grateful for his service in the military, no doubt. He's admitted he was in St. Cloud for rehab. They get in touch with each other prior to talking to police after the show comes out. And they say, yeah, we reported this multiple times back in 2008. This is one of the biggest murder cases in North Dakota history. And the cops just ignored that? No, they didn't call in. This is another load of crap. Donna Bieland can't remember when she worked with Nichole. She can't remember where the office is. She says Nichole's parents forced her to clean up the murder scene and then made her sleep in a shed. I was laughing during the testimony. This is crazy. She's sitting up here with Coke bottle sunglasses on and a banker's hat. Like they went off and found her on the street. And they want to put her in prison with that crap? Are you kidding me? They sit here talking about holdbacks. Aunt Brenda, she proved the holdbacks about that trip. Aunt Brenda said the trip was in 2007, 4 to 5 weeks after Anita died. She was totally wrong. She was a year off. Those holdbacks had most likely been given to the press at that point. Michelle Grubb, when she testified, if you can keep all this straight, had said she knew Nichole was stabbed. This stuff comes out in these towns. They're basing all of these holdbacks on this testimony of Aunt Brenda, good old Aunt Brenda. She's not sitting in here right now, I'll tell you that. Aunt Brenda had it a year off, and she was so sure of it. We were going to my son's rodeo in Farmington. We took my husband's plane. You're a year off, Aunt Brenda, sorry. They're asking you to find this girl guilty on 20-year-old hearsay. It's baloney. Think about this for a second. She leaves her family house in the middle of the night, goes in, kills her roommate, who's got a lock on her door. Like Dexter cleans the scene. No DNA, scrubbed. Nichole lives in this apartment. There's no DNA. Her DNA is not on the knife. Her DNA is not on Anita. And then she texts her after, long after. The state expects you to believe that she did that and came home and went on with her life. You see her sitting here. That's not James Bond. This didn't happen. Then the state's got the gall to ask Agent Coons why we didn't do more work investigating this case. We did a heck of a lot of work. And we have no obligation. We have no obligation to hire investigators and to hire experts and everything else to do an investigation that they didn't do. They admittedly didn't do. They didn't review the files. It's Nichole's job. That's a terrifying thing if you're an American citizen. You got to hire your own police because they're not doing it. You heard from a few witnesses that were law enforcement from Minot back in the day. You heard from Agent Coons. The FBI fingered Devin Hall. He said, that's who we're going to look into. Who's the one suspect that they didn't look into when they reopened the case, when cold justice showed up? Devin Hall. You know why? Because it would have been a problem for them. They wouldn't have been able to get Nichole in that seat. And these TVs wouldn't have been lit up and people wouldn't have been making millions of dollars. I can't harp on this enough. It's 2025, and we're taking a cold case with no new physical evidence, no genetic evidence, no DNA. When you guys go back, look at that DNA report. Look who wasn't tested. They got male DNA under a fingernail. Read through those names, see who wasn't tested. You're going to be surprised. In their opening, the state's attorney said, crime loves silence. Nichole went in every time the police asked her to come in for an interview. She wasn't hiding from this. There were people that were. What you're seeing here is a totally unprepared police department and state's attorney's office. You're seeing baseless charges, and they're going after an innocent woman because they're pressured. You have no idea what these TV cameras do to these people. And I'm not blasting police. Police are good people. But what you're seeing in this case is garbage. It's absolute garbage. It's insanity. You heard it from Agent Coons. I can't state it enough. They didn't read the file before they charged her. We read the file before they did. They keep telling you that their big issue is this hunch on Nichole because of her behavior. And then you heard, and you'll see it in the transcripts, top of the transcript, Nichole was crying at the scene when she got there. I can't make these police testify to what they said. I've shown them a lot, but that doesn't sound like what they were saying. She's crying. She's not acting stoic. She's crying. They asked her, they brought her into the apartment. Is anything missing? Yeah, my iPod is. Now all of a sudden they're latching onto that. Cops are asking you a question. What's missing? It looks like my iPod's missing. She should have just said nothing and lawyered up. Instead, she tried to help them out. That was a bad idea with these people. People like Nichole don't kill people over alarm clocks. We know that. Toxic roommate. They're telling you, read the texts. Look at the alarm clock. The fish. We all went to college. I went to college. Everybody's been in plenty of disputes with their siblings and roommates. We talked about this at opening and during jury selection. People like Nichole don't kill people over that. I've told you that before. It's true. This is a case based on hearsay and speculation from 20 years ago. I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't want justice for Anita. She deserves it. There's no doubt, but there isn't justice for Anita in here. Nichole didn't do this. And on jury selection, we talked about guilty go free or innocent go to prison. Nichole didn't do this. The killer's out there, and this needs to be solved. But it's not going to be solved in here today because the work wasn't done. The work had to be done by Nichole. She had to hire ex-FBI agents, a team of attorneys. She had to do that. That's not her job. That's not your jobs. That's the police's job. It's their job to look into the file, to read the file. Not to have a... I can't link anything more to the fact that Cold Justice came into town and they charged this case more than the fact that they said they didn't read the whole file. They didn't review the file. I'm showing them things they haven't seen before. I showed Detective Asham that train report. She was shocked. Wolf Point to Minot, end of May through June 10th. No Devon Hall on there. Our case is shot. All of a sudden, he slipped a guy at 20. That's what I'm telling you. They just went through all these slides, hundreds of elements that have to work perfectly for them, for this case to work for them. It's crazy. If one of those falls out of place, this case doesn't work. Crime loves silence. Nichole participated all the way along. This is madness. State's Attorney Sorgan told you DNA is everywhere. DNA is in the air. If I touch this, my DNA is there. Not Nichole's. I don't know what, she's got special DNA, I guess. She lives in the apartment. They don't have her DNA. No DNA on the murder weapon. They're so sure of what went on with this screen. Their detectives never saw it. Their investigators never saw it. The only person here that testified it was Gordon. He said it was out in the yard. Marty's dead. We can't talk to him. And then a couple days later, you got Devon Hall saying, I'm coming in and out of the windows, in and out, twice in one day with a knife. This is terrifying that this case was brought. It's absolutely terrifying. And I used the term abortion of justice, and I know that's a heavy term. I don't like to use that. But that's what this is. This is madness. This never should have happened. We shouldn't be sitting here today. Nichole didn't do this. Nichole Rice, the sister, the daughter, the mother, and the wife, who's sitting here with her whole family right now. It's a ranch family from Velva, North Dakota. She didn't sneak out of her farmhouse in the middle of the night, get Devon Hall's Indian head knife, and stab someone in the chest. She didn't do that. And go back home like nothing ever happened. Just take a step back. Let's walk away from the slides. Let's walk away from 8,000 things that have to go right for us to be sitting here today. All these other people. This is madness. It's a horror movie. I don't think after any of this there's any option to come back with a not guilty verdict. Nichole didn't do this. Thank you guys so much for your time. I know this has been a lot. I know this is a lot out of your lives. This is incredibly stressful. We appreciate you. Nichole appreciates you. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sand. Ms. Sorgan, last word.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oops, it's not triple records here. Well, I'm glad that Mr. Sand told us that he's not bashing the police because could have fooled me. I'd like to remind you all of an instruction that you're going to get. What counsel says isn't evidence. What I say is not evidence. Mr. Sand says isn't evidence. Evidence. It's what's on the table. It's what you heard out of that witness stand right there. So I'd like to go through Mr. Sand's points. You heard him say a lot during the course of this trial. This is important to Nichole. This is important. You know who else it's important to? Anita's family, who have been sitting here throughout this whole thing. This is important to the community of Minot. This is important to my office. This is important to MPD.
wasn't just important to Nichole. Now, I do not discount, it is absolutely important to her. I know it is. Mr. Sand told you about, there's got to be like 300 elements. It's got to all line up just for everything to work. That's life, folks. Think about using your common sense and experience. How do things have to line up in order for something else to happen? Every step we take in life leads to something else. He questioned about Laura saying that she was with Marty the entire weekend. The weekend of the first weekend of June of 2007. 18 months later, when Marty committed suicide and they had his funeral, she was with someone else. There's no indication that she was having an affair or that there was an issue the weekend that Anita died. That's a red herring. Mr. Sand wants to continue to harp on that Sergeant Asham didn't review the file. He kept saying, didn't review the file. He left a word out of there, entire file. She didn't work the entire file because she had a partner, Detective Talbot. They split up the work. That much evidence to go through? One person can't do it alone. In fact, you even heard the defense's own expert, Mr. Counts. I glanced at some things. I glanced at it. He didn't do a deep dive on absolutely everything in this file. It was his own testimony. Now, nowhere did you hear that the state's theory of this case is that Nichole went to sleep at the farm, woke up in the middle of the night, made a mad dash to Minot, killed Anita. From the timeline that you saw, and from the statement that she gave to her Aunt Brenda, she left the 41 Club in Russo and went back to the apartment in Minot to get clothes, where she encounters Anita. Anita, who thought she had the apartment all to herself that weekend because Nichole went home every weekend. Anita was not expecting Nichole to show up at home. So her bedroom door was not locked. You heard the testimony from Gordon. Anita's bedroom door was open when they went into that apartment. It wasn't closed. And I'd also like to get back to another point about Gordon's testimony. Mr. Sand told you that Gordon told you the screen was in the yard. Gordon didn't know that because Marty had picked up the screen during his morning rounds and taken it to his shop before Gordon showed up. Gordon wouldn't have seen it in the yard. Now, there has been a lot mentioned about cold justice, that they came to town for 7 days, and in 7 days cracked the case wide open. That's what we just heard. You heard Sergeant Asham tell you that they had the case file a couple of months ahead of time so that they could review everything. They came to town for 7 to 10 days for filming and for some interviews, but that this was a collaborative effort and that cold justice was not calling the shots. Cold justice does not make charging decisions in Ward County, North Dakota. Minot PD doesn't even make charging decisions in Ward County, North Dakota. Mr. Sand kept saying MPD can't get things right because the time couldn't be spared. Yeah, cold justice. Kelly Siegler and Steve Spingola came to town. And you heard the testimony from their own expert. Kelly Siegler, seasoned prosecutor. Steve Spingola was a lieutenant with Milwaukee Homicide. These are people with experience who assisted the MPD in this investigation. These weren't just two random people from Hollywood, not two Hollywood people or Hollywood personas that came in. These are people who actually have worked cases before. Mr. Sand tells you that greed is putting pressure on these people, that there's millions of dollars to be made. Not in my paycheck. Not in Mr. Nelson's paycheck, certainly not in Sergeant Asham's paycheck. The only person that you've heard has any financial benefit from this case so far is Mr. Counts. Got his $10,000 expert fee. The only person that you heard has made any money off of this. And you heard Mr. Sand saying, I spent half my week up here going through with witnesses. You're right. On cross-examination, when you were asking them about things that were extraneous to the case. It is not improper to prep witnesses. In fact, that's trial tactics 101. They teach you that in law school. You don't ever ask a question to which you don't already know the answer. So you prep your witnesses, you meet with them. This trial could have been a whole lot longer if we'd have had the witnesses testify to absolutely everything that was in this case file. But we didn't. We had to boil it down to what was relevant and what was important. You've already been here long enough without having to get through that. So he's refreshing witnesses' recollection for investigations that they did 18 years ago. Are you surprised? And then he asks you, oh, but they get forgiven for that, for not remembering something 18 years ago when they've worked how many other investigations since then? But Nichole, not remembering something is a bad thing. Okay, let's explore that. If you're the suspect in a murder and you know that your alibi is important, that your whereabouts are important, wouldn't you know that information cold, no matter how many times you're asked about it? And again, let's look at the timing of these interviews. June 4th, 2007, the date that Anita's body was discovered. June 11th, 2007, a week later. Not enough time for a loss of memory. And remember, in that interview, that's the one that Sergeant Goodman said she was not telling him the truth, and he had to confront her on it. May 6th, 2010. Not even 3 years later. And then the last interview, March 12th, 2022. 15 years after the original interview. So the relevant, the main interviews, when it was fresh and it was new and there was no time to forget. And you would expect her, wouldn't you, to know where she was if she knows that she's a suspect for a murder. Are you going to expect Detective Barnard to remember something 18 years later when he's retired twice and worked how many cases in the interim? Same thing for Sergeant Goodman, Detective Thompson. A cast of characters. I would like to correct something that Mr. Sand told you. 2 people coming in after, one of whom having drug problems. If you remember the testimony, William May went to St. Cloud for PTSD treatment, not for drug treatment. He tried to make Brenda Glynns out to be a drug addict. She went to a rehab facility to be weaned off of pain medication after she broke her back because she was having seizure activity. And nobody said that Christina or William they went in multiple times to report this. Nobody said that. They didn't testify to that. They went in once. Nothing came of it. What are they to think? Donna can't remember when she worked at eTelecare. I couldn't begin to tell you the start and end dates of a couple of my past jobs. But Donna remembered those conversations with Nichole because they stuck in her memory. Remember what she told you. The level of concern that she had is what ingrained this into her memory. That she was concerned about how this is escalating between these two girls. Brenda was wrong about the year on the trip. She thought it was 2007. It was 2008. What's important is that trip happened. And then Nichole confessed information to her during that. And also, Brenda didn't say that she flew to New Mexico. She said she rode with her ex-husband and then rode back with Nichole. So if we're going to nitpick testimony, let's remember it right. Mr. Sand told you this stuff comes out in these towns about the holdbacks, about the information. Yeah, because Nichole talked about it. She told people. That's how they knew. You heard people tell you that she told them these holdbacks. Mr. Sand is correct. The defense has absolutely no obligation to investigate. But they did. And their own expert didn't even really review the file particularly well, did he? He acknowledged several mistakes that he made in that, such as Devon Hall broke into the apartment complex that's the same building as Anita. You heard him admit, nope, I screwed up. I made a mistake on that. I was wrong. Wasn't the same building. You also heard him say he didn't hear the testimony of these witnesses. And he also didn't review prior deposition testimony from them. Mr. Sand told you, look at the DNA report and look who wasn't tested. You're going to have one heck of a time figuring out who wasn't tested. This lab report is 35 pages long. And you will see that Devon Hall's name is in it. He was tested. They got a sample from him to review against. You also heard that Nichole was crying at the scene in that very first statement. Yep, she was crying. After she'd been told that if she didn't get there, they were going to come get her. After, that's just my crackhead roommate. I'm not dealing with it. Without any information of what was going on at that apartment, not why are the police trying to get a hold of me? Not what is happening at my apartment. Was there a break-in? Is something missing? No questions whatsoever. And that struck investigators as odd. No concern over Anita whatsoever. You've been told this is a nice North Dakota woman who referred to her roommate as a fucking bitch, fucking cunt. Told her family, I'm fine because I didn't really like Anita anyway. And was more concerned about what happened to that pink iPod of hers than about her deceased roommate, who at one point in an interview, she said, she was my best friend. I looked up to her. I wanted to be like her. Mr. Sand told you that Sergeant Asham was shocked by the train report. No, she wasn't. But in any event, you can judge for yourself what Sergeant Asham's reaction to that was. But I would like to remind you, she had a partner. That would be Detective Talbot. She worked the Devon Hall angle. She's the one who reviewed the train reports. She's the one who reviewed that video, spoke with those witnesses who confirmed that Devon Hall was in Montana and didn't leave Montana until that train departed to head to Minot, which did not arrive until 9:20 p.m. on June 3rd, 2007, at which point in time, Anita had been dead since 5 a.m. that morning. And again, this was not Devin Hall's knife. Lastly, that was one of the last points that Mr. Sam brought up. Devin Hall, in an interview, said it looked like a knife that he had taken from Jerome Vivier's, but that he had returned to Jerome's house after having it about a day. And Nova Wetsit brought that knife to the police. You heard testimony that that knife, Jerome's knife, that Devin supposedly had, was turned into MPD and placed into their evidence. So it could not possibly be the murder weapon that had been left on Anita's bed, because it was in Nova Wetsit's possession to turn into Minot PD later. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the totality of everything, once again, we urge you to find the defendant guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sorgan. Members of the jury, Mr. Nelson, can I have you move the podium for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Just slide it underneath the pole there.
Sure.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. You will recall at the beginning of this trial, several instructions were read to you on trial procedure, on your duties, and on some of the law to be applied to this case. Those instructions should be considered by you as part of the remaining instructions that I now give. Officer, please don't let anybody in that door while I'm reading these. Thank you. While you are the sole judges of questions of fact in this case, it is your duty to accept the law as is given to you by the court in these instructions, and to apply the law to the facts as you find them to have been proved. You have no right to disregard the law and look for any theory unsupported by credible evidence upon which to build a verdict based upon your notions of what the law is or ought to be. A person who knowingly or intentionally causes the death of another human being, or who willfully causes the death of another human being under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, is guilty of murder. The state's burden of proof is satisfied if the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt the following essential elements. On or about June 3rd, 2007 in Ward County, North Dakota, the defendant, Nichole Rice, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson, a human being. Or the defendant, Nichole Rice, willfully caused the death of Anita Knutson, and the death of Anita Knutson was caused under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. A person engages in conduct intentionally if, when he engages in the conduct, it is purpose to do so. Knowingly, if, when he engages in the conduct, he knows or has a firm belief, unaccompanied by substantial doubt, that he is doing so, whether or not it is his purpose to do so. Recklessly, if they engage in conduct in conscious and clearly unjustifiable disregard of a substantial likelihood of the existence of the relevant facts or risks, such disregard involving a gross deviation from acceptable standards of conduct, except that awareness of risk is not required when its absence is due to self-induced intoxication. Willfully, if he engages in the conduct intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. When a person is charged with having been present and with having committed or aided in committing a crime, absence from the scene of the crime is a complete defense called an alibi. Intent may be proved by circumstantial evidence. Indeed, it can rarely be established by any other means. We simply cannot look into the head or mind of another person, but you may infer the defendant's intent from all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any statement made or act done or omitted by the defendant and all the facts and circumstances in evidence which indicate the defendant's state of mind. In this case, you have observed video evidence. When considering video evidence, you should evaluate it like any other piece of evidence. And you may consider any facts or circumstances in the case which tend to strengthen, weaken, or contradict the video evidence. You should consider the video evidence using your common sense and experience. The opinion of an expert is based upon certain underlying facts or data. While you need not accept that opinion, you should consider it and give it such weight and credibility as you think it deserves in the light of all the circumstances. If you conclude that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, or the reasons given in support of the opinion are unsound, or the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion. Witnesses who were not testifying as experts gave testimony in the form of an opinion or inference based on having perceived a matter. In deciding the weight and credibility, if any, to be given a witness's opinion or inference based on having perceived a matter, you may consider the witness's opportunity to have perceived the matter, the witness's reasons for the opinion or inference, and all other evidence related to the issue. The weight of the evidence is not determined by the number of witnesses testifying on either side. You should consider all the facts and circumstances in evidence to determine which of the witnesses, if any, are worthy of belief. You may find that the testimony of a smaller number of witnesses on one side is more believable than the testimony of a greater number of witnesses on the other side. Any fact in dispute may be proved by the credible testimony of a single witness. However, before finding any fact to have been proved solely by the testimony of a single witness, you should carefully consider all of that witness's testimony upon which proof of fact depends. A witness, including a party, may be impeached, meaning that the witness's testimony is discredited by contradictory evidence you find to be true, or by evidence that on a former occasion the witness made a statement or acted in a manner inconsistent with the present testimony, or by evidence of conviction of a crime, or by evidence of character for untruthfulness. If you conclude that a witness has been impeached, you may give the testimony of that witness such weight and credibility, if any, as you think it deserves. If you conclude that a witness has been impeached by an earlier contradictory statement, the statement may be considered by you as evidence only if the statement was given under oath, in which event you may determine which is the truth, the present testimony or the earlier statement. If you conclude that a witness has willfully, knowingly, or intentionally testified falsely concerning a material fact in this case, you may wholly disregard the witness's testimony unless it is corroborated by other credible evidence. A defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. You must not draw any inference of guilt from a defendant's silence. The prosecutor cannot mention a defendant's silence, and you must not discuss or consider it. If you find from all the evidence in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, that all of the foregoing essential elements of the crime charged in the information viewed in the light of the law have been proven, then it is your duty to find the defendant guilty. If the state has failed to establish any of those essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to find the defendant not guilty. In reaching your verdict, you must not discuss or consider any possible penalty or punishment, as that matter lies with the court and other government agencies. When you go to the jury room, you will select a jury leader. The jury leader will lead your deliberations, communicate with the bailiffs for you, and speak for you in court. The jury leader does not have more authority than the other jurors, and the jury leader's opinion does not carry more weight than the opinions of the other jurors. In order to return verdict, each juror must agree to the verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to work with each other in an effort to reach an agreement, if you are able to do so without giving up your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should consider the evidence impartially with the other jurors. You should not hesitate to change your opinion if you are convinced it was wrong. But you should not change your opinion about the weight or effect of the evidence just because of the opinion of other jurors or in order to return the verdict. If it becomes necessary for you to communicate with me during your deliberations, the jury leader should send a note to the bailiffs. All questions to the judge must be reviewed by the attorneys. This may take a period of time, and some questions may not be answered. After you have agreed on your verdict, the jury leader should fill in, date, and sign the formal verdict using the appropriate form which accompanies these instructions. The jury leader should then notify the bailiffs that you have reached your verdict. You will be brought to the courtroom for reception of the verdict. You must not disclose your verdict to anyone until it is returned in open court. One form of verdict is submitted to you for finding the defendant Nichole Rice not guilty or guilty of the offense of murder. You will now take this case, try it fairly and impartially between the state of North Dakota and the defendant, and return such verdict as is warranted under all of the evidence and these instructions. Dated the 25th day of March, 2025, by the court, Richard L. Hagar, District Court Judge. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I was in charge of your life. Now you are in charge of mine. Can I have the bailiffs come forward, please? Thank you. Can I have you raise your right hands, please? Do you solemnly swear to keep the jury together until they are returned to the court and not permit anyone to communicate with them unless you are directed to do so by the court, so help you God? Thank you very much. You may lead them out now.
Oh, we cannot hear the swearing of the bailiffs. Sorry, I am trying to find the thing. I have found it, but I need to find a way to get it across. I need to see. I might have to record it and then share it. Are we on verdict watch? I'm gonna put the clock on. I'm gonna start the clock because I don't know what's happening. Oh, come on, clock. There we go. There we go. It's nice and big. Well, I can delete the objections. Why are you not deleting my things? Oh no, I turned off the clock. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Sorry. Sorry, I'm panicking. Sorry, I'm panicking. Panic stations. I'm trying to think. Okay. Right. Clock is back on again. Sorry about this. Oh, I was panicking a little bit. Sorry about that. That was not fun. Because I was trying to delete the old stuff because we don't need that anymore, and I delete the wrong thing. That was the clock, and that was not good. So there you go. Clock is back up. It's okay. We can breathe. I think. Can I breathe? I don't think I can breathe. Sorry. I'm not looking at chat right now. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying not to panic and closing things that I don't need anymore. So I free up space. Okay, sorry. Hang on. Oh, there's a Mums and Mysteries podcast. Yes, we are started at 3:08. Okay, right. Okay. I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't find it on the regular YouTube either. But yeah, if needed, I'm just gonna restart the clock again if they come back. I just want to be sure because I can always restart the clock back again, which is no worries, but I don't know if we are gonna go back or not. I'm not 100% sure, so I just want to make sure that if we don't, we have the most accurate times. Yeah. But the thing is, I don't know how long they will walk. So as soon as we go, we go. So we are on verdict watch at the moment, from what I know, and we haven't gone back to the court. So yeah. So there we go. I need to find, because I found the episode, right, for this new trial for that I think starts tomorrow. Not sure. Not 100% sure there. Um, but it's through CBS, and yeah, Paramount Plus. I don't have Paramount Plus, miss. Oh, sorry. Oh, jury's deliberating. So see, we just started our clock, so it's fine. I need to find it for myself as well, the episode, because I've gave you guys homework. I need to do my homework too. And I cannot fail on that. But the thing is, I don't know. I haven't heard if the jury has been selected or has been seated on this yet, because I haven't heard anything on it. Tried to search about it, but I haven't had any news if the jury has been seated. I'm sure it's going to be a rather quick jury to be seated. For the trial, it's not going to take as long as, for example, Karen Reed or Miss Laurie. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Sherry. Oh, it's okay. I mean, if you can't do the homework, obviously, yeah. If not, I think he's on Paramount Plus. From what Paula was saying, I don't think there is much other places that wink wink are okay. Ooh, Peacock is another option. Yes. That's another option. We are or so. Let me take this, because they're gonna start playing music in a second. And let me make myself a bit bigger on the screen so you guys can see me better for some reason. Here you go. I never thought in my... Oh, Peacock is NBC, so... It's not... Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, boo. So, okay. Maybe try if you have more than one email, Pickles, you can always try a free trial. No, I'm joking. Oh, hi, Tripto, sorry. Tiptoe, me saying the wrong names. Hi, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Yeah, Paramount Plus, I don't know. They are different companies. So yeah, maybe try like a free trial of, I'm always here to give oh, link me. Oh, link you. Hang on. I will link you to StreamYard. Let me copy it. There we go. You can link you to the stream. Ooh, dude. Okay, all right. I'll see you in the morning, Pickles. Bye. Have fun doing charts. Yay. Sorry, I know it's not funny. I was just being funny myself. So, ooh, we've got a visitor. Hello, hello.
Hey, so I wanted to let people know there is a Moms and Mysteries podcast. Let me go back and find it again.
Is it
Moms
on
and
YouTube
Mysteries podcast on YouTube. It was up. It was done 4 months ago, and it's just over an hour long, like 1 hour, 1 minute, and 49 seconds. So it may be worth watching for anybody that can't watch 48 hours.
Yeah, that probably could be a great idea. Well spotted. Thank you very much for that, Denise. So you said 4 months ago.
Yeah, I was looking.
Oh, yeah, found it.
Yeah,
got it.
you found it? Yeah, I was going to
Set to
say their
watch
logo
later.
is red and
Yeah.
with white lettering. So
I'll post the link in chat if anyone. So it's about the new trial. Yes, Lois. So the link that is in chat right now is for the podcast about our new trial. So if you can't do the homework about the 48 hours to watch the 48 hours documentary, you can watch to the podcast that probably is kind of the same. We as assumption allegedly. So
yeah,
the,
Annie Elise um, also did something 4 months ago that's 45 minutes long.
okay.
And her page is it's Annie Annie Elise Elise, and her page is 10 to life.
Repeat that last name, me and spelling K. The last
E
name of the person. E.
yeah Elise.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
And then
and her
it's just that.
it, yeah
Oh,
she
10
her
to life.
show is called 10 to life. Yeah. So the title of that one is Burned Alive or Murdered: The Shocking Truth About Todd Sturmer's Death.
And how long ago was that?
4 months.
4 months as well.
Hmm.
Du- 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 du-
So
du.
that must be when her case was overturned or her sentence was overturned, huh?
I mean, I don't know. Will it be that going that quick to the to trial? Oh yeah, found it.
I don't
The other
know.
one. Because the thing is, because the first conviction I was reading, uh, it's
Oh,
um,
yeah. And
oh,
so there's also it's just a 5 minute clip that says from CBS News, Michigan woman convicted of murder and arson speaks out for first time since release from prison, and that was 5 years ago.
yeah, I think that's the same one that Paula just found and just posted on chat. Yeah, that it is the sneak peek for the 48-hour show. Yeah,
Yeah.
um, yeah. So, well, if you can't watch the 48 hours episode to platform restrictions or whatever, there's 2 links in chat to the 3 links in chat that you could save. Watch that. That gives you a little bit of a preview for the case, and that will probably give you a thing. But the crime was in 2007. She got convicted in 2010. And then at some point, the conviction got overturned because of an error of the prosecution. Do you know why, Denise, that it was overturned?
I have no idea. I've never heard of that case.
So the judge found the prosecutor erred by telling a juror that the defendant had 2 cell phones when there was no evidence of that, and that her defense was found at fault for not calling a fire expert. So because of that, the conviction was overturned, and now we hear on the eve of her trial. So basically, someone did a big boo boo in the trial, and yeah, and now she's trying to walk free. But well, I mean, I'm sorry, but she tries to burn him alive, doesn't work, and then runs him with a van. That is just yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
how
sorry, you go.
how did the prosecutor say that? I'm confused.
I
You
don't
said the
know.
prosecutor told a juror that?
No, so what I read it was a prosecutor erred by telling jurors, probably was jurors, not a juror.
Okay.
maybe like in a closing or or an opening, that the defendant had two cell phones when there was no evidence of that, and that her defense was found at fault for not calling a fire expert. So they're saying that the prosecution did a mistake, and then her old attorneys did also a big mistake because they did not call the fire expert when there was a fire claim in the trial.
The defense does not have to call anyone, period.
No, it doesn't.
Hard
But
stop.
for
End of
an appeal
story.
and for
That should not
yeah.
be, I understand, but unless they're saying ineffective counsel, but still, they still don't have to call anybody. They don't have to hire an expert. But, and the prosecutor telling jurors that there were two cell phones when there was no evidence. What the attorneys say is not evidence.
I know, but I don't know. They got the overturned conviction, and now she's on trial again.
Oh,
so.
you're gonna have me go down a rabbit hole tonight, aren't you?
Oh, yay! I'm not even sorry.
I still have to catch up on the Karen Reed hearing from this morning.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's the first Karen Reed hearing that I've missed.
Oh, wow. I think I'm honored. but the thing,
It is
the thing
the
is,
first one.
oh wow, you're gonna be busy. You're definitely gonna be busy. I know, Willow. It's confusing, but I think that's why watching as much information as we can, it's gonna be awesome. I mean, I could play the podcast and the videos from the creators, and then obviously give them a shout out and everything, and then we probably could watch that together while we are on deliberations. What do you think, Denise? Do you think that could be an idea? I'm sure that the creators would be okay with that, because that could give us a bit of more information.
Yeah, potentially.
Because now we're on verdict watch, so we're gonna be on verdict watch at least until 5 p.m. Because I don't think that we're gonna have a verdict today, for all honesty. So we could watch the new stuff, that stuff. While we're on verdict watch, and then probably we don't have to do much homework anymore. If you want to do homework on your own time, that's not up to me. No, I'm joking. no, you can still do homework.
We have to be careful. Yeah, I mean, we do need to be careful if we watch those other content creators. I would say let's just be careful. Make sure we watch for a couple minutes and then pause it and talk about it.
Yeah.
Because we definitely don't want you to get a copyright strike. Or
yeah, definitely not.
reach out to you can reach out to the two, or to the content creators and ask them, can I play your content on my channel and have a discussion with my chat about it?
Yeah, true. Probably we can do that tomorrow, because I think tomorrow we're still gonna be on this. If the trial does not start tomorrow, I'll try to reach out to the content creators now while we watch something else, and then we can try to watch that tomorrow. Or since you already have the links, you can watch on your own time of free will as well. So, I mean, I'm not Garden Bot. Cutie Pie is talking here next to me. Denise, tell him to be quiet.
Hi, Cutie Pie.
He says hi back. He's literally like literally here where my hand is. This is his screen now, so we are literally in a poking distance now.
Well, and I like that you face one way and he faces the other way.
Yeah.
So it's really easy for you to look at each other.
I really like I like this
I can't
because
wait for him to start uploading more content.
I know, me too. He's actually working. He's been working on this drawing for the last couple of hours, but he did a mistake. So he does like time lapses, and he recorded the time lapse too short. So literally, he was what about 2 hours doing, and it was a 5-second video. So yeah, it's gonna have
Oh
to
my
like rework.
gosh.
Yeah, but this actually looks really really cool because I get to preview before you do.
Well, that's perk of being married.
Exactly, and I can lean over and look it. So yeah, he is sitting in his new chair and he loves it. I don't like it. It feels so uncomfortable. I don't know. He's crazy, you know. So yeah. So what we're gonna do is watch some parole hearings. That like we our safe place to be while I do some background work in terms of reaching out. Otherwise, I mean, if the trial doesn't start tomorrow and I have permission of the content creators, we can go live and watch that and see if the court will start if we have a verdict today. But I don't think we're gonna have a verdict today. What do you think? Do you think we're gonna have a verdict, Denise?
You know, if the judge lets the jury do their job and stay until they want to go home, I think it's
Mm.
possible. But
Mm.
if the judge calls it at 5 o'clock or even 4:30, that's only another hour because it's
Yeah,
3:30 there
exactly.
now.
Yeah, exactly. It's about 3:30. But like the judge did say, my life is in your hands, which was a little bit dramatic. But this courtroom is a bit dramatic with that attorney. I still need your opinion on that attorney, by the way. But I'm not saying them going past 5 o'clock, or well, it would be crazy if we had a verdict in the like 20 minutes that they are deliberating. That would be wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, Denise, your thoughts of that attorney's closing? Richard, the ping pong ball guy that kept talking.
Mr. Sand,
Yes,
classmate
Mr.
of Hank Brennan in drama class.
Ping pong guy.
Yes, that one.
he
That
didn't
one.
he didn't he didn't have a closing.
Yeah, that was nothing.
He didn't have a closing. He just tried to rip apart the state while yelling at the jury.
Yep.
No. And the look on her face, she cried more today than she has for the entire trial.
Yeah,
She
and the
knows. She knows she's not going home tonight.
well, yeah, tonight or tomorrow, but yeah, she knows that. But the thing is, yeah, she probably they also told us like you've got to cry now, you've got to cry today. Today you better have drink plenty of water so you have plenty of tears and force them out. So you look innocent and fake tears. No, it's incredible, but. I am on guilty side, but I am just wondering if the jury actually saw that. Oh yeah, Paula, she was literally crying more than who was another defendant that was crying as well. Oh my days, they all fake cry. So um oh yeah, no for the victim obviously. Oh, that's never um. But anyway, I think it is gonna be guilty. I hope it has to be guilty. At least our expert said was guilty. So who knows if it is not guilty. If she gets not
Hey,
guilty,
if for some reason the jury is hung or says not guilty, y'all will never call me an expert again.
yeah, no, and I will want a refund. And I will want a refund of what I've paid. with the expertise. It was in the contract. I want the refund.
Oh my gosh.
No, because oh my days, I can imagine $10,000 for an expert that was destroyed in the stand by the prosecution. I would just never. I would close my
Right?
business. I would like no, Gibe, I'm not doing this,
I really
especially with the
wanted.
national.
Go ahead, finish.
Oh no, I was like I went into national television because this trial was televised so far and wide nationwide, I'm sure. I would never show my face again. I would literally move to Portugal or England
Well,
until like
well, yeah,
yeah.
of course it was. Of course it was nationally televised. Didn't you hear Mr. Sand talk about the cameras and how
Yeah.
it pays to convict an innocent woman?
No, sir. We watch even if she is found not guilty. We watch it
Right,
because we want it. So it's not. And no one is paying me or anyone in chat for to be watching
right.
Nicole go down. So I wish we were.
Um, I was gonna
We would be
say,
rich.
I really wish that the judge would have let the defense expert, the ex FBI agent, I really wish he would have let him answer that question about uploading a video of his testimony to his web page, to his
That
business
would have
web
been hilarious.
page.
That would be hilarious. Can you imagine? But I don't think he wants that anywhere. I don't think he wants that anywhere because it was so bad for
Right?
him. Because I'm sorry, because he said, "Oh, the FBI." So if the FBI would have seen that it was just something enough to arrest someone, believe me, it would, and he knows that as an ex FBI agent or a presumptuous ex FBI agent. Because I did not see any evidence of that. I did not see any work
Mm-mm.
photos. I did not see any confirmation that he did work. I have his word. So,
Well, I mean,
um,
they had his CV.
well, it is very easy to lie on the CV. So, ooh, what you opening? Food? Sorry, I'm just
I
noticing you have the
ordered
cap. It's
I
an unboxing.
ordered a.
You can see
It's an
Nicole's trying to
unboxing.
look at you.
Oh,
I don't know how well it's going to work. It's a hammock for the damn cats.
a hammock for cats.
Yeah.
Okay, that is interesting. I never heard of that. Mm. Let me know if it works. Well, not that I'm gonna buy it because I don't have a cat. I have a garden bot. If you have a hammock for yeah, if you have a hammock for a garden bot, let me know. I'll put him in the hammock. Oh
You could have had a hammock upstairs.
no, I'm joking. I don't want a hammock in the house.
You endorsed it. Chat endorsed it.
No, chat did not say. Garden
So,
bot, we're not gonna have an argument on stream, love.
Lori Vallow news.
What
You
did she
ready?
do now?
Nate Eaton. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Own a hammock.
From East Idaho News. Nate Eaton posted 2 hours ago and said, well, Lori Vallow Daybell has filed a motion to have her case dismissed because of prosecutorial misconduct. Among other things, she alleges the prosecutor gave me off the record advice on how to avoid being subpoenaed. I'll set the record straight, plus go through several other newly filed documents and more tonight at 7 on Courtroom Insider.
What? What? What?
So
So,
one of the girls, there's a group of us here at work that
mm,
talk about the Valo Daybell thing. Like we've been talking about it for years. And so one of the girls just saw the um, post,
yeah.
screenshot it, and sent it to us and said, "Did y'all see this?" So one girl goes back and says, "She's such a piece of work, such trash." And another one said, "It's amazing how she thinks she is above the law for any wrongdoing." And I just laughed.
Uh, she's trying everything, and I cannot wait for trial. I am absolutely so excited. I know it is going to be a hard month. It is going to be a long April for sure for me, but I am so excited for that trial. I am so looking forward. It is going to be an absolutely killer because the court is going to start at 5 o'clock my time and finishing at 1 a.m. my time. And I'm gonna have to go to work at 5 o'clock. So it's gonna be
How is
crazy
court starting so late?
because it's Arizona time. Arizona, it's like a 7-8 hour
Oh,
difference to me. Yeah. So
right.
it is a 7-8 hour difference for me. So it's gonna be a killer of a trial, but I am looking forward to it. I think after Lori, I might do a sleep study where I just sleep all day. So, um, but yeah, no, I still want to cover Gava to Gavel. I know Garden bought Cutie Pie. Said that he's gonna help out, but I want to see this spectacle myself of Lori, Vala representing herself. So, and I might be able to take a couple days off here and there. I'd ask my boss to finish early, but my plan is do the trial, have a couple of hours of a power nap between the trial finishing and I have to wake up to work, go to work, come home, have a few hours of sleep, and then start my day at 5 o'clock. So basically, I'm gonna be living in Arizona time-ish, kinda. I'm gonna be in a crazy schedule,
Right.
so that's gonna be fun.
Do
You're gonna
do not let your mental health suffer.
Oh no, no, definitely not. I'm gonna take breaks. I'm gonna take my weekends off, and to sleep and to, uh, be a vegetable. Not eating them, be a vegetable myself. Cause yeah, uh,
So I have
you're
found a
still
downside to purchasing things on Temu.
you have to build them.
They don't come with instructions.
No way. Oh no, that is not good.
This is the
I need it.
second. This is the second thing that I've bought
Doing.
that
Can see your screen.
doesn't have instructions.
Oh, I think I need to some cutie pie to help you build the hammock because he's very good without instructions. He never uses instructions for nothing.
I do.
Yeah,
Lies.
right. Can you hear him?
I hear him.
Oh,
Okay.
trying to not to say words.
Maybe online you can find the same type, and maybe someone that has
That's
the things.
yeah. That's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah, because maybe they have the instruction, or someone that went through the same ordeal as you has found the instructions, and yeah. So there's nothing so far. Well, it's only been what, half an hour. Ooh, it's been already half an hour. Wow, time flies. Um, Let me have a look. If the new thumbnail. Oh, I've already. There's a new version of the thumbnail that I need. The thumbnail of the spreadsheet that I will put it out when there's a new verdict. Oh, Denise, are you part of our Facebook group?
Yes.
Hang on 1 second. The Court TV just started playing music and they scared the living pieces out of me. My days. I'm just like, the music started coming from nowhere. And you know, when you like hearing things, then there's like 500 tabs open and you don't know where the music's coming from. And I was like, what is this? So we're watching now Denise finding instructions for a cat hammock, and then we're gonna see if that does it. That's gonna be the entertainment for tonight. That is gonna
Yeah,
be
I
our
have
entertainment.
no idea.
That is
What I
very
may end up
interesting.
doing is just putting all the pieces behind me on the bed and handing it to Anne when she gets here.
Yeah, and let her deal with it.
And say, here, I bought something else on.
Well, William, you missed closings. I think you missed the sand walking back and forth like a tennis ball, and yelling at the court. And then you missed closings, and now we're on verdict watch, so not much. Oh yay! Yeah, that's good, Paula. Nice. Now, can you relax or just
I can't
you're
see
gonna?
chat.
Oh no, that is not. I'm sure you can. Can you not see chats when you? Um.
Mm-mm.
No. No. Weird. Huh. That's rather interesting.
Wait. Chat. Nope. Oh, what did I just do?
Oh, you still okay? You still. Well, I can still hear you and see you. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a thing that said chat, but that's not our chat.
Oh, I think that's just a private chat between me and you. Just.
Yeah, it would be a private chat for anybody in the studio.
Oh, okay, Garden, but I will help you to post your video in a second. Yeah, I need to. Oh, looks good. It looks so good. I'm not gonna give you away. You're gonna have to go to Garden Bus channel to watch that video. I'm gonna help him to edit the video and post it. So what are we gonna do? So I'm gonna do a small little break. You can entertain the audience, Denise, if you want to, or I can just put some. You can just take over
No,
the
I'm going to
channel.
get off of here. No, I'm going to get off here because I've only got like 15 minutes left of work. And then yeah. Normally I would stay and work till 4 today, but I have a really busy day tomorrow. And I'm on site, and my boss's boss is in the office. So I won't be doing any chatting at all tomorrow.
Oh no, absolutely understandable, friend. It's
So
yeah, no. Yeah, we don't you don't know what's YouTube and court watching, do you? You don't know what that is, and yeah, we never hear from
it'll
you
be in my
on chat.
ears.
I will be
It'll
whispering
be
in
in
your
my
ears.
ears. But that's about it.
I'll whisper
So
in your ears, Denise.
oh my god.
Sorry, I'll stop doing
Oh my
that.
god. That was funny.
I just
Okay,
like scaring
go. Go
people.
take a break. Go
Alright, I'll
take a
see
break.
you
I'm going
soon.
back to chat.
Alright.
Okay, bye.
I shouldn't You should not be allowed to do this, but this is so much fun. Thank you very much, Denise, for coming. I'm just gonna do a very small break. I have the feed on my phone. Anything comes, I will be swapping over to that. I'm just gonna leave some parole hearings on, and then I'll be right back. I'll be about 5-10 minutes. I'm just gonna help Garden Bot to edit this video and post it, and then we can just resuming hanging out. So I'll see you very soon, guys.
I'll just make sure.
Okay, good morning. Parole Board be called to order at 8:52. Today is March 25th. With me serving on the board today will be Ms. Ledoux to my right. Ms. Renata is on Zoom. And my name is Pete Freeman, and I'll be the acting chair today. Would staff at headquarters introduce themselves?
Francis Abbott.
Okay, is there any staff in there with you, Mr. Smith? Wait,
Lieutenant Townsend right here, sir.
And what's your name, ma'am?
Lieutenant Townsend.
Okay, Ms. Townsend, just real quick, have y'all had any problems with him since he's been there?
No, sir. We've only had him for a couple of weeks, but he's been well behaved, no problems.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Townsend. Thanks
You're
for having me.
welcome.
Okay, so, Mr. Smith, you're here today for your revocation hearing. How we're gonna handle that, do you have your questionnaire in front of you that should have been given to you by the probation officer?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign that questionnaire?
At the bottom.
Okay, and, if you wanted an attorney today, you know you would have had to hire one. Do you want to proceed without an attorney?
Yes.
You have a retained counsel?
Good
morning, Rebecca
Okay, what's your
Goldstein.
name, ma'am?
Rebecca Goldstein with the Public Defender's Office in New Orleans.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. We'll let you speak at the, correct time.
Thank
I'm sure you would like to speak after all of the people in favor speak, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, all right, so we also have joining us Brian Lors, social worker, Bobby Wallace, a friend, and Ms. Goldstein. We also have Pierre Hardnett from PMP. Mr. Hardnett, I'll allow you to make a statement if you wish to. You're here for information purposes, so if you want to make a statement, you can. All right, so your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so Ms. Ledoux will be asking the questions.
Mr. Smith, you are found to be in violation of the conditions of your parole. In that rule number 4, on or about 10/17 of 2024, you were engaged in criminal activity when you committed the crime of domestic abuse battery, which led to your arrest by the New Orleans Police Department on the aforementioned charge. On 1/28/2025, the Orleans District Attorney null crossed the parolee's domestic abuse charge due to the victim's non-participation. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the statement?
Not guilty, ma'am.
And also you're alleged to be in arrears of $3,598 on your supervision fees. How do you plead?
Guilty.
You can call supporters at this time?
Yes, I am. Okay, Mr. Brian Lors, what do you want to tell us about Mr. Smith?
Yes, good morning. Again, my name is Brian Larson, I'm a social worker with the Public Defender's Office. And I just want to first start with this, with stating that we've done a thorough investigation. And I feel comfortable stating that Mr. Smith did not commit any physical abuse by no means. And I also, want to say this here, a lot of time and effort and thought went into putting this plan into place, for Mrs. Smith. I've had several opportunities to meet with him, as I stated in my reentry plan, and and when I assessed Mrs. Smith, I identified some things that he could definitely benefit from. A lack of support system, and I just want the board to think about this here for 1 minute. Mrs. Smith, he went away to prison at a young age and served a lot of time. And he didn't have the opportunity to learn how to address or cope with situations in a way that is more acceptable. Now, we all have disputes and disagreements, I'm sure, with our wives, husbands, partners at some point. But the difference is that we address it in ways that are more acceptable. So that's why I individualized this plan to help Ronnie, because Ronnie needs the support. He had a hard life. And I think he deserved a chance to get it right this time. He has a lot at stake. I secured housing for Mr. Smith at First 72 Plus. They're ready to take him immediately. I also referred him to the New Orleans Day Reporting Center, and this is the New Orleans Day Reporting Center works in conjunction. It's ran by the Orleans Sheriff's Department, and they work in conjunction with the Louisiana Department of Public Safety and Correction.
Correct. We know all about First 72.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the New Orleans Day Reporting Center.
Well, I know all about it. Okay, we know about it.
Yeah, they offer the parenting classes, anger management, domestic violence, and all of those things. So I think that he acknowledged maybe not addressing situations in a right way. We had this discussion about what you think you could have done better. And I usually have this discussion with all of my clients, and they always almost say that, hey, yeah, I should have maybe just walked away. I could have just walked away, and maybe talked to my wife or my partner when things calm down. I recently had an interview with Miss Patton. Miss Patton came in, who, by the way, is pregnant with Ronnie's child. And she confirmed to me and the attorney, Ms. Goldstein, that she was angry and she just called the police. So, like I said, I put a lot of thought in this plan, and it's detailed, it's specific to address Ronnie's needs.
Correct.
And, my hopes is that, this board just consider, all that I've said and the work that I put into this here and the team has put into this here. And, yes, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. Mr. Bobby Wallace, a friend, what do you want to tell us about Mr. Smith?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I've been knowing Ronnie for over 20 years. I've been knowing him because I'm a returning citizen. I was in Angola with him. And I had an opportunity to actually get a personal relationship with him. And I also was, from time to time, actually being a supporter out here in his life. But in my return out here, there were some things that I needed to focus on. However, I realized that some people don't identify what love and manipulation is. And he found himself in a situation where he was getting manipulated. Not that he wasn't strong enough to overcome it, but when you feel like you're in love, it makes a big difference in your life. But I want to say this. I want to say that Ronnie is a great guy. He tried to help whomever he can, whenever he can. And I can tell you, I give you my word, that I will walk with him every step of the way. And if possible, whenever he get out first 72 or whatever thing, I'm in the process of buying a house. He can come live with me. And I can assure you, he will not be involved in any incidents like this.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Mr. Wallace.
All right.
Okay, Ms. Goldstein, would you like to present your case for your client?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. Good morning. Again, my name is Rebecca Goldstein. I represented Mr. Ronnie Smith in his now dismissed case, misdemeanor case out of Orleans Parish. When Mr. Smith was 25 years old, he was convicted of armed robbery. Mr. Smith spent 23 years at Angola for that crime. Today, Mr. Smith is 50 years old. During those more than 2 decades that Mr. Smith spent at Angola, he dedicated himself to his education, his faith, and building his employment skills so that he could re-enter society as a productive and successful member of his community. Mr. Smith is particularly proud of receiving his culinary arts diploma at Angola's Culinary Art School. While in prison, as you just heard today, Mr. Smith created a strong support system for men facing similar challenges who have since come home. Those men are now able to offer Mr. Smith tailored support should the board allow him to be released back onto parole. Letters of support from some more of those men are attached to the parole board packet sent previously to the board. Upon Mr. Smith's release from Angola, he found himself housing and a job, and he worked to reintegrate back into society after those 23 long years. Mr. Smith communicated with his parole officer, Pierre Hardnett, who informed me that until this present matter, Mr. Smith had been easy to reach and was compliant with parole. Unfortunately, Mr. Smith stayed in a relationship that he knew was not healthy, which ultimately led to the arrest in this matter. Mr. Smith is before the board today because he is accused of violating conditions of his parole. The first violation, as stated by the board, is for criminal activity, and the second for failing to pay parole fees. As to the criminal activity, Mr. Smith was arrested on October 17, 2024 for misdemeanor domestic abuse battery. That charge was dismissed on January 28, 2025. The allegations in that case stemmed from an argument between Mr. Smith and his then girlfriend, Marie Patton. While Mr. Smith never got the chance to prove his innocence at trial before that case was dismissed, Mr. Smith acknowledges the unhealthy dynamics in that relationship, and he takes full accountability for staying in that relationship longer than he should have. Mr. Smith now knows that he can no longer be in a relationship with Ms. Patton. And despite knowing that they can no longer be together in a romantic relationship, Ms. Patton has expressed her strong desire for Mr. Smith to be released back onto parole. In her letter to the board attached to his packet, Ms. Patton expressed, quote, "I am not scared of Ronnie. He is gentle, loving, and supportive, and I hope you will give him another chance and allow him to go home." As Mr. Lars told the board, Ms. Patton is pregnant with her and Mr. Smith's first child together. Mr. Smith first learned that he was having a son from me over Zoom last week. When I shared the news, Mr. Smith broke down in tears. Mr. Smith has only one other child, a daughter who was born while he was still incarcerated at Angola. More than anything, Mr. Smith wants to be there to raise and support his son and not miss another child's birth behind bars. While Mr. Smith knows that he can no longer have a relationship with Ms. Patton, he is dedicated to showing up as the best father, co-parent, and man that he can be. And Ms. Patton wants this too. In her letter addressed to the board, she writes, quote, I want my son to know his father and have him in his life. Finally, with regard to the violation that Mr. Smith missed payments, he admits to this violation and acknowledges his mistake. Mr. Smith had lost his job after a hip replacement surgery. And while he told his parole officer, Mr. Hardnett, about losing his job, and he worked hard to find another one, right before his arrest on this dismissed case, he had just accepted a job at the convention center.
Can you wrap up for us, please?
Yes. You'd already heard the release plan that we'd created. Mr. Smith acknowledges that he should have been making attempts to make payments regardless. And with the help of Mr. Lars, he will obtain a job as soon as possible to ensure that he makes all future payments. The reentry planning, I won't go through that again, as you've heard that, and it's detailed more thoroughly in the packet sent to the board. Ultimately, we are hoping that with this additional community support, as well as support from his social worker, Brian Lars, and our office, that Mr. Smith will gain the tools needed to understand the dynamics of healthy relationships, the skills needed to be the best parent and co-parent that he can be, and to reintegrate into society as a productive, successful member of his community. And so in conclusion, we respectfully ask the board to take into account Mr. Smith's capacity and demonstrated desire to grow, the 23 years he served already for his 1999 conviction, the wishes of Ms. Patton, and the tailored reentry plan we've submitted today when considering whether to revoke Mr. Smith to a lifetime imprisonment. Mr. Smith has learned from his mistakes. He's dedicated to his personal and professional growth, to becoming a dedicated father and hardworking member of his community. The board has great discretion in this matter, and we ask that discretion be used to show Ronnie Smith mercy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Appreciate it. Mr. Hardnett, if you would like to would you like to make any comment with what you've heard so far?
I did not hear anything. I just heard the last of what Ms. Goldstein was saying.
Okay, well, we're going to interview Mr. Smith now. And if you, at the end of his interview, want to make a statement, we'll allow it since you were a supervising agent. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll go back to Ms. Ledoux. Thank you, Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Smith, what class offender are you?
Medium.
I'm sorry?
Medium, ma'am. Medium.
Now, how many times have you been a felony? Been charged with a felony?
Believe 3 times.
So you're a third class offender.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how many times have you been on supervision?
What, parole?
Yes.
This is my first parole.
Okay. You were paroled in January of 20. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I read through the probation narrative, which means every time they have contact with you, they make notes and they provide that to the board. So for the 4 years that you were out, you actually spent some time in because you had a separate charge, a third-degree rape charge that was dismissed, but you spent some time in during that period. But when I counted, you changed addresses 11 times in less than 3 years.
Wait, I didn't hear, ma'am.
Does that sound about right to you?
Well, I didn't understand what you said.
How many address changes did you have in the 30-something years that you were out? Address.
Oh.
Where did you live? I mean, how many different places did you live?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. It been a few addresses because the money, me having problems having jobs and stuff until I got on Social Security.
Well, in reading it, some of the narratives said that you couldn't get along with a girlfriend. And how long were you with Miss Patton? How long had you had a relationship with Miss Patton?
Yes, ma'am. I've been with Miss Patton since I came home from Angola. And that'd be like, the 4 years term.
So
And
she was the person you were living with at all of those different addresses?
yes, ma'am. The first one, I was at the first 72.
Right.
And I did my time in the first 72. And then I adopted myself of being with her. We were being with her the rest of the time, not being with her.
At one point, the narrative pointed out that they were doing a home inspection visit, and she got angry because they were there shining the light and stuff like that. And so they had problems, and several times you moved because you had problems with her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When this happened, did Miss Patton run next door to the car dealership?
Well, no, ma'am. I was trying to get out the house because we can't be together. And had a stairway order against her. And I went to the landlord and told the landlord about it. And it's like she called the police on me. And and I'm talking to the landlord, and the landlord showed me on the camera that the police was downstairs where my house at, and they came to the office. Once they came to the office, and he asked me, "What's my name?" Ronnie Smith, and I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Before I talk to y'all, I got to replace you in handcuffs." I said, "Well, what's the problem, sir?" And he told me, "Well, Miss Patton called the police on you." And I'm like, "No, I got a restraining order on her." And next thing you know, they just brought me to jail.
I'm very concerned that you've been out for 4 years, and I don't see the stability that I would hope to see from someone who knows what they're facing if they go back. I don't see the stability that makes me comfortable.
Well, believe me, I'm a good person. Since I've been home, I've been working. I've been staying out of trouble. I've been going to the first 72 for help, and they've been helping me. I've been also going to church, attend the church service. I've been helping people and staying out of trouble. I never go outside late at night. I mean, I know my role of being in prison. I've been in prison for 23 years, and ain't no way in the world. I'm 50 years old. I'm not coming home to do none of this crime. I'm not coming home to try to get myself in prison no more. I can't. I done learned a lot since I've been in Angola, and I got a lot. I got a trade. I do woodwork. I do leather work. I cook, and I've been staying out of problem. And then I asked my parole officer every time he called me. I have no problem talking to him or doing whatever he asked me to do. I mean, I'm not the person that will go home and try to get myself involved in problems. I can't do time. I mean, I can't see in Florida, I can't see myself getting myself involved in a problem, because the simple fact is I was blessed to come home through God, through the parole, and to do what's right. I didn't come home to keep going to jail. That's not my goal. My goal is to come home to do what's right and abide by the law and listen to my parole officer.
9/22, September of 22, you were reprimanded for changing addresses without letting them know. And 2 of 22, you were reprimanded because they hadn't had contact with you for 3 months.
Well, the first time by the moving part, I mean, like I said, I was slow. That was on me, and I apologize for that, because I mean, I thought it was still I was part of New Orleans, but I wasn't. And I talked to him and I apologized about it, and I tried not to make it happen no more. I'm not the type of person that try to leave without getting nobody permission. I mean, that was on me, and I apologize.
Okay,
I'm
well,
sorry.
I know that there are, you've had several different parole agents supervising you throughout the time. Mr. Hartnett is the most recent, and Mr. Hartnett, if it would be appropriate at this time, you're the supervising agent, if you would like to make a comment.
Yes, ma'am, and good morning. Yeah, generally, I have never really had an issue with Mr. Smith. He is where he says he's supposed to be. If not, he'll meet me. The only issue that I've had is with him and Miss Patton. And first and foremost, my job is, to make sure that the people that I supervise stay out of trouble. But it's also a matter of public safety for me. And having said that, I don't know if Mr. Smith and Miss Patton continuing a relationship would be advantageous for either one. And so, like I said, I know that the stakes involved here, but I'll just, defer to the parole board as to the decision. But my job is public safety, and that's what I'm concerned with. And that's why I took the action that I did in this matter. So.
Correct action. Okay, can I ask you a question? Okay, Mr. Smith, I also have a few questions. Ms. Renat, after I ask my questions, I'll allow you if you have any. Mr. Smith, I got a big problem. You're back in life. They had a warrant for you because they couldn't find you. I mean, I'd have been at the parole office every week if I was back in life. I mean, why were they having so much trouble finding you? 2 different times. Like I say, one time a warrant, and the only reason they recalled it is because you came back and talked them into it and said, okay, I'm gonna report and I'm gonna live where I'm supposed to live. And then next thing you know, they're having to reprimand you again. So what is the problem?
I'm sorry, sir. It's no problem. It was a misunderstanding, and I was slow. I'm kind of slow in educating, and I'm sorry about that, sir. It will never happen again in life. I promise you. I put that on everything I love. I mean, I got it. I mean, I'm 50 years old. I know better than this, and I promise you, I'll show you better. And they wouldn't have no problem with me. As long as I'm home, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna do what's right. I'm gonna take care of my child. I got a child on the way, and that'd be the first time I ever had a chance to be home to really raise my child. And I would work. I would let them know at all times where I'm at, and anytime they need to get in contact with me, it would be no problem. They would have a free. They can call me anytime. They want me to come to the office, I'm gonna come. They want me to be anywhere they want me to be, I will be there, sir. Please, I ask and I beg in my life to give me another chance.
Let me ask you another question. I mean, we hadn't even spoke about this. I mean, according to the police report, she had a busted lip and a swelling on her forehead. Yet you said it wasn't physical. How did she get these?
Well, Your Honor, my lady, she is an aggressive woman, and she's always accusing me of doing things. The way she got that from a girl that she accused me of, and her and the girl got into an argument and fight. And by her being mad with me, she used that to try to put me in jail. Like I said, I love her very much, but I would never go back to her because she one of the ones that had me in jail. And
problem is she's having your baby, so you got to be around.
Well, I would take care of her, but I wouldn't be nowhere around. I'm gonna have my people to go get her. The first 72, that's who I'm gonna be living with. I'm gonna have them to go get her, spend time with them, and do what I got to do for my child. And after I'm finished, I just have the first 72 to bring them back to them. I just want to have an opportunity to be home, to be able to reach my child. I'm 50 years old. I learned a lot from my mistake now, and I understand what the situation there. And I promise you, I give y'all my word to please give me another chance, and y'all wouldn't have no problem out of me at all. I'm gonna be with the first 72. I'm gonna stay out the way of a problem or trouble, and
okay.
I give y'all.
We got you. Ms. Renata, do you have any questions?
No, I just have a couple of comments, Mr. Smith. I noticed, as Ms. Ledoux has mentioned, I read all the notes from your supervising officer, and the situation with Ms. Patton has been going on quite some time. And you reported that you were having trouble with her. What took you so long to get away from it all? Well, you never did, actually, because that's why you're at where you're at.
Well, it was a threat with her. It's like every time I tried to leave her, she always threatened to call the police on me. And she always, if you leave me, I promise I'm gonna put you in jail for the rest of your life, because she knew I was on parole. And it's like I was scared to try to talk to somebody. So I called myself just trying to live with her without being in no trouble. And it's
well, that's not gonna work.
Well, like
you
I
see
said,
that now. It's not ever gonna work.
I'm not, like I said, I love her very much, but I'm not going back home to her. I'm staying away from her. I don't want to come back to jail. I don't want to do none of that. So that's why I want to stay with the first 72, to stay my distance from her, do what I got to do while I'm on parole, and continue being with the first 72. I promise you that. I swear to God. God forgive me for swearing. I don't want no problem. I don't want to be in jail. Right now I'm in jail, and I can't.
I understand. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knutson. Okay, is the panel ready to vote? Or Ms. Ledoux, do you have any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to go into executive session if you don't mind.
I'll second.
Have a motion for executive session?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Smith, we're gonna go into executive session to discuss confidential matters, and we'll be back in a second.
Renata?
Yes.
Freeman?
Yes.
Ledoux? Yes.
Okay, we're gonna come back from executive session. Do I have a motion?
I move.
And I have a motion and a second. A motion by Mr. Knutson, second by Mr. Ledoux. Okay, we're back in session, and now we're gonna vote. So, Ronnie, here are our votes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
I wish all the people who said that they were going to help you when you get out would have stepped up to help you for the last 4 years. I don't know if it's because they didn't do it or you wouldn't take it, but that would have made a world of difference if you had had the support you needed in the past 4 years, maybe. But I am very uncomfortable with the instability and with the answers that Ms. Patton has given to the domestic abuse screening tool. My vote today is to revoke parole.
Okay, Ms. Renata.
Mr. Smith, I've listened very carefully today. I've read the record. I do believe you when you say you don't want to go back to jail. You don't want to be in jail. You want to do the right thing. I do think the plan that's been established for you by the public defender's office is, if you work it, it's a good plan. My vote today would be, in lieu of revocation, to give you the opportunity for a work release program for 6 months, add the special condition then that you comply with the plan that's been laid out by the public defender's office, and then no contact with Ms. Patton.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just one vote, but that's what I want to do.
Yes,
Well, that
ma'am.
leaves it to me, Mr. Smith. And I'm gonna tell you, you know how close you are to going back for life?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Realize,
Yes, sir.
do you realize?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
This is gonna be your last and only opportunity. You ever abscond again or have any problem, we're gonna do that. And I'm also gonna add, as well as, I'm gonna go with Ms. Renats in lieu of revocation, 6 months work release. Follow the plan presented by the Public Defender's Office. Stay away from her. No contact whatsoever. When the baby's born, y'all have to swap the baby with family, friends, something.
Yes, sir.
Because y'all
Yes, sir.
talk together.
Yes, sir.
And I also, when you get back, I want you to at least call in to the probation officer once a month. If they do not want to see you once a month, they want to see you once a month, you see them once a month. But I want them to know where you're at all times. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Good luck,
sir.
sir.
Mr. Smith, when you need help, ask for it.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
The officer was right there and you know, he got a lot to do and he's an important person.
I'm
Thank
going to
you.
thank the officer
Yeah,
for attending today, Mr. Hardnett. That's very helpful to have you in attendance. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I'd like to thank the board for having me this morning. So thank you.
Okay, that's our only case at Catahoula, so we'll be closing out at 9:32.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Renata Freeman, I'm acting chair. Ms. Ledoux next to me, and Ms. Renata is on remote today. So, we are now at Lafourche Parish Jail. Gerard, is there anybody in there with you? Would you introduce yourself for the record, ma'am, please? Well, can't hear you.
Deputy Jennifer Exnicious.
Okay, I'm gonna just call you Jennifer. I'm not gonna try that last one. Jennifer, y'all had any problems with him since he's been there? Or anything you
No,
want?
sir, he hasn't had any write-ups and, he's actually doing some classes and things, so.
Oh, he's doing some classes. Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Major, do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you?
Maybe.
Yes, sir. Okay, did you sign that questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that if you wanted counsel, you would have to hire counsel?
Yes, sir.
And do you want to proceed today without counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, today joining us, we'll have Agent McGrew. And Agent McGrew, I will call on you. You can make a statement if you would like to. You do not have to, but I mean, if you would like to make a statement after we hear from the offender, you are welcome to. Or matter of fact, if you want to make a statement now, you're welcome to. How you want to handle it? Can't hear you. You're on silent.
Is it working now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll wait till the end. I'm just here to answer any questions, but I'll wait till the end.
That's all
make
we-
a statement.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I was assigned your case today, Mr. Major.
Yes.
So, I'm gonna be reading the violations and and take your pleas. Let's see, let me get to the page. Okay, here we go, Mr. Major. You are to plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty with a statement, okay?
Yes.
First condition you're charged with is that you failed to report to your probation and parole since 3/4/24. You were ordered to report to Donaldsonville Probation and Parole on 4/15/24 in order to complete interstate compact to Mississippi and failed to do so. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty to that, sir.
You plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Number 3, I will limit the address on this certificate. If I must move from this address, I will get permission from my parole officer for doing so. In addition, I will not leave the state of Louisiana without permission from my parole officer. You have numerous violations of this condition during this period of supervision. On 8/1/23, the agent advised that you were in Texas without permission. The agent made 4 attempts to contact you at your home in the month of August and numerous phone calls, your provided numbers, and we were unable to contact you, and a warrant was requested and granted on 8/29/23. On 2/26/24, you called and stated you were living in Raceland and working for your uncle. You denied going to Texas, stated you had family issues, and they lied. You reported to Donaldsonville Probation and Pro, and warrant was recalled. You wanted to begin interstate compact and move to Mississippi, and was told we could do that, and you must stay in Louisiana for the time being. How do you plead to that charge?
Can I speak on my behalf on that, sir?
Yes, you will. But how do you plead? And I'll allow you a statement.
Yes, sir.
Plead first.
Guilty.
Not guilty? Okay. All right. And you have an arrearage an amount of $2,268 and may have made no payments towards supervision fees. How do you plead to that charge?
I made 1 or 2 payments, but
Okay.
for the most part, I couldn't pay it, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. At one time, you provided a residence with your uncle in Shriver, Louisiana, and was told to obtain information needed for interstate compact to Mississippi, and you failed to do that. And you were in Houston, Texas on 1/17/25, and you were arrested by the Houston Police Department and extradited back to Louisiana on 1/28/25. You admitted that you had left the state. Okay, you said you wish to make a statement. Go on and make your statement, Mr. Major. Mr.
Major. Yes, sir.
Hey, yes, sir. Go on and make your statement.
Thank you. On the behalf of my parole guidelines and everything, I understood them, and I was trying to obey them to the best of my ability of being a free man. I wasn't trying to go against the rules and regulations with it at all. I was trying to I was trying to stay on the right path to make a better life for myself and to be there for my son. I know it may seem like I broke the guidelines, which I admit to it. But I wasn't trying to go against unlawfully, to be honest. I was just trying to make I didn't really have no resource.
That's probation off the map.
That's right. Even Mr. Devin, he bear with me. I can't lie on it. I lost one job due to transportation. The resident I was staying at, it wasn't nowhere for me, not for a person who want change, to be at. My mother and my sister, who passed away, That's who I really had to turn to, who was living positive and was going to correct me, even though I'm a family member or a child. It's like everybody else, because I changed my view of life and my walk of life, and as well as the decisions that I make. Praise the good Lord word applied to the way I think and my decisions, as well as those who I'm around. I got backslashed, and I got downgraded for a lot of things, for wanting to better myself. A lot of people tell me that I'm weird now. I ain't the same. I know I ain't the same, and I'm proud of it. And if this what weird is, it's fine with me.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Where do you live now?
I don't have nowhere to live, to be honest, sir. That's what I was working towards. The good Lord led my steps that way to Texas because of some stuff from my past was somewhat hunted. And Mr. Devin know for himself, when I was in Assumption, it wasn't a good spot.
Gotcha.
So all I had left was in Raceland. But two of my brothers, they fighting their own demons right now with drug addictions, and it wasn't working out.
Gotcha. I think we got the gist of everything. I mean, it's all of that. Mr. McGrew, do you have anything to add? You still?
Mr. Majors, is it still not working? There
No,
it
it's
is. Okay. I'd just like to add that Mr. Major's correct. He was in a bad spot, and we were working with him on that. But we tried numerous different times to get him into the office, to go to Mississippi, to go to Texas. We recalled a warrant when he was alleged to have been living in Texas. He said he wasn't. We took his word on it. We recalled it. And we just kept losing touch with him no matter what we tried. We were willing to work with him and get him there, but we just needed to do it the correct way.
It's true.
It's true. Okay. Well,
it's just that.
Okay. Well, you put it to the bad spot. All right. Thank you, Mr. McGrew. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is everyone ready to vote?
Yes.
I know. I hate to do this again. Okay. I'll make a motion for executive session, please.
I'll second.
Okay. We're gonna go to executive. Well, go ahead. Mr. Knutson.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Ms. Nadeau? Yes. Freeman?
Yes. We'll be back in just a second. We're gonna discuss some confidential matters.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Major. Okay. Mr. Major, you presented us with a dilemma because we really believe you are trying. I mean, you're not lying. Your officer even admitted that you was in some bad circumstances. So this is what we're going to give you a shot at. We're going to order that you, in lieu of revocation, do 6 months in work release. Save that money. And before you leave work release, you need to get you a permanent address. If you want to go to Mississippi, do your interstate compact while in work release. And we're also going to order that you pay the cost of extradition of $832.50. Okay? So work on a residence plan while you're in work release, else you're going to be right back where you're at right now. And next time we're not going to be able to help.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McGrew. We appreciate
You want
it.
us to vote?
Yeah, we need to vote, I reckon. Okay, so my vote is that, in lieu of revocation, we're gonna send you a 6-month work release. And so that's my vote. Ms. Ledoux?
I'll concur.
Ms. Knutson?
My vote is the same. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Agent McGrew, I want to thank you for being here today.
Yeah.
Also for your excellent supervision, and we appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be closing out at, Lafourche at 9:56. Session, we are now at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. Would the officer please introduce himself?
Yes, sir. This is Deputy Ryan Landry with the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay, Deputy Landry, have y'all had any problems with, Mr. Efferson since he's been there?
No,
Okay. Any comment you wish to make at all? None.
none that I know of, sir. No.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate you having us today. Okay, today we're here for your revocation hearing, Mr. Efferson. Speaking on your behalf of the Ayanna French and Lenora Efferson, your child's mother and sister. Okay, do you have a parole questionnaire with you, Mr. Efferson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you sign that questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel. If you wish to have counsel, you would have to hire one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you want to proceed today without counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Efferson, I'm gonna read you conditions that you have violated. No, not first. First time I let the speakers, introduce themselves and say what they have to say on your behalf. Ms. French?
Yes. Would
Okay,
you
what do you
like
have
me
to say about Ms. Jefferson?
So I wrote a statement that I emailed, but I'm just gonna go ahead and read it to you all. So it says, "My name is Ayanna. I am the mother of Sylvester's soon-to-be-born child here in a few days. I wanted to give my statement regarding his freedom that I believe he deserves, with hope that he'd be able to continue his parole sentencing outside of the traditional jail system. Prior to the event that Sylvester was accused of back in June, he was a hardworking young man staying out of trouble and dedicating himself to keeping his life on track with moving forward from the prior sentencing that he once was serving. Sylvester was on the right track to a better future, not only for him, but for his children as well, setting an example of what it meant to be a hardworking young man and role model, regardless of what the world or his record made him out to be or what prior image he had caused upon himself. I do believe and would hope that the parole board would allow him to finish his parole sentencing outside of the jail system so that he can provide love and care to his children and be present in their lives as he was. I cannot speak fully on the situation that had taken place with the plaintiff because I was not present, although I was in the state of Louisiana at that time with him. One thing I would like the courts to consider is the fact that the plaintiff withdrew their statement once realizing how much of an impact it had caused on the defendant. One withdrew their statement once realizing that their own selfish intentions to punish the defendant for simply choosing a better life for themselves would cause the defendant to be punished for nothing. I truly believe that the evidence presented in the case is not liable enough to hold the defendant at fault for something that they didn't do. Prior to the event that the defendant was accused of, there was no police contact. Prior to the arresting of the defendant, there was no acknowledgement from their prior parole officer that there was an active warrant, nor was there any police contact during that time either. Sylvester deserves to continue to prove his innocence and change outside of the jail system while continuing to finish his parole sentencing as a free man, not one locked up inside while being kept away from his children and his loved ones. due to someone else's ignorant behavior and hateful intentions. Please do take all into consideration. I am soon to have my baby any day now, and I would like the support from her father to continue, as well as him proving to be an outstanding African American man who can inflict change and not just be a part of it.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that, Ms. French. Now we'll hear from, your sister, Miss Lenora Efferson.
Good morning. I'm Sylvester's sister. While Sylvester was out on parole the first time, we were working to get his license so that he can get a better job to support his kids. But while he was out, my grandmother and I helped him financially to not only take care of his kids, but we're working to get his license so that he can get another job. And we plan to help him get his GED as well.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Epperson, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll be asking you the questions. I'll read the violation. You can plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty with a statement. Okay? The first is alleged that you violated condition number 4. I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. On 11/27/24, the subject was arrested by the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office for unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, domestic abuse, child endangerment law, and simple criminal damage to property. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay, why don't you tell me what happened? Well, why were you picked up?
I was picked up. I didn't know I had a warrant. I went to go and get my kids, and I got pulled over on my way from work. I had just recently got my car back, and I was on my way to work. Well, on my way from work.
Okay. Okay, so you have 2 children getting ready to be born, or 1?
2.
2, right. You have 1 with the victim and 1 with the young lady that spoke earlier.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so what happened? I mean, obviously something took place. The police got called, and the victim says that she was pushed against the wall and you were choking her. There was a child present. Tell me what went on.
There was no physical altercation. I went to the house because she was complaining about I wasn't spending time with my kids. I went to the house, and then instead of her telling me something about spending time with my kids, she brought up the situation where I had another baby on the way. And I told her that I didn't have time for that. And I grabbed my oldest daughter and I tried to leave the house. And she told me, what she told me, she was like, you can't take her because you got another baby on the way. And I still took my daughter, left out of the house, and went to the store. And she called the police trying to get my daughter back. And I let my cousin drop my daughter back off.
Okay. Did you throw a phone?
No, sir.
Did you ever throw a phone? Did you do it prior to this on another occasion?
In 2020, I broke a phone on accident. I had dropped it.
Okay. The officer also indicated that she had minor lacerations underneath her left eye, and chin. How do you explain that?
She had got into a fight incident with one of her family members.
Yeah, how do you know she got in a fight with one of her family members?
I'm very aware that, you know, like she told me everything that goes on with her family. And prior to that incident, the day before, I was over there by her. I actually have keys and stuff to the apartment. I was staying with her and my grandma at the same time.
Okay. I have no further questions. Does either one of my fellow panel members have a question? Mr. Ms. LaDuda. Okay, well, we're gonna, it's time to vote. So, you know, Mr. Jefferson, I read the arrest report. I looked at everything. There was pictures taken. I think something went on in that apartment, and, you know, strangulation, that's, you know, that's a public safety issue for sure, especially in front of a child. My vote today is to revoke. Ms. Ledoux?
I vote is to revoke based on violation of conditions of parole.
And Ms. Renata?
I agree. My vote today also is to revoke. I find him guilty of violating his conditions of parole.
Okay, so today your parole has been revoked. Good luck to you, sir. And we're signing off at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. Okay, parole board is called back to order at 10:21. Serving on the panel with me today is Ms. Ledoux and Ms. Renata, and my name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair. We're here now for a revocation hearing on Jack Collins. Is that you, Mr. Collins?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and DLC number is 773107.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Collins, we're here today for your revocation hearing. Speaking on your behalf will be Christy James, employer, and Donis Yates, grandmother. Okay, first I need to know, did you get a parole questionnaire, Mr. Collins? Okay, did you sign it? Yes, sir. Okay. Do you realize if you wanted counsel today, you'd had to hire an attorney?
Sir?
Do you request appointed counsel?
No, sir.
Okay, you wish to proceed without it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, we're gonna hear from Miss Christy James. Miss James.
She got difficulty right now.
She's what?
She getting on, but she got very difficult.
Okay, she's having a little problems getting on, so we're gonna go to your grandmother, Miss Donis Yates. Miss Yates?
Sir.
Okay, tell us what you want us to know about Jack.
Well, when I built my new house, I didn't know when I moved in this area, it was heavy with the drug scene. And he got mixed up in it, but I sent him to rehab over at Gaucher. And he stayed there and he came out and he was doing really good. But I just, he has 2 little boys and a little girl that really, really need him at home. When he got this out of St. Tammany, I told him, I said, Mama, 73 years old. I've got a few years maybe left. I said, you've got to grow up. You've got to. So anyway, he got this job with his employer. He was working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. I gave him my car and did without transportation so that he would be able to go. And he did. His employer and them said that he was a very good worker. When he was going to school, when he was little, he was always in the gifted class. They gave him the equivalency exam. It was 137. And he was chosen to be in the homecoming as a page. I mean, he did really good. When he got in the 11th grade, he was going to school and he got to misbehaving in class. So I went one day, he come into class and here I sat. He said, Mama, what you doing here? I said, well, son, I'm going to see what you're doing. So after class, the next day, I showed up again. He said, Mama, if you don't come, I promise I'll behave. I promise. So he says, okay. And after he went out, Mr. Lucky Langston, he's a principal now, he said in all of his years of teaching, he had never seen a child with his skill. Said you could ask him whatever equation you wanted, and his eyes would be like a calculator, and he'd give you the right answer. I told him, yes, sir. He's always been very proficient in everything. They said at the regular school, that's why he got so antsy, because he knew everything that they were teaching. They said he really needed to be in a higher learning. I think they said where they do the math school like. But anyway, I mean, this time when he got out, he sure made me feel better when he was going to work. And that PO from over there, you know, I guess he went to my sister-in-law's. She works for the attorneys in One Shell Square, but she's single. She's an old maid. She's 1 year younger than me, and she's never been married. She has a little 1-bedroom condo. And anyway, he come over here, he got the job, he went right to work, working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the boss lady, whenever they come got him, she says that she was going to see that she maybe had a little bit of pull. She'd try. But they've had him now for, I think, 2 months total. That's 2 months. His little boys wasn't getting no money, because when he got a job, he started helping them. He did what I had been doing all these years.
Okay.
I really, really, really would appreciate it if you let him come home, because they're asking me, Mama, when's Daddy coming? His little boy had a birthday day before yesterday. He turned 13.
Mhm.
He's at an age where he needs him.
Okay, well, we thank you, Ms. Yates.
Honest.
Christy James, are you on with us now? You're on mute, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, tell us what you want us to know about Mr. Collins.
We hired him. We are a Louisiana-based company, and he did work for us here in Mississippi also. He's always showed up on time. He's done exactly what he's asked. He's an honest and hardworking employee. He's never given us any trouble. He's always been on time, done anything and everything. I mean, we really need him to come back as soon as he can. He's a good hard worker.
Okay, thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. Okay, this case has been assigned to Mr. Knutson. Mr. Knutson will be leading this interview.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collins, I'm going to read what the allegations are, and I'd like you to plead guilty or not guilty, and then we're going to talk about it, okay? So you're accused of violating condition number 3, and that says on December 20th, December 26th, December 27th, 2024, your agent attempted to make contact with you at your listed address on your good time certificate, which was 4808 Magazine Street. It was determined you did not live at that address. You didn't get permission, nor did you provide a new address. You did not get permission to leave the state of Louisiana, as evidenced by your arrest in Harrison County, Mississippi on January 31st, 2025. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Guilty.
We'll talk about it, guilty or not guilty.
Guilty.
So you'll say guilty. Okay, we'll talk about it. Then there's condition number 9, pretty much the same. It says on December 20th, 26th, and 27th, 2024, attempts were made to verify your residence. Contact could not be made with you at the residence, and the residence could not be verified, thereby preventing contact by your parole officer. How do you plead to that violation, number 9? How do you plead to violating condition number 9?
Guilty.
Guilty. Okay, so let's talk about it. You know, I've listened to your grandmother, Miss Yates, and you're very lucky to have someone like her in your life. Your employer has said you did good, you've done well, you've done what was asked, but you didn't do what was asked by us. Why not?
I have been locked up in St. Tammany
for right at 7 months before I paroled out. And my aunt, I guess when I asked to parole there, she didn't realize that she, she's older. She never had nobody live with her. She didn't realize that that meant me coming and living with her.
That's on Magazine Street?
Yes, ma'am. And at first, she tried, but she couldn't handle me coming in and I guess her space being invaded. I got the job with Miss Christie, thank God. And it's the first time in my life that I felt like I was taking care of my responsibilities as a man. And I guess with the fast pace, me going to work straight 7 days a week, it's just, I thought I was doing the right thing for my family. And,
Right, but listen, how many times you been on supervision?
I was on probation before I got.
Right. You're classified as a third felony offender, so you've been through this before. You know what you're supposed to do. Your grandmother says you're a very smart man. You read the paper that you signed. It said I'm supposed to report. You knew what to do, and you just chose not to, right? I mean, I realize you wanted the job, you needed the job, and you had to get away from the aunt and all that. And I mean, I realize, but there's a right way to do things.
Yes, ma'am, and I understand that, and I do apologize. I should have went about it a different way. I had the right intentions. I just went about it the wrong way, and I really ask that maybe to show leniency. It allowed me to interstate compact to Mississippi, to where I'm from, my home, so I may continue to be a good man, a great father, and a great employee. This is the first time in my entire life that I felt like I was doing right for once. I really was. I was doing right. I wasn't getting in any trouble. I wasn't in no criminal activity. I was taking care of my responsibilities.
I understand, but still, you knew you were supposed to, you knew about the interstate contact. You should have initiated that process. You should have talked to your parole officer. They're there to help you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I understand. And it was just everything was just moving so fast. And now looking at it, I did receive a call from Mr. Johnson, and I did call back with no answer, no reply, which I know it isn't an excuse. I'm not trying to make no excuses. I just want to ask that perhaps the board please give me this one chance to continue being the man that I've been being, a good man, a great person. This is the first time in my life. I don't want to backstep. I really don't.
Well, I think you were released in December of 24.
Ma'am?
You were released in December of last year.
Yes, ma'am, December 1st. I didn't even have enough time out to make my first payment.
And your full term date is later this year.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to sit back and defer to my colleagues. I don't, I've read everything that's in the record. I've listened to the folks that are speaking on your behalf. I do have some information that is a little concerning, but I'm going to sit back and listen to my colleagues.
Yes,
Mr. Freeman, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Do you have any questions?
Now, I noticed that you were reprimanded February 1st of 2025. Did you admit to alcohol or drug use at that time?
No, ma'am. I was arrested January 31st.
Okay. Okay. So people in Mississippi that the agents and people with law enforcement interacted with, they all said you've been living in Mississippi. So you were just living in Mississippi.
No, ma'am. I was staying there. I had been there probably about 3 weeks to a month. But I was working every day, and that's where I'm from. It's Mississippi. I didn't have nowhere over here. It was going to be in the streets over here in New Orleans, or continue working over there.
You know that you full term out November 21st of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You might have some time to work on an interstate compact if you're in. So I don't have any other questions.
I have no questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Knutson, you're first.
Yes, Mr. Collins, I hear everything everybody said. I do find you guilty of violating condition number 3 and condition number 9. And based on that information, my vote today is to revoke your parole and allow you time to work on the interstate compact.
I got a question.
Well, we got to let us finish voting. Yeah.
My vote is also to revoke your parole. You will have an opportunity in these couple months to get things straight so you can go out clean.
And my vote today would have been not to revoke, but we have a 2-1, 2 to revoke, 1 not to revoke. So today your parole has been revoked.
All right. Can I ask a question?
Real quick.
You said within a couple months to get my interstate compact. So does that mean with it being revoked, would I re-parole out?
You're right. You're going to end up getting out again before your end of your date. So you got to do interstate compact. They'll end up giving you a rap sheet and all, and letting you know what's going on. Okay.
That means I do re-parole though, correct?
I'm pretty sure that you go re-parole out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And that concludes our business at Orleans.
Yes, sir. May I ask you a question?
Blow it up, Hope. I can't see it. Got it.
All right. Call the parole board back to order at 10:48. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm acting chair. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. And joining us today remotely is Ms. Knutson. So we're here today for the parole hearing on Larry Julian. Mr. Julian, please state your name and DOC number.
Larry Julian, 324-095.
Okay. Would the staff at the prison introduce themselves?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Pete. How you doing?
Doing good. Good to have you.
Deputy Warden Keith Turner.
Donald Cavalier, Classification Manager.
Alvin King, Ranching Director.
Jamie Duvall, Mental Health.
Amanda Paisley, Records.
Hey, thank y'all for having us today, and we appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Julian, we're here today for your parole hearing. Tell us why you think you should get out, and what did you do to put yourself back in prison?
The reason why I think I should get out, because the reason why I think I should get out is because that, you know, I really deserve it, you know, to be there for my family and for my kids and my grandkids. and I made a mistake, and that's what put me back in prison. And I'm very, very, remorseful for what happened, the way it happened, and I just ask for mercy.
Okay, and what are you saying happened? What happened? What happened to put you back in?
Oh, I got arrested for domestic with a dating partner.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, well, we'll get to more into that. Your case today has been assigned to, where's this line here? Who's the case?
It's mine. It's mine.
Okay, it's Renata.
Yeah. Mr. Julian,
Yes, ma'am.
good morning.
Good morning.
So you were actually granted parole, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Previously, and then so tell us though, you're not being real specific about what happened. I know that you ended up pleading nolo contendere to battery of a dating partner. What happened in that incident? There was also a false imprisonment charge that was dismissed in December. What was that all about?
I was home. I was on vacation from work, and it was my birthday, 11/6, and I have a friend, a lady friend, and we just wind up in an argument, and then I got into a little fight, and the laws came, and I got arrested.
Why did it say false imprisonment? What was that about?
Oh, the false imprisonment, they said false imprisonment is that I kind of like restrained her from leaving or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
So had y'all been drinking to celebrate your birthday?
Yes, ma'am. I had a few drinks.
Any your original charges, drug charges, any of that going on?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Drug free, man.
Had y'all had too much to drink?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It was.
Who was the lady? What's her name?
Her name is Joyce Julian.
And so so you're married to her? Is your wife?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Joyce Julian, isn't that your last name?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Huh. What's your relationship with Joyce now?
Oh, we part ways.
That's probably wise.
Yes, ma'am.
So I noticed that you were scheduled to be enrolled in the pre-release in February. Did you get in that class?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you finish it yet?
No, ma'am.
Where are you in that class? I mean, how long do you have to go before you finish it?
I'm not really sure how many weeks, but I think it says 100 hours.
Yeah, it's 100 hours. How often do you go?
Once a week.
Once a week. Okay.
Ms. Renata,
Yes, sir.
He'll complete that on May 9th.
Okay, good. Thank you. So tell us about your job. You just got to DCI?
Yes, ma'am.
And you work in Baton Rouge?
I got reclassed. To the kitchen worker because of my health.
You have some health issues? Oh, I
Yes.
do see there was a medical transfer recently from Hunt, I guess. If you were successful today, what would be your plan?
My plan would be to go back to work and move forward in my life and help my mom and my children and my grandchildren and be successful.
What type of work were you doing?
I was working for a real estate company, Keedy Real Estate Company out of Lafayette. And I
Doing
was remodeling, maintenance work.
And so your health issues that you have would not get in the way of that?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. And plus I was cutting grass and plus I was remodeling on, on my time off for my job. I was working 40 hours a week with Keedy. And in my off time, I would occupy my time by cutting grass and helping people.
Warden Turner, what can you tell us about Mr. Julian?
Well, not a whole lot, Ms. Renata. We received him back in January. It's only been about 2 months. But since I can tell you, since he's been here, he's remained right up free. We were able to make him a trustee. And he hasn't given us any problems since he's been here. But like I said, he just got here in January, and it's not a whole lot I'm looking at that I can say about it.
All right, so the reclassification was not because of any
It wasn't disciplinary, no ma'am.
okay.
And
Okay.
what I'm
good,
looking at here, Ms. Renata, he's got some surgery clinic and vascular clinic appointments. Not sure what that's in reference to, but that's what's on his paperwork here.
Okay, good. Thank you. So you have what were you doing when you were out to stay away from drugs? I think you're a third offender. All of your convictions have been drug related, except
Yes, ma'am.
for the reason you're in jail right now.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me how you stayed away from all that drugs.
I just stayed around positive people, and I just had a mind made up that I wasn't gonna mess with no drugs no more, because I did 10.5 years of my life, and I just made my mind up that I'm not gonna mess with no drugs,
May I suggest that maybe you don't need to mess with alcohol either?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Renata. Do you have questions?
Yeah.
I have no questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Ms. Renata, the case was assigned to you, so you'll be voting first.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Julian, I'm concerned, although I want to give you another shot at parole.
Thank you.
My vote today would be to grant your parole after you finish the pre-release program. You have to complete that. That's required by law now. That you report to your parole officer weekly for the first 60 days. And then that you have no contact at all with Joyce Julian.
Okay.
Wow. Some want to talk about second chances. Mr. Julian, I don't know how many chances you're getting. I mean, your demeanor and shows me, I think, that you're ready to try to do better. You realize you messed up badly.
Yes, ma'am.
But you've done okay since you've been in. You need to finish your pre-release. My vote is to agree.
And I concur. So you're getting one more shot. So let's make this one work. We were going to grant with the special conditions that you complete pre-release and no contact with Joyce Julian, and report to your probation officer every 2 weeks. for the first 6 months. Okay? So good luck to you, sir. Your parole's been granted.
Thank you very much. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman, Ms. Renata.
Thank y'all for having us. We're gonna be signing off at 11 o'clock from Dixon. Okay, parole board is called back to order at 11:13. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my right is Ms. Ledoux, and joining us remotely is Ms. Renata. Okay, we're here today for the parole hearing of Paul Nolan. Mr. Nolan, would you please state your name and DOC number? Nolan, y'all on mute.
Paul Nolan, 29, 1971.
Okay. Mr. Nolan, you're here today for your parole hearing. Your case was assigned to Ms. Ledoux, and she will take the lead when we get to her. Please tell me, why do you think we should let you out, and what got you in there to start off with?
Be honest with you, sir, what got me off in because I really had no place to stay when I was. Excuse me?
Okay, you didn't have a place to stay. Did you go register?
Well, no, sir, because I was looking for jobs. I was out looking for jobs and trying to get a job to pay my parole fee, and I lost track of time.
Okay. We'll get into it deeper when Ms. Ledoux does your questioning. She has been assigned your case. Warden, who's there with us at Richland?
Oh, you're Sergeant Kelly. Sergeant
Okay.
Kelly.
Sergeant, have y'all had any problems with him over there? We don't have any disciplinary history.
Oh, no, sir. What I had was, I actually work on the other side.
So, while we interviewing, could you try to check with somebody and see if y'all had any disciplinary problems with him? Because that's very, very important for this hearing.
You call the lieutenant.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna continue. You have nobody here on your behalf. So I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Ledoux.
Good morning, Mr. Nolan. How are you today?
I'm all right, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Nolan, let me see if I can recap a little bit. In 1991, you were sentenced to a 60-year sentence, and you served 30 years of that and then were released on parole. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a couple of months later, because you failed to register, you were revoked and returned to custody.
Yes, ma'am.
When you returned to custody, where were you located? I see you just got to Richland in 23. So, but you were revoked in 21. Where were you held from 21 to 23?
Bayou Dog Tree Correctional Center in Midland, west of Paris.
Okay. When you were incarcerated the first time, on the current charge we're talking about. You had a mental health evaluation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you taking any medication at that time?
Yes, ma'am. I'm taking shots also.
And since you have been back in custody, have you had any kind of mental health intervention?
Yes, ma'am. I've been on suicide watch and everything. At this moment, I'm on protection.
So are you currently receiving medication for your mental health concern?
Well, ma'am.
Okay. One of the requirements for release for parole now is that you have educational achievement, basic adult education or a craft. While you were in the first time, did you take any education classes?
I was in school.
Yeah,
but-
school.
And I was in the reentry.
Were you able to finish any of the schooling?
No, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
My comprehension ain't really that good.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. You had a few problems when you were in previously, didn't you, with the other inmates, and you had quite a few write-ups.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that was due to just adjustment, or did you have some anger issues, or do you think your mental health status was the problem? What do you think was going on? Yeah.
Above all three.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've read the report. What you did was pretty bad. How do you feel about what your charge is?
Upset, angry.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions right now.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Knutson.
Mr. Nolan, you mentioned that you're on protection right now. Didn't you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that at your request? Did you ask for that?
Yes, ma'am, because I'm feeling threatened.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was just curious. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, thank you. Where would you live at if you get out?
I was hoping I would got my parole transferred to the place in Arizona where they all have ex-sex offenders people.
Okay, but you haven't gotten that done yet?
No, sir.
Okay, have you been in contact with them at all?
No, sir. Be honest with you, I had forgot they had wrote y'all.
Okay.
Until I received that letter.
Yeah, we probably needed a little more preparation before you came before us. Okay, did you ever do sex offender treatment?
No, sir.
Okay, was that because of your mental capability, or you never registered to try to get into class?
Really, both.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yeah, you know, Mr. Nolan, I'm concerned that where you are currently placed is not capable of providing you with the evaluations you need to make the best choice today. I believe that you need a new mental health evaluation. So I would like to vote to continue your hearing so that we can send you to Hunt to be evaluated before we would continue.
Ms. Renata?
I agree, Mr. Nolan. I think that we need to get you back on your medicine so that you feel better. I can't make a decision today till I know that happens for you. So my vote today would also be to continue your hearing until we can get the mental health evaluation and get your medication right. And then hopefully we can have another hearing and help you out. You understand what I said?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So, and my vote is the same. I think we need to continue it. So we will get you moved to Hunt as soon as possible to get you that mental health evaluation, and then we'll get you rescheduled.
Yeah, this isn't a denial.
This isn't a denial. This we'll reschedule. Do you understand all that we've said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We'll see you again after your evaluation. Thank y'all at Richland, and we'll be signing off for the day at
Right, I am going to find you another parole hearing thing. It may take me a little while, 'cause I'm a bit rusty. It's one of these pages. I'm working on it. Sorry, guys. Pokemon theft? That looks wild. Some of these videos look crazy. I cannot find it. Sorry, I'm gonna have to enlist the help of DCA. I'm working on it, guys. I'm just trying to move the. There we go. Ah, perfect. Now I can play.
We're going on a search with police. Over $10,000 of stolen merch. And check his hat. Fittingly, it says the Grinch. We're also hitting the road with this high-speed chase of a man in a stolen police cruiser. And quick thinking for this 3-year-old, how he saved his great-grandmother who was in serious trouble. The action is real and the stakes are high. This is Copcast. I'm Chris Stewart. We know it's not Christmas, but the story we're dealing with has to do with the Grinch, kind of. And in this story, Whoville is Albuquerque, New Mexico. There, a local games and hobby store said it was robbed of $10,000 worth of merchandise, stuff like Pokemon cards. Police were able to track that stolen merch to a house and then found a suspect, someone who lived with his parents. Let's watch what happened next.
It isn't. You just shaved his face more. Ryan, my man. How you doing? Not so hot. So we have the house. Can we put him inside yet? Is anybody else inside, bro? No. No. Your dad's on his way here. Your mom's not too happy. If we could just. Yeah, it's all where's your car at?
It's a flat. You see that spare tire right there?
Yeah.
I was gonna go fix it. I got a flat yesterday.
No kidding. No wonder you're all over the city. You're a door dasher. That's right. Yeah, you're right. Dang, you're right. We'll just put him in one of your guys' cars. I'll go interview him in 2 seconds.
You're gonna take it right down his lane and go towards that white car. Can we use yours, Medina?
Yep. I have, yeah. We haven't confirmed it yet. I do have a copy of it though. Well, yeah, I looked. I was like, nah, it doesn't look like him. Dude, way to go, Josh. I thought it was way to go. Way to go, Josh. We're good clearing it with 3 of us. Yeah. The dog mean?
Dog? The cat?
Oh, whatever.
I'm just trying to keep it inside. Attention the residents, this is the Albuquerque Police Department. If you're inside, come to the sound of my voice. Come to the sound of my voice now with your hands free and clear. Do it now. Attention the residents, this is the Albuquerque Police Department. This is a search warrant. We need you to come to the sound of my voice and do it now. He said, so he was weird and said Dad was upstairs sleeping. I was like, did Dad leave earlier? He's like, no, Dad's sick.
No, he's at the doctor. I just talked him off.
Okay. So, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. APD search warrant. Here's upstairs.
Zach, I'm gonna hold here. You want to clear that door behind me?
What's that?
Clear that door behind me.
APD search warrant.
Okay. I'm going left. If you want to take right. Hi, kitty. Yeah, I don't see nothing. Is there a link through or no?
Police department. No. We'll take the small one. Clear.
Oh, look at here. Some Pokemon cards. Clear. Then this weird garage. Must be converted into a room.
Police department.
Can't get around the truck, but these look clear.
We're coming to you. Come on, Sarge, we're ready.
I'm good, man.
On the squeeze.
On the squeeze. The thigh squeeze.
Give Mr. Reynolds something to draw off, all right? Oh, it's all right. Yes, sir. It's locked.
Is it?
Yeah. That's locked. Right.
Whoa.
That's locked. Police sergeant.
Please, go ahead. Sure, man.
So all the doors are locked.
Police department, anybody in there? Wonder if Dad will have keys. If not, we're gonna have to force entry, I guess.
You told me to hold on. You can stay up here with the doors.
Honestly, I don't think anybody else is here. Mom's like, nobody should be in the house.
He was here earlier with the girl. So.
Yeah.
Oh, look, if we get something small, we'll just poke in there. Oh, it's one of those? Yeah. Oh, so it's locked from the inside then. So all we're gonna do is. That's kind of weird. Is there anybody in there?
Yeah, just hold up here, Shane, until the dad gets here, and I can try to get a key. We'll just have him come up and unlock them.
Also, one of the dudes up here with you too.
That way we don't have to damage them.
Police say they were able to find some of the goods, and now they go talk to the suspect, Brian Bettis.
You said my dad's on his way, right?
He has the keys, though?
Yes. The only Pokemon that are in my room are the ones that are
Okay,
mine.
well, let me talk to you first, okay? I got to read you your rights. So I'm Detective Toma with the burglar unit, okay? Anything
Toma?
you say, Toma.
Toma?
Yeah, it's spelled like Thomas with no S. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court, and you have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford one will be appointed to you. Okay, you have the right to have the attorney present during questioning and to stop my questioning any time to get an attorney. Having your rights in mind, do you wish to speak to me?
Yes. I'll speak to you.
Okay, so explain to me what happened.
So, I don't know. I seen some stuff on news. I called a lawyer. I got to talking to him. He told me to turn myself in. But I said I wanted to wait till after Christmas. And I seen the news. And someone said that before I even got on the news, people were posting on Instagram saying it was me.
Right.
So, I don't know what evidence you guys got on me besides the face photo. But the Pokemon that are in the pantry room, the first floor, those are mine. I've been collecting those since March. I have pictures, evidence.
Okay.
I've been collecting those.
Okay, so stuff that you're collected, the warrant covers all Pokemon. So what'll happen is I'll present those to the victims, and if they're like, yep, those aren't mine, and they seem like they're legit people, I guess you know them.
No, that's the thing too. He says I never been in the store. I never sold them any cars.
Except for that night? That was the first time you were in that store?
No.
Anyway, so those cards will be in safekeeping and evidence for you to go pick up when you're done. Where are the Pokemon cards from the Hobbies and Games? Where are those ones at?
Hobbies and Games? The store? No, I don't know. My cards are in there. Okay, there's 2 white bins on the shelf. There's clothes on there and there's Christmas gifts on there. So just be careful because there's glass. There's a glass case for my niece. There's a jewelry box.
Okay.
So if you're gonna take those, just take those. It's right there in the shelves. And when you walk in, you go towards the living room and then go to the right where there's a hallway towards the garage.
Yeah, I saw the bins in there.
Okay, so those bins are my Pokemon cards.
Okay.
And if y'all take those cards and keep them, whatever, I spend money on them.
Okay, so you just said that you got a hold of a lawyer because you saw the news. I'm assuming you recognize the news as being your face. So where are the Pokemon cards and the binders and all the Hero Clicks or whatever those other cards gathering of the Magic of Gathering cards in those binders?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
You have no idea, even though it's you on the video.
That's not me on the video. Yeah, I'm surprised too. People saying that was me on the video, but
it's not just one person. It's people who don't even know anybody saying.
Yeah, that's funny because whoever said it was, knows my mom and called my mom's number. Why didn't they call my number if they knew me?
Well, why would they tell you, hey, we know you, instead of calling the police? That doesn't make any sense. So you're saying that that's not you in the video?
No.
Okay. Do you know who it is?
Oh my God, no. I called a lawyer to figure out, like, hey, how do I handle this? Someone's blaming me, accusing me of
So how do you explain your car driving in front of the business just before the burglary?
I don't know. A DoorDash.
You own a red Hyundai Elantra with no front bumper, right?
Yep.
That's the car that's seen there, buddy. So explain that. DoorDashing it doesn't cut it. You have records of all your DoorDashes and where you would be going?
I think so.
We don't have to pull those if you're trying to say that you were DoorDashing in that area. It seems like a weird place to be DoorDashing at the same time the burglary. So where's your car at?
My car's all the way on the east.
That doesn't narrow it down at all.
It's all the way on the east. Eubank, 504 Morris.
504 more. So if we go over there, your car will be there?
Yeah, now what? I pay that to get sold out.
I do thank you for talking to me, though. Why didn't you want to come to the door if you're not guilty of anything? Does that seem weird? If you were not guilty, don't you think, oh man, the police are here, let me go explain things?
No, I want to go spend time for Christmas with my family in California.
That's where your mom is,
Y'all
huh?
just ruined that.
I didn't do it. I didn't break into no place. Do you have any questions or anything you need to ask me? Which room's yours in there? That way we could.
I just have that stuff in there. It's just that when you walk towards the living room and go down the hallway, it's that first door on the left with all the bins.
Okay.
Of my cards.
Okay, so our search warrant gives us permission to go everywhere in the house and touch every single thing, the back shed. So to make it easier on your family where we don't have to go through all of their drawers and personal belongings, which we're going to now because we have to look for these certain cards, it'd be easier if you just manned up and saved your family the heartache and said, hey, the cards are here.
No, it's just those two bins. The cards are not here.
Where are they?
I don't know, dude. I only have my cards here.
Yeah, you keep saying your card's here, which leads me to believe that those cards are somewhere. If you're worried about being in jail for Christmas, it's probably not going to happen because you only have that one other arrest that I can find. So you're probably going to get released.
Another arrest?
From a couple years back.
I had a warrant from a couple years back?
Yeah. And you also are getting summoned for touching a little 15-year-old butt. So there's that. But I do think you'll probably be getting released in the next couple of days.
It's Friday, so
yeah, hopefully you get seen before then. It would have been faster if you'd have just came to the door, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So you don't want to tell me anything else?
No, sir.
Bettis was put under arrest, and the reason we're calling him the Grinch, well, check out his hat here. It turns out that the owner of the store also had seen Bettis before in the store, and he knew who he was the second he saw him on surveillance video. Now to a high-speed chase in Ohio where officers are after one of their own vehicles because they say a suspect stole a police cruiser from a police station, and then that suspect led them on a high-speed chase through rural Ross County. Here we go.
Speed's 100. Left the center again, no traffic. Speed's 90. Hill. We're coming up on the bridge. I'm backing down. Are you just backing down behind you? He's stopping. Show me your hands! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! How many people are in there with you? Get out of the car. Reach in with your right hand and unbuckle the seatbelt and then bring it back out. Reach in with your right hand, unbuckle the seatbelt and bring it back out. Climb out the window.
Get on the ground! Now! Don't move! Put your hands behind your back! I need to be behind my back. You guys, look! The hospital just pulled over. Show me your hands! I am! Get out of the car! Right here! Get out of the car! I can't! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! Okay, get out of the car! I got my seatbelt on, sir! Get out of the car now! Seatbelt on, sir! Get out of the car now! Sir, I got a seatbelt on! Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! I got a seatbelt on me, sir! How many people are in there with you? It's me, sir! Get out of the car! I can't! Reach in with your right hand and unbuckle the seatbelt and then bring it back out. Reach in with your right hand, unbuckle the seatbelt, and bring it back out. Climb out the window. Get on the ground. Now. Don't move. I'm not going. Put your hands behind your back. My hands are behind my back. You guys, look. The hospital, something's going on at the hospital, man. You guys, what are you doing? The hospital will not. Don't. Here's the suspect, Tommy Cantrell Jr. He's facing charges including theft without consent and failure to comply with an order from a police officer. Speaking of allegedly stealing emergency vehicles, take a look at this story out of Tampa. There's no audio to this video, so let me walk you through what you're watching right now, because that's a police officer chasing a man in a stolen ambulance. Authorities say he took it right from a hospital in the city. Florida Highway Patrol eventually gets the man to slow down and pull over. And watch this part closely. Yes, that guy drinks a beer as officers approach him. You can see it right through the mirror. He's pulled out of the vehicle and put under arrest. Michael Esquilin reportedly told police he had been drinking for the past 2 days. Then he stole the ambulance after emergency personnel at the hospital declined to give him a ride home. He's now facing several charges, including burglary of an emergency vehicle and DUI. Let's turn now to a truly disturbing story out of Connecticut. We have the newly released body cam video of the moment authorities came upon a house where they say a stepmom was holding her stepson captive for 20 years. I want to show you this body cam video. Officers originally responded to a fire at the home that was allegedly set by the stepson in hopes it would set him free. Watch this.
Over here, go down the road. Come on, come down, come down.
Come on down.
Who else is in the house? Who else is in here?
My stepson is in here.
How many other people?
Listen, that's it. I have 2 cats.
Everybody's out?
Yes.
But your stepson's still inside?
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay,
yes.
come out. Come down the road. Come on, come on. It's not safe to stay here. Come on.
All right, here he is. All right, my dog is shaking.
I know. Come down here. That's 287-3 victim. Fire victim.
Okay.
Come on.
My dog is
here. Come on.
my dog.
I know. Come on.
I'm coming.
You're seeing that one victim right here. Let me just stay over here.
Mr. Braden?
Yes, sir, Mr. Branch. I'll talk slow and hopefully you can understand what I'm saying.
And right there, just talking.
I've reviewed the record here really, and I don't have any questions, but I need to hear you say something about something. Tell me about the crime, the little girls that you raped.
Crime. Tell them about the crime and how you feel about the crime. That.
Well, they say that I picked up some children in a car and took them to a local place and had sex with one of them and drove back, scared them back into town.
Did you do that?
I can't say I did that. I don't know if I did that or not. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say I don't think I did that. I don't think I was guilty of that crime what they asked me about. I have good sense. I'm not crazy and thing. And they kept me in jail a long time.
Okay, that's all I got. I think that's as far as we're gonna get.
Any other questions?
Sure. Okay. I know you can't remember, but I promise you this, your victims do. So just let me refresh your memory just for a second, because you might not remember it when you walk out. It was a 10-year-old and an 11-year-old little girl. It was a 10-year-old and an 11-year-old little girl. Can you hear me?
You hear what she's saying? She said it was a 10-year-old and 11-year-old little girls.
Okay.
Okay.
They were kidnapped by you and then raped. And then there was a little 12-year-old boy. He was also kidnapped. And you had a gun and a pitchfork, they said.
12-year-old boy, too. A 12-year-old boy was kidnapped and raped.
No, he was not raped. The boy not raped. Just the two girls, little boy. So the three children were kidnapped, aggravated kidnapped.
Okay.
Yes. So that was what really happened. Then they dropped charges like they always do. But that's not the effect it had on those children because they identified you. They were your victims. And so the DA is opposed and the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office opposed, even considering your age, your lack of memory, and your medical condition, which you're getting good medical condition there, and you might not have such a good medical condition outside there. So I just wanted to bring up, we did have 3 little children that lived with the effects of that crime. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater?
Yes. Mr. Branch, my vote is because of the severity of the crime, because of the fact you didn't admit it at the time, and you caused a trial, and you still don't remember if you did it or not. My vote to deny this request.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to strong victim opposition and law enforcement opposition, and your past criminal history is terrible. So my vote is also to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And Mr. Branch, my vote today also is to deny based on the strong opposition to your application for clemency and your past criminal record. So today, Mr. Branch's application for clemency has been denied. All right, we are ready for our next case, and that is Mr. Lambert. Good morning, Mr. Lambert. Is that you? I think y'all are still on mute.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Mr. Lambert, would you tell us your name and DOC number, please?
David Lambert, 342498.
Mr. Lambert, and you have there with you your mother, Miss Nadine Lambert, and she wants to speak on your behalf. We'll ask her at the appropriate time to do so. And on Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers. Also here today with us in Baton Rouge in opposition, we have Jamie Daigle and Ryan Cook. By Zoom in opposition, Sissy Amon, Linda Temple, Ryan Cook, and Vincent Amon. And for those who've indicated they'd like to speak, Ornoni, I'm sorry, it's misspelled.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ornoni, I apologize. Mr. Lambert, you're here today before the pardon board. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in June of 1994 in Tangipahoa Parish for 2 counts of first-degree murder. You are serving a life sentence. Is that information correct, Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lambert, would you tell us what happened? What did you do to, why are you in jail?
I killed 2 people that morning.
Tell us about it.
My wife and her friend, we got into an argument. They come to the house and left and come back and bad things happen.
All right. Well, why do you think you're deserving of a commutation of your sentence?
Well, I ain't the same man I was back then 30-something years ago.
All right, let me acknowledge, I just got handed a sheet. We have some other folks, Tamika White, Alexis Taylor, Michelle Spax, and Tatlin Costa, who are also participating today in opposition.
And also I would like to note that Miss Linda would have been here, but due to unforeseen reasons, she's just watching on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Circumstance.
So Mr. Lambert, why do you, tell us a little bit more. You say you're a different person. Why do you think you deserve a commutation of your sentence?
Well, I done took my classes and I think I've done wrong, and I asked the victim family to forgive me. I asked the good Lord to forgive me, and I'm a better man, and the classes helped me on everything.
Yeah, glad to hear that. Well, let me ask the warden there. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Lambert?
Mr. Lambert is a minimum A offender trustee. He's assigned to Camp FD1 and he works at tractor repair. He had a total of 29 DB reports last being September 15th of 2004. He has participated in 100-hour pre-release, Thank It for a Change, victim awareness, and victim awareness letter training. He also did anger management, substance abuse, and his tiger is low.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to hear from the Parole Project now, Mr. Myers.
Good morning, Kerry Myers, Louisiana Parole Project. Here to let the board know that Mr. Lambert is our client. Should this board see fit to grant him a recommendation today and he become release or parole eligible, Parole Project will provide transitional support. This is based on his disciplinary record, his work record, the comments from the institution, and his overall conduct since he's been incarcerated.
Right, thank you. And let's hear from Mr. Lambert's mother, Miss Nadine Lambert. Ma'am, what would you like us to know about your son? Miss Nadine?
Yes.
What would you like us to know about your son?
Well, I've been through all this with him. I've visited him just about every 2 weeks, so I know every month over here, and I've seen a lot of changes in him. And I know that he's a changed person. And he will do great in society. He's not the same man. He's a better person. He's learned his lesson, and he knows he has to respect the law, even if he did something happened in his mind when all this took place. He was a young person trying to survive, raise a child. And he didn't have too much cooperation from his wife. God forgive me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking with us this morning, and he's lucky to have your support for all these years. Before we move to our interview, Mr. Lambert, we're going to hear from the opposition. Could we first hear from Sissy Armoni?
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Pauline Sissy Arnone. I am Mary Arnone's sister. Living without her has been heartbreaking beyond my words can express. As for David Lambert is concerned, let me express my concerns. To my understanding, David is asking for a pardon at this hearing today. I do understand the rehabilitation is a good goal of justice system, but we must acknowledge the severity of David Lambert's actions and the damage that he has caused. We must be assured that David will no longer be a danger to my family or to anyone upon his release. From my personal point of view, knowing David in the past, and maybe still is, a very pure, evil man. I do understand that people can change for the better and they can also change for the worse. David has been surrounded all these years with the worst of the worst criminals, just like himself. And we all know there is a very small percentage that only a few ever changes. Knowing how he was or still in the past is a possibility, and David being in that environment for so long, he will not be able to cope with today's society. It's not the same world as it was all those years ago. I really don't think he can adjust in today's world, and that makes me extremely worried that would he do the same as he done before and cause harm to my family or anyone's family. I would like to know who would be responsible if something so horrific happened once again if he was released. What would he have to lose? There's no telling what goes on in the mind of a murderer until the unthinkable happens. I beg you, let's not take that chance. He took the life of my beautiful sister and her beautiful best friend. They will never ever see their children or grandchildren grow, and we miss them dearly. A lot of people says I shouldn't write this, but I am. The Bible states a life for a life. So after murder, not one, but two innocent women, why would anyone consider a little over 30 years would be sufficient enough to release anyone? Justice would be letting him stay right where he is and right where he belongs. He does not deserve to live the rest of his days as far as a man knowing that he took the lives of others and possibility of doing it again. Once again, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words, and God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your words.
Thank you.
We have Jamie. Go ahead. Yes, please.
I'm Jamie Dable. I am the daughter of Rebecca Abair, the woman he made a conscious decision to murder that day along with his wife. He didn't just take 2 lives, he ruined hundreds of lives when he took a mother from their children. I've grown up without a mom, watching everyone have a mom. I have 4 beautiful children who will never see my mom. I have a husband who will never meet my mom. I went through proms, dances, marriages, divorces, deaths. You name it, I went through it without a mom because he made the conscious decision that he made to take a life. So what in this world would give him the right to think it's okay for him to be let out to walk this earth and enjoy the fresh air, enjoy his family, when he put two people in the ground who will never be able to enjoy the families they have? He took 2 lives and ruined hundreds. He doesn't deserve to walk that life. He deserves to be where he's at, serving the sentences he serves. Other than that, he might be reformed. He might have a better life, but he's where he's at. He needs to be. It's not fair. Why should a murderer walk free when 2 innocent women are in the ground and their families are without them? So.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lambert, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions?
Good morning, Mr. Lemon. How are you?
Pretty good.
You say you and your wife got in an argument. I read your case and went through it. Were you on drugs at the time?
No, sir.
What was the argument about?
About her wanting to leave and I didn't want her to leave.
Okay. I have no more questions.
All right, Ms. Stapleton?
You served how many years so far? How many years did you serve, sir?
Well, I served 30 in Angola, but I've been down 32.
Okay. All right. In addition to what Jamie said, she also wrote a letter. She had some comments. I'm not gonna read them all, but a few things do stick out. She said her grandparents provided a wonderful, good life for her, but she has few memories of her mother and has no doubt that she would have been a wonderful mother and grandmother had she been given that opportunity. She didn't get to say that just then. And then there's another comment that the person is opposed, and he said he took 2 mothers' lives when he killed these women, and those children were forced to grow up without their mothers. It must be her sister. This loss was especially hard on his niece, Jamie, this man. He advised that in his opinion, the offender remain incarcerated for the original sentence, which is life. And this is the brother, and he said this little bit was okay to read. He advised that he was devastated by the loss of his baby sister. They were closest in age and also close emotionally growing up. So just like she said, and just like you learn when you take a crime victims class, and they talk about the ripple effect. And then of course, you think about this going out, but actually a crime victim, sometimes it's so devastating because even generations are wiped away. And generations of love and understanding and memory, you take that away from people very, very close to the crime. That's all I have to say. Oh, I did want to ask you, you said bad things happen. Is that what you said? When you opened up your statement, how did this happen? You said bad things happen. You were arguing. Bad things happen.
Yes, ma'am. When you kill somebody, it's bad.
Yeah, bad things happen. Okay. I just want to make sure I heard it right.
Mr. Freeman? Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lambert, were these the only 2 people that you intended to kill that day, or was there some others in the family you was gonna kill?
I wasn't intending to kill nobody. It just flipped out.
So you wasn't planning on killing your mother-in-law or your sister-in-law or anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lambert, it was mentioned that you've taken some classes and particularly victim awareness and the victim accountability ladder. What did you get out of those 2 classes?
And I hurt people that I hurt. I didn't realize how many people I hurt. And other people.
So did you write a victim accountability ladder?
Yes, ma'am. 2 of them.
Who did you write that to?
What you say?
Who did you write it to?
One with the Baton Rouge and one with the, I think.
Who are the victims?
Oh, the victims, Mary Ononi Lambert and Rebecca Hebert Sullivan.
So you wrote letters to each of those families?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't have any other questions. I think the board's prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have them on my list. We have ADA on the line with us. Yes, Alexis Taylor. I'm sorry.
Good morning. Of course, the district attorney's office, we do stand opposed to any amendment of the sentence, parole, probation, what have you, him being released in any capacity. What I would remind Mr. Lambert is one of the prescribed consequences of his action is the death penalty, which he has avoided. So he has walked away from this with his life, unlike the two victims' lives that he took. And what's been very interesting to hear too is his mother, who's there in support of him, to blame actually one of the victims. She said he had a wife who was not cooperative or was not supportive. That is a problem. And also included in the facts of this matter, the defendant actually fled the scene and discarded the firearm, which was later discovered next to the interstate. So he initially had no plans to face the music for what he had done. And, like anything in life, with any sin that is committed by any of us on this line, right? While we may be sorry, while we may regret what we do, we still have to pay the price for the wrong that we do. So the state stands opposed to him being released. He actually did avoid the death penalty after taking the lives of two people, and he should remain incarcerated there in Angola. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Tillis.
Today, my vote is to deny due to strong opposition by the DA, victims, and the sheriff department.
Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis and the ADA. I think she spoke very eloquently just now about the severity of this crime and what you did escape, which was keeping your own life.
Mr. Prater.
Deny.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
Mr. Lambert, my vote also is to deny, based on the opposition that's been expressed here today. So today, sir, your application's been denied. Good luck to you.
So I'm gonna make sure to thank for it, and I know that this thing, the record is 12 consecutive returns, but these sentences are
uh-oh, folks. Oops. My bad. No. Oh. No. Perhaps some of my mods can help me out because I've lost the link. So I'm gonna have to try and find it again. Oh my days. Yeah, there's a bit of a reason behind not posting links. Some people in the chat saying they might have gone for lunch. But I'm just gonna check that and see whether I can find it. So verdict watch. Nichole Rice. Nichole Rice. Oh, they went home. Yeah, I think they said they've gone home. Thanks, chat, for confirming that for me. And with that, I think I will end the stream there. Yes, I think I need to go to bed. It's been a bit of a roller coaster tonight. You would think I would have learned how to do this by now, but it finds new ways to surprise me every day. Just for fun, and I'm gonna have some copy and pasting to do just before I go to bed. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please like and subscribe. Thank you for joining. Has not stopped. I'm confused. Can you explain, Journey? Thank you, Paula. Yes, it does. That is true. And on here, I still have it. I was just thinking they might stop for the night. But if it's still going, I might put it back on. Can you find the link for it, Journey? And I'll pop it back up. And then I'll put the parole hearings back on for people. I mean, I think. Right, this is the one that I just share this tab. So this is what I've got. No. I don't know. It's not appearing on the screen. Stop sharing. Let's try and. Right. So this is what I've got. This is what's showing up on my screen. Oh. To move the. So that's what I've got on my screen. True. He does normally do that. I'm gonna, I wanna ask TCA, but I don't wanna wake her up again. What do you guys think? I need to find out how Katya gets X up and figures out whether it's still going. Right. Hello. Right. So I think if it's been announced on Twitter that they've gone home, then they're not going to be there. I'll be honest. I'd be quite happy just to leave the stream there. TCA will catch this up in the morning. 4 hours, so we've been on here for an extra half an hour. Yay, thanks for that, Bap. Yeah, sleeping. Yeah. Right. Well, I think I'm going to end the stream there. And you can all catch up with TCA in the morning. Yep. Well, they'll have another 4 hours of deliberating. Yeah. Yeah. It was already too long a stream. Enough things went wrong today. Let's just put it that way. Right, thank you all for tuning in, and I'm going to end the stream there. Thank you.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.